Okay. There you go. Welcome back. Welcome back, one. Do we have another? Do we have another? Do we have another? Is there? Oh,
Get another.
Get another.
Anybody else, Debbie?
So,
The first agent on
To
the
the
line.
girl down the front named Maureen.
What did I win? Please tell me. Help me,
What
please.
you want behind them door number 3? We got policy.
Oh, there you go. I was just texting you back, Miss Madison, or emailing you. So we got two. We got two. Then we have a 3. Okay, so right now we are doing the checkpoint number 2, which is on page 46. Checkpoint number 2 on page 46. The second question is asking which one is correct. What is the correct statement or response for 2 going down? So we'll spend just a couple more minutes here and then we will discuss.
Riggs?
Yeah.
Wow.
You never heard of Sir Francis?
Hold on, Miss Hannah, let's bring it back, because
Okay.
remember, they can hear you on the,
People always say Crystal Ray will drive me nuts.
all right, there you go, Miss Andrea. Welcome. We are doing checkpoint number 2. Checkpoint number 2 on page 46. Welcome back. We have technical difficulties. I'm gonna give it 5 more minutes and then we're gonna discuss.
Mhm. I don't know if we're gonna get this done, so all this.
For now.
It's just all a matter of preference at the end of the day. All a matter of preference at the end of the day.
Did you know in Slovenia, happily living
Was anyone not able to successfully log into Slack?
that would be me.
I thought you were in Slack.
Slack?
The chat that we did yesterday where we had to download the app. Were you here? Weren't you?
I was not.
I don't think I have that on there. Is
So,
that,
you guys are gonna use a different one.
oh, so I was never on that.
That's what, yeah, that's what
That's just
happened there.
Sit down for
I
me.
was late in the morning.
Thank you.
Okay, I had to take care of it in the morning.
You're done with, both you guys done with the checkpoint, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
We are looking into Slack. No, I wasn't in Slack, not ever.
Yeah, I see it. Now I know that. I forgot you. Oh, you are in Slack. This is it. But you can set it up that app too. Yeah, you did log in. You did. This is where the chat.
I was never in that.
Had to be because we had to sign up for it and drill us all nuts.
I wasn't in Slack.
Yeah, see, we've already got everything H Robinson. Check it.
Oh, yes. That,
Yeah, and
you
drill
know,
us all
you know when nuts. I did this a long, long time ago. It was long ago that I forgot I did it because it was like when we first started. And I only just looked at it. And I was like,
So we can have this app instead of the browser. So it pulls up. You know, the food in the whole life. My dad was a computer engineer.
I'll remember that.
I had a Palm Pilot.
A few months back, I would have paid you.
I used to have my mom, and I was, you know, I used to have
Thank you.
in high school, I even got the certifications.
That's awesome, because I couldn't even figure out what's going on. So nobody else could.
You just gotta bring it in sometime, you can, you can be, I don't know, I'm just there, I'll figure it out.
Thank you so much.
All right. One. Who wants to do number one?
If somebody gets social security benefits, what payment date options do we provide? Would it be the first through the third, or what Wednesday? And why, that's when they get their benefits payments going to their account, their bank account.
Yes. Does anyone have anything different than that?
I would just say you follow the same schedule as your benefit payments, not when you get paid.
Follow the same schedule of Social Security and disability. Do you receive your benefits on the first or third? So that's the statement that you would make to the client. Yes, that is the correct answer. Reasoning why, Ms. Karen, yes. And I'm giving them options. If they get their benefits, we're gonna set the premium payment to be set up for that same date. You wanna stress the importance of that. Unless they have other money coming from that and all over the place, you're gonna stick with that. Okay, and letter number B, Ms. Karen?
Maybe letter number B.
Oh, shoot, and I'm
Number
saying,
2.
I guess your name is just kind of drilled in my head, because I was thinking Susan and I said Karen. I think I did that.
I knew you would do good.
I'm on your mind, girl.
Yes, clearly,
There's something clicking in here.
yes.
Everybody out here.
Everybody's
Okay.
Karen today.
So, Miss Susan, I'm sorry, what answer or statement is correct?
I believe it is B, we follow the same schedule as Social Security disability. Your premium is paid when your benefits hit. When do you get your benefits?
Yes.
I would not say, when do you want to make your payment, because that can go on forever. They will think about days, you cannot give people too many options.
Well, my cable bill come out this day and
And you'll have conversation, because you want to make sure you set it up correct, but giving them options makes it easier than just throwing it out there. Because again, with most of this, even with the beneficiaries and just letting them know and guiding them is what they need. Again, we've already conditioned them to saying yes and agreeing with us and taking them through the whole the whole process. That way you don't want to change it when it comes time to asking those pertinent pieces of information. So good. Miss Toy, number 3.
I don't have time. I'll be as quick as possible in order to find you the best options. I have to get to know a bit about you.
Very true. I don't have time. Most of these people, especially in Mod 1, everything they say in Mod 1 is not true. A lie, yes. So they'll come at you, they may not. Some of them will listen, but a lot of times the ones that give you a little bit of extra push are the best people that are looking for coverage. They need coverage. They give everybody a little bit of push and everybody backs down, but you being able to, okay, I'll be as quick as possible. Worst case scenario, you get some really good information, but you do want to let them know, okay, I understand. And keep moving. You don't ask permission to move ahead. Greatness does not need permission. You make your statement, you roll back into the script. Acknowledge and pivot right back into the script. Keep your same energy. Good energy is contagious, period. You give that good energy and staying true to the process, having that alpha call control, that casual confidence. You want to exude that throughout the entire call, especially in the front, because you're setting the tone for the call. So yes, right answer. Correct. Number 4, Miss C. Crystal.
I have a policy, A and B, great, most people that I speak to have some type of coverage. B, most people don't even know these types of policies exist and are excited to find out how simple and affordable these state approved final expense policies are.
Yes, and then you move right back into the script. You're not asking them about their policy. You do not ask them if they want more coverage. You'll figure that stuff out as you move through you keep that in mind. Okay, they have coverage, and they may just be saying that because they don't want to talk to you. I have coverage, and then you build rapport, and then they're talking to you like, oh, actually, and this literally has happened. Oh, that lapsed a while ago. I had it for a little while, or oh, that was something I had with work. They just don't feel comfortable talking about it. They're not ready to. They didn't even think about thinking about it, so they just want to dismiss it. But you again, following the process, doing the things that you need to do will more than likely open them up so that they can have the conversation, or even you giving them a reason to add a little more coverage in place. Again, if they have a large policy that is whole life and it is going to be there, well, we'll get this in place just so to make sure that your final expenses are covered. That way, the insurance company or the funeral home won't even have to know about your big policy. Because sometimes people do get taken advantage of. You have this smaller policy for just your final expenses, and that other those other funds the family can have whenever to do with whatever you would want them to do. Remember, this is a 48-hour payout. All of those things are things that you are going to want to know, be aware of, and bring up at the appropriate time in order to deliver the mod appropriately and get your point across, successfully get through the process. What is doubt build and why is it important, Ms. Hannah?
Doubt building is where you say, oh, okay, so you are taking a medication for hypertension there. You know what I mean? I'm going to work as hard as I can, to see if I can get you through this and improved. And it's very important because we don't want that person to go shopping around and say, well, gee, I can do better than this company. If I've done this well with you, I can surely find something else that gives me more and costs less. I don't want that person to get into that mindset. I want them to understand that, I'm offering them the best product, that I've searched, I've done the very best for them, that I've gotten to know them, that I have looked over every area of this and I have provided what they need. And
Very good.
What I want to do.
Very good. And it also helps to create everything you said, correct. It also creates a sense of urgency. You never know. There's this little thing, but who knows what could happen in one more doctor's appointment or whatever the case may be. So it creates a sense of urgency. It does let them know that this is something that they can't just get anywhere or who knows what, that you have access to things you're searching and making sure that this will work for them. So it does all of that. So good job.
But you also don't want them to feel that they don't need it.
They're as healthy as a horse. They don't have to worry about coverage. They'll live for 1,000,000 years. Even though you live for 120 years, you will have this policy. So that's why the best time is now. We never know what could happen. The best time is now. And you could be even with the modified, you also want to build out to give yourself some response blocking or sprinkles of response blocking, because building doubt lets them know, okay, there is something going on. So that will also help when those rates come. If the rates are high, but it's because of this, that, and the third. Some companies may not even accept this type of illness or this type of prescription, but the good thing is we got it, and this is what is available to you. So doubt build is, for a lot of reasons, doubt build is important, but it definitely helps set the stage, just help you to accomplish what you need to accomplish. Even buying yourself time to, okay, well, hopefully we can do this, and hopefully we can do this, and it also builds up we were able to get approved with prosperity because now, okay, we got the approval. So it helps to create that desire to hopefully get approved because there has been some doubt that has been sprinkled. Yeah, something else, Ms. Karen? Okay.
Well, what you were going to say. Because you was reading my mind.
Right, we're here. Got it. Number 6. Anybody?
Middle initial and social.
Routing and account number.
So social and account information, so you guys are both right. So middle initial, we asked them before we get into the data pool, that's us moving from out of mod 6 into mod 7. So the social and the account information.
I noticed that it actually, in the application when you're going through it, it doesn't even have a, exclamation point next to the middle initial, but it's just so we can like ease them into it, right?
That's what I
Right.
thought you meant was because it said, what's the 2 questions we are asking, not confirming, but we don't have their middle yet. So we're asking, okay, what's your middle? That's the first question that says.
When
ask.
completing the application, so
Data pool.
I guess that question, because the middle initial is taking you into the application. If they give the middle initial, then that's okay, we can move ahead. But throughout the application, it is the social and the account information. Everything else we know, because by then they've given the middle initial, so we're confirming, okay, you did say your middle initial is M, right? Yep. And last name I have is this, is that your legal last name, and the spelling is this, get all of that correct. But then when it comes to information we don't know that social, so we have verbiage in the script for asking for the social. There's also verbiage in the script for asking for the account information, because those are two the main things that we need to be able to get them to give us to get to underwriting. Everything else is already known for the most part, but we're confirming versus getting those 2 pieces of information, 2 very vital pieces of information during the application. So the first couple times you run through the app, you will be a little slower, and if you have to blame the system, these systems are so slow, bear with me. You can talk your way through it, okay? So it's asking this and that is a no. You can let them know without holding your breath and waiting for them to give you these answers. You're trying to click through as quickly as possible to get the application done. You don't want to be waiting for them to give you an answer to something that you really already know. So, good job. And what is an effective date? I know I asked you guys earlier, what is an effective date?
Oh,
The day that they get their payment.
Policy once they paid it.
The date that the initial premium is scheduled to be paid is the effective date. So whatever date that initial premium is paid is the date the policy becomes effective.
Which could be today or in 30 days from now.
We give them up to 30 days, but you want to do it as soon as possible? Yes. Okay, good stuff. You guys sound like you've been listening a little bit. You
Yes,
sound
and-
like you might know what you're talking about.
Now it's just applying it.
Right, so.
That's
Go
a
ahead.
whole new game.
The age it stops, is it 120 or 121? I thought it was 121.
121. Sure.
Wait, the what?
Probably
The
not
age
too
it
many
goes
of
up
us.
to, yeah, you don't, and you're not,
Oh, okay, well, they don't really.
yeah, when you discuss whole life, we're not, again, we don't want to information overload or give them stuff to ask questions about. I typically say you can live to 100 or 105. Typically, that's the age that people stop. Oh, well, yeah. You can live to 100 or 107. You know this, you're not going to outlive this policy. They put it up there because no one's living that long. So if you have somebody that lives to 102, I'm sure more than enough of their family will be happy to pay for their funeral because they've lived a long, full life. So that 120 versus 121, it really doesn't.
Nobody, I mean, I can't say nobody living on it. I mean, hell
Right.
knows
You
the way
never know,
medicine
but,
is these
yeah,
days.
you never know, but the last thing they're gonna care about at that point in their life is final expenses.
Right.
Okay, so good stuff, guys, good stuff.
You know, that's interesting, because if I remember properly going through class, whole life plays out at automatically 100.
Yeah, that's why I brought
And
it
I'm
up.
like, wait a minute,
So,
it's just interesting.
okay, so
Some go to 121.
we are going to break down and do some role playing. Let me see, what is 3? We have,
Sagicor Life has policies that go that long.
Toy. And Miss Madison. And, all right, so we're gonna do 3. Ooh, we don't like that. Hold on one second. I'm trying to see who's gonna be coupled, which one we're doing as far as the role plays go. Give me 1 second. All right, so we're gonna do role play number 7.
Hey, with Crystal with a C.
Yes, role play number 7. Miss Madison, I'm going to send you an email address. Ooh, I'm gonna set you up and Miss Susan up with your Zoom link. Miss Andrea, Zoom Crystal. Send a Zoom link to Crystal. And then you ladies in the building, we will. Should I be able to stay here? Toy and Miss Hannah. If you guys want to take that back, you guys meet each other in the back. And you can go over there. Yeah. So go ahead and do the role plays. Read it from top to bottom. Yep, all the way through. Miss Karen, Miss Hannah, you got your appointment stuff, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I already
So-
did. I got, thank you. Or got welcome.
Okay, good. So swap out your computers. Take your computer over there. I want you to scroll through your stuff. I want you to scroll through the application. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So I want you to go first with the role play so you can click through. When you guys come back from lunch, you'll switch places, but I want you to be available to kind of show so that she can kind of navigate on your application. So you're gonna start a new application, everyone, because you guys should be paired up in groups to where everyone has access to an application. In the groups. Yep. So, Miss Andrea and Miss Crystal, give me a second. I'm gonna sidebar with you two here in a second. I'm gonna get the ones in the room going. But give me 1 second. Okay, so you know what to do. You guys are role playing. You'll pull up your script and your application. You're gonna actually go through an application.
Okay.
Miss Hannah and Miss Toy. Miss Hannah, you have your application, your prosperity application. You got your welcome packet, so you're gonna go in and set that up so that you can actually go to the, yeah.
Oh,
hit that
yeah,
Crystal
yeah.
first.
I'm
You're
trying.
slacking over there, Crystal.
I just
Miss
wanted somebody
Toy,
else to say it.
Can you help Hannah get her thing set up? You guys can click through it together because you'll eventually have to do it once everything gets situated anyway. So Miss Hannah, just take your laptop. I don't know, is that Crystal's laptop?
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Just grab it and reconnect it. All you really need, you should be charged up, is just the Ethernet cord, the cable cord that you'll really need to reconnect from Crystal's. All right, so you, Miss Susan.
And the charger on the one at the end.
Yeah, we can take that one loose.
Yeah, leave the
it'll be
charger.
charged. And
Give me 1 second, Miss Crystal. Oh, you do not have your Outlook. Okay, so give Andrea your personal Zoom, I want you guys to share screens, because Miss Andrea, you should have the Prosperity link. So Zoom and share the screen with Crystal. Use your paper script so that you can read through the script. When you get to the application portion, share the screen with Crystal so that she can see you move through the app. But Crystal, please text her with your personal email address so she can Zoom you there.
Well, I appreciate that, thank you. I'm probably gonna need this.
All right. And
Appreciate that.
Miss Madison, I'm going to get you guys set up really quick. Have you logged into Aptical? Can you do that?
I don't have a, login.
I hate to say this, but it's hard, I don't know exactly where to get all that, except for
Come up
the
here,
email.
Miss Susan, I'm gonna let you guys do it from my computer so you can click around.
I'm gonna work and I need some.
And that way you guys can Zoom right from here too, so you don't have to stress out trying to email it there.
Yes, I have.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You are welcome.
It just doesn't want to take that quarter.
All right, Zoom.
All these headphones for Miss Madison, right?
Yes.
I probably won't need it.
Pull up, I mean, you guys should be getting used to, tomorrow you guys will have your station set up so you can go in and get used to pulling up a Word document to take notes, and being able to navigate through screens. So today is really one more run of getting used to getting the marbles out and getting used to getting the purpose of each mod down. Zoom.
That's it, that was right there. I wanted to see that because. Agency. We're just gonna go through the application. Well, we need the script then.
Yeah, go to your welcome email, because it says application link in there.
Okay, we just need the script, just look for the script, that's all you need right
No, she wants you to actually go to the application.
You're doing a role play, Miss Hannah. You're doing a role play with the script and you're going to go into the application when you get to mod 7.
When you stop being MISS and become MS,
there. When you're divorced.
when you're divorced, you're.
But you gotta go MRS first and then MS.
Okay, so
Blaine
you
had
go
go
from
from
this.
So
Hopefully
miss
you
you
stay
married,
with
miss you married, and now you've been married, but now
In
you're
a
like.
perfect world, I don't get divorced. Like, dang, why'd I have to go to that one?
I never
Madison.
knew what was this.
I have those.
Or some people will do, MS, the widow.
I thought like Miss MISS was like, you're young, like under 18 or essentially.
Undermarried is what it is.
Undermarried, not underage.
Undermarried. How many times you gotta be married before you ain't undermarried?
There's 3 count.
It's like being overweight, I'm not overweight, I'm under 12.
Yes, I'm overweight, cause I'm just over it all. I'm done.
She's like, I'm done.
Anderson, here.
Oh, it's not loaded.
That's right, it's not loading. It's doing that right. Coming from, I know what it is, we've hooked onto this person's server, and they may be on 2 different servers. Yeah, absolutely. It's gotta be from there. Oh,
No, the
wait.
internet is the internet, you just.
Send, there you go. Send forward her a soft copy of the script, Miss Andrea, if you could. If you need me to forward you a soft copy of the script.
Just close out.
If you need me to forward you a soft copy of the script, let me know.
To
I did. Okay.
Yes, the blank application.
With the ethical, I know it's fully up as that. I mean, we can use it, we can do a paper and then go back and kind of go back and try it later.
Hey, Miss Madison.
So nobody said.
I'm trying to get some of this stuff off the screen so that you can have my laptop with minimal-ish going on.
Not
Miss
doing
Susan. Karen, leave me alone.
Girl, you know I'm not going anywhere. I'll be all up in your head today.
Susan, hey, okay. Criminal training, Zoom with Miss Madison.
Come on, it's still not doing it. I've been here 4 times, but still not. Come on.
What are you trying to do, Miss Hannah?
We're at the optical and it's not really doing anything. I mean, no matter what I clicked on, whatever, it's not opening up. And even if I clicked on the applicable icon, it doesn't do anything except give me a drop down that shows me states. So when I click on Florida, still nothing.
I'll be over to you in a second.
Thank you.
I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. There it goes. Hi, I'm going to hand this over here in a second. I know you probably can't hear me because I don't have a headset, but I'm going to give this, the problem is going to undo. Miss Susan, you want to just come up here?
Yeah, sure.
Or no, I'm short.
Gonna go this way.
Because I'm sitting on the floor. So she's short.
Go.
Like, wait a minute. I don't want to lose it.
Away. There you have your headset.
Makes it much more
In for you.
Okay.
Just hit it when she sits down.
Oh, this is interesting. She seems kind of.
There we go.
Does that work?
There.
There it is.
Nothing, she said. It should be plus and minus at the top.
Where do I get the sound
It's
from?
all.
She's muted, but you should already have, she should be able to hear you.
I hear
Miss
it.
Madison, can you hear Miss Susan?
There we go. That's a little bit better. It's my brain.
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, good, good. We
Um,
are live.
It's not, yeah, it's not letting me move forward.
so you have access to
Oh, it's the
applicable
app
here,
now.
whenever you get to that point.
All right, we're not to the application yet. We've got to do the script. And we're to get to the
I'll
application.
let you in and you can maneuver, you can kind of fumble through it. Let me give you the mouse for that, because it's harder without the mouse. Yes.
Who are you going to be?
We're just on scenario 7, she said.
Now we don't know.
Okay,
Can I
so
have both screens at the same time? If I minimize this one, will she be to the side?
she
Or-
should, as long as she can hear you, you guys should be good. I don't know, me and Zoom. yeah.
Kayak.
No, we're not doing that portion, we're not verifying accounts and all of that, which is doing scenario 7 and you're gonna go through the application.
Alright.
You wanna do this now?
Oh, and, you know, it's
Did
not,
we
I was
lose the
going to
Zoom?
speak with you today. What's your resolution?
Are we just, so we're not doing from the beginning of the call, we're not going through all the mods? we're
You
just-
are.
Okay, yeah, so you have to.
Miss Hannah, you're going through the script, it's just when you get to the application, you're gonna go on to Aptical. If you can't get on to Aptical.
Oh, no, she's got it up, it's fine.
Okay.
If it won't let me get through this. Okay,
It's weird. See,
so
Next.
start with my one, we're going through. the
Sorry,
script.
Miss
we're going through the
Madison.
whole script. Okay, that's what I asked. All right.
No, that's why I just verified with her, because I didn't want to say the wrong information, she said we started with the mod.
That's okay, we can fix it, it's nothing we can't fix. So are you the client or are you going to be?
You are the
Okay.
agent.
Oh, I'm the agent. Oh, good. All right, I can play that. Hi,
Password.
Hi, I'm so glad to assist you with your quote today, and just so you know that the call, it may be recorded for quality and training purposes. To see if you're eligible for any of the 2021 state-approved final expense programs, I just need to ask a few quick medical questions to determine the level of coverage you qualify for.
Okay.
I show your age as 65 with your date of birth, 1968, okay? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Good enough, okay. We'll get the 2 COVID questions knocked out first, and then we'll move into the traditional medical questions, okay? Alrighty, so I'm gonna go with number 1 here. Within the last 30
Yes,
days,
because that's one I can remember.
administer a
Goodness.
test on you for coronavirus, COVID-19, for which you tested positive, or for which results are not yet known or recommended that you be tested, but testing has not yet been done.
No.
All right, thank you. Within the last 30 days, have you been subject to a government mandated quarantine or isolation order, or been advised by a medical professional to self-quarantine due to suspected coronavirus or exposure to someone who has been exposed or
There's
diagnosed
no way I
with
can
coronavirus, COVID-19?
Well,
I don't want to make you so
Not
you're-
in the test.
Right.
And also,
I signed an
I would like to ask, have you currently or in the last 30 days been hospitalized, committed to a psychiatric facility, confined to a nursing facility, received hospice or home health care, been in a wheelchair due to a disease, or are you awaiting a
No.
Do you require human assistance or supervision for eating, dressing, toileting, transferring from bed to chair, walking, maintaining continence or bathing?
Okay. So,
No.
do you have everything you need?
I believe so.
I've already tried her
Scripts.
I can do that.
No, you got that, you don't.
can, well, that's me,
Right,
good,
well,
it's always nice,
Okay.
that's a nice.
There you
person.
are, set.
Within the
What
past
is going
couple
on?
of months, have you been
It's not
assigned
letting-
to
it's not
have a
letting me
diagnostic test?
So how do I get back
Other
to
than
this,
an
the
HIV
Zoom?
test?
I click over here to the Zoom.
I
Surgery
saw
or
her down
medical
at the
care or
bottom.
hospitalization, which
Oh,
is
here's the
not
meeting
yet
here.
started, been
Right,
completed,
okay.
or for which
And I can't have both at the
results
same
are
I
unknown.
don't think so,
No.
but her, camera's off.
Okay, use or been advised to use
Okay, so-
oxygen
so-
equipment for assistance in breathing.
That's not
No.
important.
Right.
Okay.
You mean to share your screen with her?
Right.
CPAP
But
machine or nebulizer.
If,
You don't
No,
use
she
either
can hear
of those.
Yeah, but we'll get the screen up so that she can see and maybe help you navigate through, because that might be easier. Might be complicated.
I'm not that bad with someone.
I'm kind of
Have
used
you
to having
advised or have you
having
guys,
two screens open.
have you ever been
Over there,
diagnosed or
you're
treated
real
for
small.
acquired immune deficiency syndrome AIDS
so-
and
On
or human
purpose? Did you
immunodeficiency
like that?
That's just, I did, yeah.
virus,
So
HIV.
if she's over here,
Have you ever been
It lets me
diagnosed
do
or
that.
received treatment for Alzheimer's
That's
disease?
right there, there. She can see, can you see the optical screen? Make sure that that's the screen we're sharing.
Have you ever
Can
been
you see that
diagnosed
one?
with more than
Okay.
one occurrence
She
of the
can?
same or different type of cancer?
Okay.
Or are
Are we
you
ready?
receiving treatment,
Okay,
including
so-
taking medication for any form of cancer?
okay, I'm reading the script, is that right?
Basal, squamous cell,
Online,
skin
Okay.
cancer.
Like the next button doesn't work.
Miss Madison, good morning.
And I
Okay,
signed
so how are you today?
I'm 6 weeks old.
I'm doing very well, thank you so
So
much
you're
for
in there
asking, I
now,
do
you get
appreciate
rate
your.
calculator?
I'm
I
so
can
glad
do that.
to assist you with your quote
Oh,
today.
that's what
And
you
just
do.
so you know, this call may be
Outside of
recorded
rate
for training
congratulations on that.
purposes.
Put them right
To
there.
see if you're eligible for any of the
answering all
2021
questions.
approved.
I thought you wanted to do that.
Questions.
Yeah, when you're in that part of the script, but to get to that, you do need
Now,
to.
I see your age is 65 with a birthday
For
of
Yeah.
23.
So the
Yeah.
calculator will take you right into the application.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Against the rising cost of funeral expenses and
First of
final
all, I
arrangements
have
in general,
two
now that I
COVID
know a
questions
little
about
bit
their
about your
to
health.
knock out first, and then we'll move into the more traditional medical questions, okay?
Girl,
So,
you're
first
supposed to
of
be
all,
my backup.
I forgot.
So,
So,
It's
but
a
you
syllabus?
can always
Or-
do that, that's why I want you guys to work
You
on
know,
this.
I don't
Or
need
recommend
personal
that you
information right now for it.
get testing.
But do
Um,
you at least
After
have
you
an
hit X and you get into the
Okay.
app,
savings
only you
or
can
we
say
did
not
not
to
start
start
that.
you're not
And
going
if this
to
is
Have you
make
been
it
subject to a
search
government
application,
quarantine
go
or
back
isolation
in.
order?
You know,
Every
it's
time you
By
switch your whole
medical
plan,
it's not one of those
same
escape cards or the
application.
government
Due to
benefit
suspected
reloadable cards like
Also,
that.
if you're in this, you can go
Who
to
has
rate
been exposed
calculator.
or
Are you
diagnosed
still
with
doing all of your own finances?
Once you already are in that,
Okay,
top
so
where it says
glad you were
application,
able to
just go
And
down
you know what?
and it will
Now,
update.
have
Like
you
changes that
currently
to
or in the last 30 days been hospitalized or committed to a psychiatric facility, confined to a drug center facility? Have you received hospice or home health
With
care?
my name.
Been confined to a wheelchair due to a
I
disease? Or are you awaiting
I couldn't even
your
follow along my own screen. That number is very
Now,
important
do you
because it lets
require
you know
assistance or
and
supervision
license
with
by the
eating,
state,
dressing, toileting, transferring to medication, walking, maintaining?
You go potty, girl, I don't
I'm not a telemarketer and I'm not
Okay,
an
good,
operator.
good. In the
I don't
past
work
12
for anyone
months, have
with
you been
insurance
advised to
company.
have a
I'm a
diagnostic
state
test,
licensed agent
surgery,
that
home
works
health
for you,
care, or
okay?
hospitalization, which
Well,
is
you know
not
what?
yet started,
I know
been
that you're going to
completed,
need my help.
or
You
for
know,
which
applying
the
for
results
these,
are unknown?
Florida State regulated 501(c)
Okay.
plans.
Have
So I
you
want to
used
help
or been
you,
advised
or help
to
you
use
to learn a little
oxygen
bit about
equipment for assistance
you
in
know, how to
breathing? Now,
apply,
this is
and you
excluding
let me
a
know
CPAP machine or
what to do
nebulizer.
from there, okay?
Okay.
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 Have you
You're
had
very
or
important.
been advised
A
to
lot
have
of people
kidney
don't even know that these
dialysis?
types of policies exist and they're very
Have you
excited
ever been
to find out
diagnosed
how
or
simple
treated
and
for
affordable they are.
acquired
Now,
immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, or a human immuno,
They're
never
regulated by
that,
the
oh
state
gosh,
of Florida.
immune
And they're designed for
deficiency
people who
virus,
want
HIV.
extra limited income site. Social
Okay,
Security
good.
and disability.
Have you ever been diagnosed or
I
received
too had the
treatment for
honor of serving
Alzheimer's
some of our
disease,
disabled
dementia,
veterans.
Lou Gehrig's
Even
disease,
if you don't
or
fall into
cirrhosis
those
of the liver?
categories, these policies are designed so that
Have you
any
ever been diagnosed
income
with
level,
more
and
than
have
one
something
occurrence
affordable
of the
for
same
their
or
loved
different
ones'
type of
protection.
cancer?
These plans
Or are you
permanent,
receiving
and that means
treatment
that they have you have coverage
for any form of cancer?
in
This
place.
is
They can
excluding
never
basal
change.
squamous.
These policies do
cell
pay out within
skin
48
cancer.
hours, and
Okay.
probably
Okay, very good.
first month,
Now, and how
your loved
tall are
ones
you?
We'll see when the time comes, okay?
Okay, and Miss Medicine, how much do you
To
weigh?
see if we qualify today, I have a package
Okay,
mailed
very
out to you in 3 to 5 days.
I'm so glad you could answer no to all the knockout questions. That's great.
Black and white, okay?
Perfect. Now,
You know,
Ms.
I've
Medicine,
been
these
doing this
fund
for a
expense
long time.
programs have
And
been
my
approved by the
objective
state of
is to
Florida
find you
to help
your
families
benefits
against
for
the rising
age.
cost of living
I work for
expenses
you.
and
I
financial
work for you.
Yes,
So
I
my
have.
role is to
Now that I
find
know
you
a little bit
the
about your
absolute
health,
best
I'll be very
solution
to
out
help
Hi,
you
this is
with
Karen
options,
Akers in the
eligibility,
finance.
cost and level of
I want to
benefits.
put the
Expenses
expenses here for your family.
Now, because
By
these are
applying
state
for the
approved
mobile
fund expense
telephone,
plans,
When they
they are set up in order to regulate rates and
I'll be honest with you.
benefits.
As a
Ms.
citizen,
Madison, I don't need your personal information just yet, but do you at least have an active savings or checking account set up at a physical bank or credit?
Hi Betsy, I'm so glad to assist you with your
Okay,
best
good,
day.
good.
And
Now,
just
that's
so you
not
know,
only those
this
prepaid cards or the government benefits reloadable cards that
You see
spend
here,
or
have you ever
expense, is that right?
2021 state.
Okay, good. And you are responsible for your personal finances, correct? Now,
So
Madison, you have a
that's
pen and
actually
paper handy?
51 was the date of
Okay,
birth.
good.
Everyone,
Once you provide you with some important information, again, my name is Susan, and my national cancer
We'll
number
get
is
you a couple questions on ours,
113.
and then we'll move on to the traditional.
That number is very important because it lets you know that I am appointed and licensed by the state of Florida to talk with you about the state regulated final expense life and burial protection. Now, I am not a telemarketer, nor am I an operator. I don't work for any one insurance company. I'm a state licensed agent that has over Okay. Okay, good, good. Now, I know you're going to need my help applying for these Florida regulated final expense plans. So I want to tell you a little bit about them, how to apply for them,
Have you
and you can
currently
let me know where to go from there.
Absolutely.
Okay,
You know,
good, good.
you were
Now, a lot
born
of
here,
people don't even know that these types of policies thing exists.
So far, not just-
And they're very excited to find out how
The
some
fact that it doesn't
of
really get too
Now,
cold,
private
because
expense
everywhere else,
benefits
I mean,
are
we just pretty much get hot and hotter and we get a little bit
permanent.
chilly.
Whole life insurance policies that are
Right
regulated
about
by the
that.
state of Florida.
That's fine.
They're designed for people living on fixed or limited income, like social security.
I
and
do
home.
even
I've even had the honor of serving some of our disabled veterans.
Are you still
And even if you don't fall into these categories, these policies are designed so that any individual can have something affordable for their loved ones. These plans are permanent, which means
Drive
once
my
you have coverage in
motorcycle.
place, they can never change. These policies do pay out within 48 hours and will probably be the first money your loved ones see when that time comes. So, Ms. Madison, if we qualify today, I'll have a package mailed out to you in 3 to 5 days.
And,
That way you have everything you're talking about today in black and white, okay?
I got a lot of grandchildren,
Good,
couple
good.
marriages,
Now, I've been doing this for a while,
couple
and my
divorces,
objective
my
is to find you the top tier benefits based on your age and your health. I
don't know if I have
insurance
changed my
company,
life.
my income, and my role is to find you
Sometimes
the
with
absolute
the
best
elderly,
solution to everything that is available. If we can get you qualified, your benefits will be secured for your family by applying for them over the telephone without spending any money today, okay? Okay, good, good. As a state licensed agent, it's my responsibility, and maybe the best part of my job, to get to know a little bit about you. So I can determine the
Yeah,
best
because right now,
and
and,
plan, and of course, the best price available. You can, if you've never been turned down before.
You know,
Have you ever been turned down or did
I
I?
will, like, all the others say, not all of them, but like,
we don't want, you know.
Okay, good, good.
Transitioning.
Now, no, have you been looking into life insurance? About a year ago. Very good. Well, you couldn't have fallen into that.
Already done
Now,
my work as a grandpa.
How long have you
I
lived
had
in the
everybody
Beauty
go
very
over
much for
life
that.
policies when
Now,
they were
Betsy,
born,
these
and I
finance
watched them
programs
double
are
and
10 years,
triple, and I
okay,
still
and what
paid
brought you
them
here?
faithfully, and
It's the rising costs.
I think even
Okay,
if
did you move here because of a,
Now.
you relocated due to a job maybe, or it was more?
on my board, and if they want to share with their younger, then they can do that.
All right.
Oh,
So
okay,
you're
okay,
for,
very
okay.
And I know that happens a lot.
What are
What's
your
your favorite thing about working?
Yes, I do.
Betsy, I
Real
don't
funny,
think your
it's funny.
personal
My eldest daughter, she's
We all
on
pretty
the
much love the
AAS,
weather. Did you get a chance to go to the beach much? Did you post a
And,
beach?
then my eldest son,
Yes, I've got you.
I don't know what he's
You got a
really trying to
chance.
do with his
That's
life.
great.
He
Oh,
loves
even
fishing,
better.
also
So it's not one of
loves
the-
So
music.
not only do you enjoy the beach, but the dogs do
Married,
too, I'm
got
sure.
7
No,
children.
I've got
And
you.
then
Good,
I
good.
got my daughter,
Are you
she
working
is,
now?
I'm trying to do it.
flying by the seat of her pants.
And you are
Oh, you are
responsible for
retired.
your own
Okay.
personal.
How long have you
28
been
years
retired?
old, never been married,
Right.
don't have any children,
Now, Miss
and
Betsy,
Sorry?
that's probably a good
Paper
thing
close by?
considering
2 years,
Erica
okay, very good.
Okay,
What
great.
was
the
your,
one
So I want
who
to
knows
try to
him
what did you do
everywhere.
before you retired? What was your?
He is a successful musician, unlike his other brother, his other brother,
So are you enjoying your retirement?
across
Very important.
the country as well as overseas, and he's really
That's
popular.
right, that's
He's
right,
at
absolutely,
concerts,
I'm
he's
looking
at
forward to that
daycare,
myself, that is for sure. So what do you do in your free time? Do you travel? Do you have hobbies? What do you do with all that?
He's always making music, but we still don't see him on TV or hear him on the radio, whereas my youngest son, Everett,
No, you're going.
he
Isn't that
actually
crazy?
performs
COVID
in
has had a big impact on so
clubs,
many
bars,
people.
restaurants,
So I want to tell
hotels,
you a
all
little
over
bit about
Tampa and St.
How
Pete,
you can
Clearwater.
apply, and you can let me know.
Mhm. Yeah, true. Yeah, I don't,
So a lot of people don't.
yeah, sticking pretty close to home, but they say that, you know, for safety purposes, that's best. I think it's kind of funny, I'd love to cook it, even just a simple trip to the grocery store is a little unnerving these days, with having to wear a mask and people are a little standoffish when you, even when you're in the grocery store, right? Have you found that to be true in your neighborhood?
I've even had the honor of serving some of our disabled veterans.
Sometimes all it takes is just.
Oh.
Now, even if you don't fall into those.
Oh, you're shopping from
categories,
home, that's, I'm gonna have to check that out. Is it pretty easy?
I
Oh,
don't
good,
know,
good.
I used to do
That's a
something
good resource, I'm sure.
He's got
Oh, now, are you, married now?
Pay out within
week. hours.
You said, okay, you moved there because your husband's job. How long have you been married?
Now, would you list,
So
would
Ms.
you list
Betsy,
your
if we
oldest son?
qualify you
Oh,
today.
goodness, that's a good long time. Good for you. Goodness.
5 days
Um,
that we don't
You
have to
folks
put
don't
down.
seem to be able to stay together that long these days, so that's good.
I've been
For
doing
you.
this for a while and my.
Absolutely not.
What does your husband do? Is he working now or is he retired also?
Insurance agent, so she.
Now, remember, I
Oh, he's
said,
retired
don't
also.
work for the
Okay,
insurance.
very good.
And
How-
I'm
do you have children?
responsible
And my
and
role
very
is to find you
amicable,
the
so I know she'll make sure
Three children,
that
boys,
her
girls,
siblings are
both?
also
If we can
evenly
keep you
dispersed
qualified
for that
for benefits,
bracket
it'll be
as well.
secured for your family by
Okay.
applying for them
Well,
over the
that's
top.
What are their
really
names?
nice to know,
In
okay? And, you know, I can see
Okay.
why getting
Awesome.
finally spent protection.
I'm sorry, Alex, Taylor, and what?
You. I certainly love
As a
my
state
Oh,
kids.
licensed agent, it's my
And making sure
responsibility.
that they're
Have you got any grandkids yet? You seem kind of young, so I don't
And it's
know.
amazing. I feel like I know a lot about
Oh,
it.
goodness, really? How fun is that?
And of course, the best price available in Florida.
So much
And you
fun,
can be
so
turned
much
down
fun.
before.
Now, I can't see like any violence against women is an important decision.
You haven't.
I certainly love my
And how
family and
many
making sure they're protected is very important to me too.
One, yes, they
We've
are.
had a few minutes to get to know each other. I feel like I
Trust
know
me, I can always
just
change
because
it.
if we can get you for you are stuck with me for
So
life
how
till
long
death
you
do
were
us part, okay? Okay,
They're
good.
headache.
You're
How about the state of
Yeah, you know, they're in there helping and guiding the next generation.
As you probably know, taking medical examinations is one of the best ones and the lowest rates. Because these are special state regulated programs in Florida, one of the best parts is that there are no physical medical exams required. Like it has master training. I just have a few basic health questions to really see if you qualify. The first set were knockout questions. These will be determined. These will determine the cost and levels of benefits you may be eligible for, to really see if we can get you approved and who we can get you approved.
I'm 51, I'd love to be retired, but unfortunately,
They do check our answers against what's called the Medical Information Bureau or the MIB. This is an insurance database that records any health questions you've ever answered, prescription history, if you've ever applied for coverage in the past, or if you've gone to the hospital. It is important that you get to these questions as early as possible, because the more information you have about your health, the more benefits I may be able to get you qualified. Okay, so let's get started here. Have you smoked any cigarettes in the past 12 months?
Because the more
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh, good for you.
the more benefits.
Well, you're right.
I can't smoke it. Ever my parents
I'm
were
here
Catholic.
to-
It started this way, I've never smoked one cigarette. I remember this. So that was awful.
You know what, that's amazing.
That was my eldest son. Now, in the past 2 years, have you been diagnosed or received treatment from a member of a medical profession or a
being
medical practitioner or been hospitalized or have a good First of all, myself, or been advised by a physician, commissioner, health facility, or a counselor to restrict the use of alcohol or drugs. Complications of diabetes such as diabetic coma, insulin shock, or having amputation due to complications of any disease.
What's your favorite so far?
No, ma'am.
Heart attack, angina, chest pain, congestive heart failure, cardiomyopathy, intervention, or had heart or circulatory.
It's been on for like 40 years, it's crazy.
Right?
In the past 3 years, have you been diagnosed or prescribed medication for internal cancer, including but not limited to malignant brain tumor, malignant
So you're married, Mom, how long have you been married to?
leukemia, or multiple myeloma?
Oh, well, you know, Bob, the marriage.
No.
I'm sorry?
Does that exclude me from anything?
Well, that's
I-
like, how many years?
Wow.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yes,
In the past 2 years, have you
More
been
than in my
arrested
bedroom, I can
for
see the
driving
bedroom.
or for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Kids, grandkids?
Yep,
Oh,
we got
okay.
2 kids.
Now, have you ever been diagnosed,
Just
treated, or
wanted to
prescribed
speak about that
medication
real quick, but
by a
yeah,
member
no,
of
none of that,
Boy,
I should eat her.
for the following? Parkinson's disease.
Have you ever
It's
decided
to include
to
or sickle cell anemia?
It was a big difference.
Cirrhosis of the
17,
partner,
so
stage A or
17,
stage
yeah.
B, chronic hepatitis, B or C.
Yes, 'cause it's kind of a
Kidney
Oh,
failure.
you know, he's a good kid.
He's gonna have a liver disorder or kidney
Chronic
failure.
obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, which includes
Boy, I was
emphysema,
in
like
the
heart
house.
disease or pulmonary disease.
I will. I said, you made it over it. You
Bipolar
made
disorder,
it.
schizophrenia, or been hospitalized in the past 2 years
What's the
for any
third
mental
one?
impairment.
Okay, moving along.
Well, he sure don't miss me.
But it has been hospitalized.
Now,
Uh-huh.
are there any other prescriptions you could prescribe in the
Well, I
past
ain't thinking
5
about
years,
that.
even if you've
Yes,
been thinking
sir.
about it?
My wife
Or
got
maybe
together
you're
and
on
told
the
me
same
that I
level.
had to do a barbecue.
Well, yes, I do.
I hear that a lot.
Okay.
I hear that.
Yes, you know what, I was kind of
It
bored.
was always fun. Thank you for that. You know, you know which medications you're taking or, or you grab
sorry.
those, you have
No, I'm not taking any medications unless you
You
want
know.
to count my goalie apple cider.
Even if they're slow,
I
it's still that much.
don't know about
Yeah,
the
it's a
prescription
key.
thing,
What are you
look
gonna
them up,
say?
so-
I mean, if you chose the bus, it's
Absolutely were.
Yeah,
Either way,
you don't have to
They
worry.
don't need other prescriptions to be prescribed in the last 5 years.
Yeah, okay, Ms. Maxon, now because these are special plans for the people in the state of Florida.
yeah, Brady from Patriots, not back to
To exceed the basic contributions of the need. You can apply for 100,000 or anything like that, we're not trying to make anybody rich.
All my stuff
These
is
plans
there.
are
And
designed
I
for
go by
your
the
family like really, so
and I go
they
by the
generally
license
prepare
and that's how
for
it is.
paying for your fund expenses.
Does
Have you
John
ever had to pay for it?
Thank you so much.
Johnny
You know, I know
does
that
not
this
have
question is
kids.
gonna be
He
coming
doesn't
in.
say he don't want
I
no
think
kids.
you have all the
I mean,
information I
who
need.
knows, he might
I'm
change
not
his
gonna
mind
give
for
you
his
any
mom.
say,
Later,
but
but
I
I do want at least one
Okay,
good try.
did
Because,
your
you know,
mom
I
have
mean,
some
you
type
know,
of a policy in place, or was it just
Yeah.
you two?
Okay.
You and
Okay, what's
All
that?
right.
Sometime soon.
If
Still living
you
in
don't
the
mind
beginning.
against me,
No, I can't.
Okay.
Okay,
It might
well,
be
you
Jack.
I'll try my
worry
best.
about
Maybe
that,
one day.
for your children, because
At
you're gonna
least,
take
you
care
know,
of them.
I really don't even want that many grandkids too, my own
Okay,
kids
perfect.
stuff.
Grief
They
and
got
is hard
like
enough without adequate financial burden on top of everything else.
Anyway, I mean, there are
Let me ask you, do you feel like it is your responsibility to cover your final expenses?
Well, I think you're a great mom.
Good, that says a lot about your character.
We can't look 300 down.
Now,
right now,
you
like
put
that.
names of.
We're not trying to make anyone rich. These plans are designed to give your family enough money so they don't have to bear the financial.
Are you
burden.
thinking
Your
your
final
oldest
arrangements. Have you ever?
son will be the
Certainly showing
beneficiary?
you love your family.
Yeah, I had to pay for my wife's funeral when she passed. Unfortunately, she got the cancer and it took her pretty quick.
Okay, so they'll share it
I'm
equally?
sorry, that can
Thank
sometimes
you.
sneak up
You're
on me.
welcome.
Okay, so I know they would try to figure out
You know, I-
if they
Um,
had to, but how do you think
Yeah,
they'll
they
feel
do have
if you
I feel like
don't
I know
have
the
share,
balance,
which includes, would that be a?
Which is good, because if I can
A
get you
disadvantage for them, or what do you think?
Going to the doctor.
So
the doctor kept telling them that all they had was just
Can you hear me okay?
bronchitis.
Kind of fade away.
And, you know, they were smokers, they smoked,
The background noise.
and they just,
So,
You're a fortunate
got
mom.
more.
Here's what I can tell you about this.
Okay, now have you given any thought as to whether you'd like to
As you
marry
know,
or cremate?
taking a medical exam is
Yeah.
usually mandatory, is the best plans of the whole
Large
race.
clots are becoming.
But
Sure, sure.
But when they finally
Is covering your final expenses your main objective today, or would you like to leave a little bit extra for your children?
They ended up having stage 4 lung cancer, and so.
But I do have
Just
just
amazing.
basic health questions to see if
Okay, very good.
you qualify.
You know,
The
people
first set of
get
questions were
stuff
not
done.
I would like to recap just to make sure I have everything in order. You
These
told
next set
me,
of questions
They
will
said, you know, I really don't
determine the cost
wanna
of
do
the
this,
benefits
you
you
know,
may be eligible for.
you just have in mind to cover the final expense and having something left over is.
I
Awesome.
generally make
big
sure.
priority.
Now, they do check our answers
So,
against what's
my
called a
experience
medical
as a
evaluation.
doctor,
If God forbid something happened to you today, would your children have $10,000 to $15,000 to pay for it?
Which is an insurance database that
That, you
records
know,
any
it
health
was
issues
considered
or
under the
cancer,
possibility of
prescription
stage 4
disability.
I'm
already.
sure my
Should
children
be
will.
verified.
What do you think they'd have to do to cover it?
Now, it's important that you
And
answer
so
these
very,
questions as
very
openly and
quickly,
honestly as
from the time she learned that she had only 4 months.
Oh, goodness.
And
I'm sure they wouldn't, maybe they wouldn't want to do that, I would want to have to go through this, that, and the other thing to try to, make up for that expense. I will tell you, I had a
And,
coworker, her mother passed away, and, very unexpected, she was very young, and of course the children didn't have any idea what to do, and they had to, she had to have a car wash. They had a car wash to raise money, and I will tell you, that made such a big impact on me, because I don't, that it would be so humiliating, so embarrassed to think that my family was having a car wash, and my grandchildren lined up on the sidewalk with signs, having a car wash, so, those things, I certainly don't want my children to go through that, and I know you don't. And I thank you for sharing these things with me today. It really shows what kind of person you are, that you're thinking about their children, so they will never be left in that difficult position of having to figure out how to.
Personally, I myself,
I'm gonna do everything I
so
can.
I definitely want to be married. I've already got a plot next to my wife. It's just a matter of when I go, he throws me in the ground with her.
I should have our coverage option. Let me give you some information
Right,
on the
that's where we
company.
get people
I
pay
really
for our
hope we can
stuff
get you approved.
for our, I want to say it was our 25th wedding anniversary. That's
The name of the company is Prosperity Life, and the product is called New Vista.
About
In my professional
4
opinion,
years
they're
ago.
the best when it comes
We
to
were married
process.
for a total of 6
They've been in business for
years.
over 100 years. They
Yeah.
have an
You guys
A+
are
rating
running
on
out
their
of
business
here.
insurance. And in
Yeah,
fact,
we have
with
insurance.
America's Best, maintaining that rating is not
So you know already the value
They're
of
outstanding.
and,
I truly believe this is the number one fund insurance product.
Right, like I still have to have policies and,
I'll be
the one
honest
thing
though,
I know from my
it's not
daughter is
easy
you
to
never
get
can have
approved,
too much
but my
insurance,
feeling
she's an insurance agent.
if
so
we
that's
get
the one
approved,
thing I
there will
learned
be
from
a
her.
few
So
amazing features that come along with this
Not
product
like,
that I believe has
you know, I can't afford anything, my house is paid for, I have a well, so I
And I know
don't
you
have
have
a
a
water
payment
bill,
bill,
I
so
can
you
all
go ahead and
septic,
jump into
and
that.
the only thing I pay for is gas for my boat,
Now,
gas for
I
my
mentioned this one,
motorcycle.
but it's for
And,
saying, yeah, so
keep
this
my
down,
lights on,
it's
and
permanent,
since it's
your
just
whole life.
bills barely
Insurance.
even
This
$60 a month.
policy will stay with you for your whole life and can never be canceled on you
more
due to age or illness.
Now,
Once you act,
One
you're
of the
nice
things,
covered.
you know what you
I know
mean,
you
you
agree
can
with
Oh, absolutely, I wanna make sure our children don't have to worry about anything, heck,
You
you
do
know,
not.
I
The second
I
major
want them to
benefit
make
is
some
that
basket and bury me
if
in my own
approved,
yard.
the
Every
cost
day
of
you
this
gotta pay for
policy will
something.
never be
Wow,
less
you
than
know,
it is today.
really a strong
If we get you
person,
approved,
not
take
like
action.
rapid
Price of
pages.
this coverage.
Absolutely, if I could, I'd tell them to just throw me
Many
in a
people
heli
don't realize that all of the
slow me
plans
down,
advertised on
and
TV,
yeah,
the
just
mayor,
throw
or
me right on
sometimes
in the
even
hole.
from the
That way you
mayor,
don't
hidden
just spend
insurance,
$20
where
and
rates go up
they
after
can
a
keep
few
it all.
years.
They certainly
Maybe
will.
the rates stay in
Wow.
place,
You are
and the
a very
policy
active
that
person.
is
Did you apply that
even
when you were
worse.
practicing?
Some have it where if your
That's
customer
Actually, I
has the
did.
age of
My thing
75,
is,
the
Western
company
medicine
will
is
drop
good
your
for
coverage
diagnostics,
altogether.
however, all we
I
do
don't know
is
about
mimic
you.
what nature does naturally.
I
Like
see
synthetic
something
details
from
cause people to
to make
have
sure
more
that policy is
illness
had and my
issues.
family
Now, I
actually.
can tell you
I'm
how
sure you
many
would be the first
pharmaceutical
to
sales
know,
that's
right?
why I turned away because they come in, they want to leave you all
The
these
third
samples
major
and
benefit
tell
of
you
this
to
plan,
give it to
and
the
you can write this
patients
down.
and
Bills
well,
are
I
so
did that
so
way
many.
and you write that prescription, if that patient goes
Yeah,
and
it
they
always will
cash
be.
that
You pay your
prescription,
premiums.
it's
Yeah, I don't know.
so much people don't find out, and so I'll give you some detail
Should you
here.
ever find
When
yourself
you
in
get
an
your
emergency,
prescription,
and
it's
you
nothing
can
but
find
a
out that
single
you'll be
fat
able to
check.
borrow against that
You gotta
cash
pay for
value
that
that's
money
built up.
out
So
of
we
your
wanna
pocket,
definitely
you
don't
get that
recommend doing
nonsense
this, of
price
course.
as soon as that
It's
pharmacist
just
enters that
a little
prescription
extra
in the
peace of
system
mind
and it
to
says
know
my
it's
name
there.
or whatever
You
doctor's
absolutely
name,
need it.
that
Okay,
pharmaceutical
makes
company
sense.
cuts us a big old fat
I
check.
have all the
Okay,
information I
Yes.
need now.
So
So
Remember,
that's
I
why
would
you have
promise
so
you
many
information.
doctors with all types of samples and they'll give you a whole goodie bag full of all types of
That can
samples
act as
and
a living
drugs
room.
and lotions and creams and
My
I don't
clients
even need it, probably don't even want, probably don't even need it or want it. And then,
But you're gonna
as soon
try
as
to
you
do it,
feel like
girl,
it really did
it's all
something to
right.
me, just because they put
Now,
it in
Miss
your
Betsy,
head,
because
see,
these
they
are
should give you the
supplements
placebo
that
effect.
we
We tell you that you feel bad and show you that
It's
you
not
have a good
indication
taste and it makes you feel good. because
And
it's the
it's
first
some way
thing
to
you do
justify.
because you trust
can't
it.
apply from her
If
phone.
you consider your policy is paid out to you
And
by
then
your
you pay for
child,
it and you
if
come
at
back
any
in
point you are
a
medically
week or two and you
diagnosed,
say, oh, I feel so much better. And then maybe 4 or 5 months down the road, now you got all these other prescriptions that you take because that first one you said made you feel so much better.
Isn't it doubles the face of your face,
Luckily,
face
I
value of
haven't
your
known.
policy if your death
But
happens
I
to
could
you.
only imagine if somebody
So
didn't
far,
have
so
money
good.
to, what the hell their kids gonna do with it in the backyard?
Now,
I
know
Like I said, it's definitely gonna be my eldest because out of all my children, I told that girl, even when she was a little girl, I'm so happy to have her because she's the best part of me that I could ever happen. And I mean, my daughter looks just like me and she acts just like me. Like, you
And
know,
again, these policies
I have
are
my
made
hobbies,
every
like I
48
said,
hours.
you know, I like my
I will
motorcycles and my
probably
old
be the
cars
first
and my
one
old boat
in
and,
Do you
when I
have
was
any questions?
much younger and my children were growing up, my daughter,
She'd
she'd be the one to come in the garage with me and I'd teach her how to operate the cherry picker and she helped
What
me take
feature do you
motors
see
and
as the biggest value in?
she
Something
helped me change her mom's brakes and my brakes and
Yeah,
she
and
thought
now
it
it's
was
like
fun.
around his friends.
I could never get down one of my sons to come out there. It was always my daughter. Anything I took an
Absolutely,
interest in,
yes.
she took an interest in.
Trying to do things. Probably will be the first one of your loved ones who will see us first. So helpful, you know, at one time. Now, if we can get you approved, is there anything at all we haven't covered that will stop you from locking in your policy today?
I'm glad to talk with you.
Okay, good. Now, really quick, I do want to give you my personal contact number, so you can reach me at any time. I know you have that pen and paper handy. My phone number is 888-515-1266. If I'm not calling a client, it will ring straight through to our account manager. I'll get a message and I'll call you as soon as I
John,
can.
Jack, about our original place for them, get over ahead of the time and research. I know that they were trying to figure out and have to.
So let me ask you, do you
Okay,
feel
my fingers are crossed here for us. I usually get the answer back on October by now, so I should be getting it. Some people have a paper
Oh,
handy.
that's all right.
If we do get approved, they typically give me 3 different coverages with the approval.
Oh, well, I know for a fact,
Hotel,
if anybody's
either
definitely
together,
gonna be that
and
elder
see
girl,
which
she's
one
gonna
suits
be
you
pissed
best.
off and as mad as.
No one
I'm
comes
sure
out,
it's
we
for
clear
some
some
Johnny
time about the
Boy
social those premiums like they did back in the day.
Well, you
And
better,
there's
you
no
should know that.
having
Those
policies.
trust me, I know it.
Like there used to be.
I know.
Oh,
that-
yeah.
I know that you have to try to figure out
Okay,
how to
now,
do it.
we did tell you that you are retired.
Keeps going up and up.
So,
First of all,
if we do follow the same schedule with the social security disability, then we premium won't come out until the day of
You're doing the
that
traditional.
will make sure you never have to worry about missing it or missing your coverage or your policy lapsing or none of that. Your benefits.
You know, maybe by your dog.
Get all premiums paid, your policy is good.
Actually, so I'm still here in Eustis, you know, on my land, my
It's
property.
good that you're doing what you're
And,
doing, and that you're taking
I
this
got one
step
daughter,
forward.
my eldest.
You know, it's not
She's
like
actually
it's good, but it's
over
also
in,
expensive to die.
Kissimmee.
Okay.
That's the
It
insurance
seems a little-
agent. And then my
Thinking
son,
I should have had the
well,
quote.
my
I
eldest
should
son,
be.
It's already
he's
bleeding.
over
You know?
in, Brooksville.
So, I mean.
And
we
then
have
I got
process
my
for
middle
And
it.
see,
daughter,
saying,
Erica.
congratulations.
The one, you know, I told you,
Johnny,
Jack
anything.
is happy she doesn't have any children.
Congratulatory amount, so I guess maybe we can go to.
Honestly, I can't say I don't know where she is because
So have you been given five?
one minute she could be at her brother's house in Brooksville, she could be at her sister's house in Kissimmee, or even at her little brother's house down in Tampa, or at a hotel, or staying with a friend, like, you know, that girl, she's, again, I told you, she's just flying by the seat of her pants for life.
I think that's a great.
It's always gonna be, this is the first time
Ah,
I've seen
sure.
you. Going through.
I have faith in her, you know,
Now,
the
it's
thing
covering your
is,
final
the more you
expenses.
try to push
It's
me,
my
to do
very-
something,
You want a little bit.
Probably
more
because
than
we
you
wish
push
the
back.
boys, because we're doing
So,
so.
I'm there for her, she needs me.
And
I
I know.
can give her advice, I can't tell her what to do, but they're all
Absolutely, I know you're coming
So when
from.
that day does come, I'm guessing, would it be, Johnny would be taking care of the final
There's
expenses,
a
or would
Want it to be very. And
Well, I
after
mean,
talking
Bob
to
is
you
older than
today,
me, so
I know that,
that's
you know,
important.
your final expenses is
But no,
not
I
your main
mean, we
objective.
could say
What you're
Bob.
actually wanting to do is
But
purchase
I agree
a
with Johnny.
Johnny has your loved ones, is that right?
Oh, absolutely. I want those children to have everything. They are my legacy. They'll be my living legacy when I'm no longer here.
Well,
You
let's
said-
make
I
sure
just
that we
wanted to
can
kind of
put
make sure I
that
have
in
everything in
order,
order.
Chris,
So
you
you
know.
told me you
when the
don't have
time
any
comes to
coverage.
handle
Maybe,
your
are you the one that needs to do the cooking?
Oh, no, I told you, that was not
And you
doing
wanted to
anything.
make sure
My
that-
daughter, she's
Oh,
the
that's
oldest, and she's the one responsible. No, that
Oh,
was
yes.
Wait.
Oh, dear God,
Okay.
that's something.
Where we are.
All right,
I'm the eldest, I'm the oldest, my
Okay,
brothers.
Miss Madison,
I'm just
when is
being
your
a dad.
birthday exactly?
oh, gosh, yeah, I understand, I knew you were being, you're being family.
That's all right.
All right, so Troy, you put in your hands of your daughter, Troy.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I put it
Okay.
into her hands. In fact,
How do you spell that? Yeah.
her name is T.O.I. Toy. T.O.I. She, her mama and I, we found out we were
So
pregnant
you-
when
you know
we were
what,
stationed
Miss
over
Betsy,
in we had
you're not
this
gonna be in
gal who
Johnny's
would
not gonna be
help
in
us
that
out
situation
quite a
that
bit.
we're talking
And
today.
she had a beautiful
And we're gonna
little
be
gal
sharing
herself,
together.
and that gal's name was Toy Danae.
And I wanted
So
to
that's
thank
what we
you
named
sincerely
our
for
little
sharing
gal,
these
and it
things with
simply
me.
means
Oh,
You
it's,
have such a
it's
big
hard.
heart.
I'm sorry.
It really shows.
And she is, she's beautiful, she's every bit of me, and also a spit cracker just like her mama
Of having to
was.
come up with
Well,
final expense.
what was the youngest one? I know we've got Chris, we've got Erica, we got Troy,
And then we got Edward,
Edward.
yes.
Now that.
I guess that's what
that
we're
is our nice
practicing, right?
one there.
You're gonna get answered there.
Oh,
We don't
I
there.
just wanna make sure I have
Hold the
everything
birthday
before
there.
you told me that you've got coverage already, but that you would like to add another policy to that, you know, that, you wanna make sure that,
There.
the toy
Hey,
isn't left having to pay
okay.
for the funeral
This is
herself.
hard to help.
So I'm thinking we're just going to,
Today. Now, yeah, I know you told me this, but I'm just gonna confirm it again, okay? Would
Okay.
they
So
have that
what
10 or
were you-
15,000
maybe
to
that's
lay
why
out
we
your
don't
funeral
know.
set?
If I know my children, I'm sure they got it, but I would never put them in the predicament where they need to spend their hard-earned money on their mirrors. I'm their father, and that's my
That's a good
responsibility
amount.
to take care of them, even if I ain't here. So I'm gonna take care of them by leaving money for them when I ain't here.
You know, that really does tell me more about your character, you know what I mean? Thank you. Thank you for sharing all this with me. You know, you have such a really big heart. It just comes through in everything that you say to me. And it really shows the kind of person that you are, that you're thinking ahead about those people that you love so much. That they will never be left in that difficult position of having to figure out how to live
now,
your
the
life.
approval just on my screen, it looks like we got you qualified for the top
I'm
tier,
going to do everything
which
that
is
I can
level.
to help you put some, you know, something in place. And.
And Madison, these premiums will never get any cheaper than they are right now, especially with all the additional benefits included.
Okay.
Now, remember, this is permanent whole life, it's price
All right,
locked,
sounds
and
good,
it builds
sounds
cash
good. I
back.
just
Make
hope
sure
I
you write these
qualify
things
for something,
down,
'cause you know,
and we'll
I'm
figure out
almost
what works
80 years
best
old.
for you.
Oh
Okay,
my
I'm just
gosh,
so
you don't
glad you were
sound
able
like
to
you're
get
80
approval
years old.
with
You
us
could
being
be 30.
okay, so
Thank you.
they gave us a
You're
high,
absolutely welcome.
Don't tell
a
my
medium,
daughters
and a
that,
low.
though, 'cause
I'll
they say
start
I'm
with
too
high, and we'll go from
flirtatious.
Oh, is that right?
Have you done it
Yeah.
before? So what I do to do.
Well, that's awesome. What kind of motorcycle do you have?
Well, I got me a Harley Davidson L700. I'm not sure if you know about it, but it's
I
that
was
one
thinking
that
she said
they
the
didn't
right
make
now.
very
This
many
is gonna
models
be
of,
the
and it's a
20,000
turquoise
for
color with the
77
white and the chrome
Yeah.
over.
I wish she was here.
Turquoise is one of
I'm
my
gonna have to
favorite
figure
colors.
out
If
how to
not
make
Don't say.
Favorite color. It
something
sure is.
higher.
It really
You're the
is.
second
Great
woman
if I
I've
could say
ever met in my
you're
life who says
And then I
that.
want a low
My
also, so I'm gonna
great
save this.
granddaughter Christina, I told you I
And
got
then we'll
custody
see.
of 5 of those children, and
Oh,
she loves turquoise.
That's
That's her
I know.
favorite color. She's only 11 years old. That's my little munchkin.
All right, I am going to do.
Oh, you don't, okay, and this is the first time for me,
We're
so
going to do,
I guess we'll work
it out
that
here.
together.
And you
Okay,
let me know, you know what you're thinking out there.
absolutely.
It, You did really well on answering the medical questions. So we will get you a policy. When you're 80 years old, we're going to do a policy for you.
Well, not yet, I got 2 years, cause you know, my birthday didn't
I suppose
come
we
up
could just
yet.
make it up.
I'm sure they 78, but I feel like I've got those extra 2 years already with these children. They just keep me
The first
so
one
busy.
You know
So
what?
20,000
It's absolutely
So,
been
now,
my pleasure
I
to
should have
talk
a
with you,
contract.
and the fact that
I'll
you're
call
80
back
years
any
old
second,
and
but
you
in the
already
meantime,
have
let me give you some
this
information
policy
on the company.
in
really
place
will see we
that you've had for
with.
several years.
Now, the name of the
makes me
company
feel
is
really good,
Prosperity Life.
because,
It's private, just
we,
in
you're
my
already
opinion,
80 years
that's
old,
not-
and we on these policies only go up
They've been in business for over
so
100
far
years,
on
and we have an A+.
Yeah.
Now
And
that
your
doubles
is
to 40,000
literally beyond the
in the
expiration
event of an
point.
accident.
Okay, but you know what?
And it's only
You
$77.
have
How
got,
does that sound?
sons and daughters in my house, and at 80 years old, you would probably have, some
I'll be
children
honest,
that
it's
would
not
be
easy to
nearing
get
the
approval with them,
age
but
of
my
50,
fingers are
correct?
crossed.
Right.
Well,
Now,
my
So,
oldest
I
year
suppose if you
there are,
said
she's
maybe
actually only 48, she'll be 49 on February
Now, real
2nd.
quick, I'm gonna
And
go
then
over
Maybe
Christopher,
I can change the
he
age of it.
just
So,
turned
and go ahead
41.
and
do that.
And Erica, she's 28, and then
Go
Edward,
ahead and write these
he's
numbers
only
down, okay?
26.
Now I've got all your
Awesome,
information.
Well,
Now, number
this,
one,
okay?
I know I've mentioned it before, but it's
Right
the same
now,
again.
That
This
gives
is
us
permanent full life
$133.
on
insurance.
my number,
This
and if you
means
don't
that the
mind, you know,
policy
I'll
is
give your
given
number.
for whole life.
And I
It's
would
not
say,
like a
So,
term
thinking
policy
maybe
where I
just
figured
a
it took
certain
time.
getting
20.
closer
I'll
to,
just put it there.
And
the
you
next
never
level
get cancelled
of,
on somebody's
your
age
daughter's
illness,
boy.
and once you
And
do
Okay, so
actually.
that's what I'm gonna keep in mind.
Now, I know you agree that's not how it works, right?
I'm gonna say the first approval amount
Oh,
is
the second
Benefit
benefit
is
all
price
kinds of
lock.
insurance.
And that
She's
doubles
got
to
70,000
70,000.
These
insurance.
policies,
And that's only
will never be less than it is today.
Absolutely, she's an
And
A.
if
So
we
that
can
would
meet
give
your
us the
best
second,
action, the pricing is for
People
people.
don't sell
which is
policies
pretty
for
much
their
what you
kids.
wanted,
Now, many people don't realize that a lot of the plans advertise on TV.
which doubles to
that come out of
40,000.
mail,
Go outside.
Sometimes
That should be about
our banks
78
And you're
have
only allowed to
features
sell some.
and then I can have.
where all the rates go up every 8 years, and the rates stay the
I
same,
really
and the
So
policy.
tell me,
Right,
which would you
right,
like,
you know,
your
Um,
children to receive when that
Sometimes,
time
do you have any
comes?
questions?
Check
about
for
this?
Live past the age of
Yeah,
75.
40,000?
So how many times are 78, not 80?
Well, I'll check for you.
No, I said I'm 78, but I
Yeah.
feel 80.
The 20.
I'll be
Oh,
79 on my next
good
birthday.
choice.
You'll be 79.
Yeah.
Give them the spots that you
No,
were-
because I know, well, according to
So
the
we
scenario,
have
he's supposed to be over age, but I'm liking this, so that's why I was making him
So you're
younger.
going to be younger.
Yeah.
I know for certain
Right.
positions.
Now,
Now, I wanted you to
that's
be able to do your, get through the
The third thing I
application
wanna tell you
since
about
you
is
have
the
it.
cash value. Now, this is, it's your money, it's gonna always will pay cash. When you have things like products, it's like a little savings account building over time.
Maybe.
And should you ever find yourself in a
Okay.
emergency, it's with cash, you'll be able to borrow against
Okay.
that. Now, I don't recommend
Okay.
What
that,
I see,
but
whenever I
it's
pull
just
this
a
up,
little
I can
piece
get
of
you
extra mind,
a level
knowing there's something
policy,
you have to really need, okay?
did you have a specific amount in mind?
And along with
Well,
all
it don't matter, I mean, I don't have reason, but that's my children's sake, time and money.
Oh, right, so let's get,
Now,
let's
my
get this
clients,
for you,
they
you know,
love
our
this because
policies,
it allows them
you know,
I know exactly what this
at
is.
35,000.
Which
So
is
I will get you a
really
policy for
and
35,000.
Oh,
And
okay.
then what we're happy with that, I'm gonna add some riders on that that's
And
going
not
to
to
make it
mention,
much
Fresh
more,
Money provides
much more cost.
Okay.
Make that policy harder for you. So what we're gonna do with
Which
that.
means
So
that
you are the
50% of
person
your
that
policy
this is what you're
is
selling,
right?
prior
And you
to
will
And what that
your
is,
death
is,
at
the
any
pay
time, if you're
rate.
medically diagnosed with a terminal illness.
Is there any
I can only get the
insurance or is the contract in
Yes.
force at
I
this
can get
time?
the accelerator.
You can get the accelerated. The
Wow.
accelerated benefit for
Send
you.
you
Hopefully I don't
one
need it.
application
That's
to
with,
page.
you
So you
know,
can follow along with the.
And there's also an accidental death
you
record,
know,
which
that
may
you
add a
could
few
I'll
dollars
text that
a
to
month
you.
for premium.
And
But with that policy,
Say
it
no
doubles the
for the
face
one.
value
Oh, okay.
of your policy if you're death.
But I don't have to, do
There's
I?
an accident,
No,
say
you
you're
do
in a
not
car
have to.
accident,
Okay.
You do not have
it
to.
doubles the.
But that is something
cost
there
of
for you.
Face value of the
Also,
policy.
you know, this is whole life and it means that it goes with you
And the last
forever.
thing.
By now,
Which
I
is
know
a
the
drawing
is
is
not
an asset for
just
you.
gonna have
It's
No,
not-
it goes all the way up to like 121.
Like I said.
Are
So-
you kidding me?
No, it's not gonna go away.
And I think.
So I can't outlive this, and just in case, you know, like my uncle and I live to be 104.
I'm here every week for
Absolutely,
anything.
congratulations on that.
Oh,
That's
And
great.
again,
It's
he's
a
not
good
gonna
thing.
be
Oh,
able to
yeah,
get
we got them living long over here.
The first.
Right, and the
level
next thing
I'm
about
sorry?
it that's really, really wonderful about this is that
Yes, your
Uh,
middle
you
initial,
have any
please.
questions
It doesn't go up.
before
It
you
doesn't go up, it doesn't
Thank
go
you.
down.
And the spelling of your last name, just to make sure.
Oh,
I
I
got it
really
correct.
think they did all.
Oh, really? I mean, I was just going back.
Right, I remember they said
Oh,
we did this
okay.
in my time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know, I
some
probably
do you-
made
banks
it
what
for your
will
features
send
license.
you, insurance policies and want you to sign up, But what happens
Oh,
is they
it's
have
like
different
what-
tiers of
that is
things.
the
So
same
like
here.
every,
But,
so in here, let's say every 5 years.
Is this
every
a good phone number for you if I call in the evening by chance? Is this the best number or is there a
But
better
some
number?
pages will be directly.
Okay, is there a good time of day to call if I have a question for you?
So if we can get you approved, is there anything at all,
Anytime.
reasonable cover that would stop you from wanting in your
Oh,
policy?
so this
No. No,
is just that,
Yeah,
it's
you go
really
skydiving,
excellent and it's
scuba
permanent,
diving today.
it'll stay with you.
What state do you live in?
It's probably good. Once you bank on this today,
so really quick, I do want to.
That is quite a stretch.
I know
Coming
it's
across
free,
country to
and
go
I
to
thought
it.
all of that is a valuable.
You still have that pen and paper?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes,
You know, and
great.
crop
So
walking
next
that
time,
are
the
you
number is 88.
If approved,
Five
the
one
cost of
five,
these policies will never be less than
Now,
it is
if I'm
today.
gonna call in another
If we
client,
can
that'll
get you approved, then you
to
take
the account
action. The
manager.
price of
And
this
this
is
is
where I should,
will never be increased.
Please have me have
And
those
you
three
know
seven
something,
at the
like
same
many
time,
people
because I
don't
know I'll
realize
ask for your
that a
height
lot
week
of the
before,
plans
so I don't
and,
have to
everybody
ask these
on
things
TV,
again, so.
So my fingers crossed for us, that you should get that
Sometimes
answer
about
back
those
for approval by now, so it should come at
and
any
some
moment.
of it,
We'll know
Keep
better
that
next
pen and
time.
paper close.
if you would bless.
All right.
some of it,
So
to
it's
realize
that way
that
good
They
to
go
typically
differently,
give you
you know,
three
like,
different coverage
go
amounts with
away.
the approval,
You don't
and
have
I
a
want
plan,
you
you
to
know,
write these down,
this
so we
week
can
to do
do
this.
this together and see
I don't
which
know
one
about
best
you,
serves you.
boy, but I don't want.
No
to
one
get
comes
you
out,
out
no one
because
comes
you're
out
gonna
between a
be
month and not
sure
gonna be
that
yours,
I'm
but
And my
freaking
family
like
actually
old
is
days.
I couldn't do this no more on that door with my money.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'm not that old.
Well, I remember when we used to come out
Is
to
it
the
a
door
bill
and
for
it's
You know, this is your
And
with
all
all
also
the
no credit checks.
and
so
as
it
you
used to be from the
premiums, the
issue
policy acts like a little savings account.
And we do follow the same schedule as social security
Should
disability.
you ever find yourself in an emergency situation,
So anyways,
and maybe
you
need a little cash,
can, you select
You'll
the
be able
date
to
between
borrow
now and
against
two,
the
so
tax
now
value
the
that's
premiums
built
will
up,
be
okay?
each month on the date we
Okay.
specify.
I
So,
already been doing it. Nice
Yeah,
work.
I
used
know
to
that,
go-
I
my
know,
clients used to
I
go the
didn't
first
know
or
that,
15th.
something my daughter
Well,
tells
you
me about
continue
all the
on.
time.
Probably
Everything like
Yeah.
that policy, but then policy itself just goes down and if you do that, then you're not gonna get what you're supposed to.
Okay, Miss Betsy.
That's absolutely right, it's just a little extra piece of mind,
Girl, looks
To
like you
know,
got approved.
it's there if you absolutely need it. That
So
makes
we
it
got
right.
you, we got you
Oh,
top
that definitely
qualified for the
makes
top
sense.
tier
And one of the
graded
things that I
program.
really like best about
And
this
I'm telling you,
team,
it's always
I
a
love
relief to
that
see
they
the
add
screen.
this feature to it.
As a
Along
new
with your
customer, I
policy
first and
information,
foremost,
Prosperity
wanna
will
make sure that
send
you
you
find
a
that
free
affordable
final
home
wishes.
is
It's kind of stuck on
Right
this,
now.
but I wanna
That
make
can
it
But
actually
you may
more.
not qualify for
This
these
is
plans
good
or rates
and
again,
excellent.
so if you were
Right.
to get sick or get hurt.
Praise God,
And
this
Miss
story
Betsy,
bundle
these
down
premiums
into
are
I
gonna be any
exactly
cheaper than they
what your
are right
final
now.
wishes are, which
Especially with
eliminates a lot of
additional
potential
benefits.
confusion, frustration
Remember, it's
at the time when we were
or like,
loved ones
it's
are
price
mourning.
locked and it
Because
goes
this training guide will actually.
So make sure you write these three options down and we'll figure out which works best for you.
In helping
Okay?
you to actually set it up
Great.
and to
I'm just so glad we were able to
everything
get you
and
approved.
stage it the way that you want to have
Okay,
it
So
happen.
it looks like this is a high, a middle, and a low.
And
So I'll
so-
start with the high and go from there.
Prosperity. That's the name of the
So-
company.
So the
Provides
first
a
amount
no
we have
additional monthly charge.
Is this a
Accelerated
screen that's telling you
$25,000
how it's being recorded
With this,
before?
50% of your policy
Because I'm saying that, I
is
just
out
wanna go to.
prior to death. If at any
And
point
that's gonna
you're
go
medically diagnosed with a terminal medical condition, and again, it's something that you do not want.
Now, the second amount we
So
approved
there
for
were spaces
is for
Okay.
$20,000
There's also
for
accidental
coverage,
death
which again will
driver,
double the $40,000,
comes with this usually.
which is only gonna
But
be
it is
350
a
some
feature that is afforded, you know,
And the
to
third
our
amount,
clients,
your
our friends
reward
that are
is
just a
15,000,
little bit younger than you are on that.
which
Uh,
was 30.
So that one is
And
not
that one,
what
you
not
know,
what
when
it
you
comes
see
with.
the 358.
Lastly,
So
and
tell me,
you know,
Miss
personally,
Miss
I
Betsy,
believe this
which
benefit
amount
is
would
super
you like
valuable.
Mr. Johnny to receive when that time comes? A check for
I'm your agent for
25,
life.
a check for 20,
Boy,
or a
I
check
told you, I
for
take a lot of pride and put a lot of passion.
What, do
into
you
serving
got
my
any
clients.
more than
And
that?
you'll have my direct
Sure.
contact information.
Because, you
I'm
know,
here for
I
anything
mean,
you ever need,
I'm just
at any time that you may
mine.
ever need it.
you know,
I
she's a
have
retired
given you
doctor.
my
I'm
name,
gonna do house
my producer
because
number,
it's
and
just
Never
my
like,
telephone
yeah,
number.
yeah.
I want you to know that anything that you need, you can always
hear
reach
you,
out
So
to
we
me.
got some
You
savings.
can leave me a message.
This is
You
actually
can leave
saving
me
my
a
money.
message.
My money, I put
And,
my money
and
down.
as soon as I have a free moment, you know, I will get back with you.
Maybe
I won't
because I
forget.
have my.
Okay, now these policies are paid out within 48 hours,
So.
and they are
some
supplied
reason
with
why
gas
I
money.
don't know
You
what
mentioned you had many policies.
The
But
highest?
this
Yeah,
is
that
enough
shouldn't
for
have done,
the
I don't
payout.
know what.
No, the
hopefully
high
you
got-
stop
I
it.
get
Of all things,
Right.
a phone number.
That's it, right, that's
I would
it.
almost think of taking any group, any
Now,
10-day check, you know.
Yeah, that's.
Any other
Why
questions
So
for
we
me?
can do 35,000
Comes
for
over, you know, I'm watching my screen,
123.
and I'm waiting to
Oh,
see that pop up. It usually doesn't take
$10,000 more.
but a few minutes. So I'm
City
just
Sherry's
waiting.
right.
I'll
Take
take
that.
it.
All right.
So we need to answer any questions that come to mind.
Go girl.
So we're gonna just go to driver's license.
Not off the top of his head, okay? All right. You know, it
Do I
seems
ask
like,
you if you have a driver's license?
you had a lot of
or
time to
just
think about
skip
this
over
and
that?
some experience dealing with it, you know?
Your call on that,
So,
you can ask about the driver
One
license, I usually
feature,
don't,
you
but
see
it
the
will
biggest
help
value
if there's
there.
any identification
if we get
issues.
you approved, you
They
know,
can ask
is
if
there
they have a
anything?
driver's license.
Yeah.
Stop
So that's
them
an
or-
excellent choice. I'm
Okay.
glad you decided to put up. I know
you
for certain that your
get
decision
more
is still
money.
gonna be a
Driver's
positive
license.
impact on Johnny when the
Absolutely,
time does
the
come.
price block
and
at
he
your
gets
age
it.
would be one of the
So
things
go ahead
that
and
I would
circle
have
the
to
Do
do.
you have a
35,000.
copy of it?
Um,
Should I
And I'll
give
just
you
need
You're not gonna
If
run
she
away.
has
with
it,
it.
I
Do you have a
don't
copy
know.
Not at all.
You're not gonna be training the lions or doing the highway flyer.
Or have it down, or shall we get it?
That's okay, all right. Really quick, you know,
Okay.
I do
So we're
want to
just
do our
gonna make up a
personal
number,
contact
it's
number so
gonna
that you
start
can reach me anytime.
with
You still have that
A,
pen and paper?
Of course I do.
and it's a Florida license.
My
right?
number again is 888.
Which I'm ready, I'm sure.
Let me know when you're ready.
I'm ready,
515
888-515.
1266. And again, like I told you, if I'm on the phone with another client that will go straight to our account manager, I'll get the message and call you the first moment that I become available.
All right.
Now,
Sounds
you know what? I'm waiting here and I'm watching my screen and I got my fingers crossed here for us. I usually get the answer back on approval by now, so it should come through any moment. Keep that pen and paper close, okay? If we get approved, typically,
Some of these things I'm assuming will pop in here, like you don't have to repeatedly ask for
and
me.
I want you
Will
to write
the
this down.
database
You'll have to put it in, but you won't have to keep asking to hear it, no, that's one of those things.
No,
you ask
no,
them,
no,
you
no
have
one
to
says
know.
that.
Oh,
It's like
okay,
they
so
did back in the old days. Nobody comes
this is
out
where
with
we're gonna be all
monthly,
chatty because.
knocking on your door to collect the premiums and there's also no credit check. Like there used to be for immediate programs, immediate issue programs like this. And you know, when it comes time to do the payments, you know, I just wanted to check with you on this. We follow the same schedule as Social Security Disability. That way the premiums won't come out until the day your
Sure,
benefits
it's
are
that
in your
point in
account.
time, I'll
To make sure
better,
that you never have to worry about
notes,
missing it and
but
losing
that's
coverage. Your
What was your last
policy
name?
lapsing, none of that. Your benefits, if your premium is paid and your policy is good, all right? Good. Now, we already talked, you know, you're all retired, you're not working or anything, and so, you know, I believe that I understand, you know, what your day-to-day is like, especially with the 5 grandkids that you have, they must
I was
really
gonna
keep you
read
busy.
over all these
You know what I
things.
mean? But I'm sure that I
they're.
am sure that they are really enjoying you.
Are
Are you paid like the first of the month or the third Wednesday? How does that work for you?
Automatic premium on your
Oh, okay, so you're not worried about that. That's good. You know why I just saw?
Oh goodness, what's going on?
I was starting to get really worried. Yes, congratulations, okay? The approval just hit my screen and you really got you qualified for the top tier program and you deserve that.
Sorry, I know,
Oh,
sorry,
I-
Oh, then I go to
get my coffee at,
Guy
and I'm usually
Chicken
running
Salad.
late for
Okay,
that
so
gal
I'm going
calls
to
me
switch
and I
to-
take her call.
It's gonna be across the
I
top
didn't
line.
want to
I'll
be
have all
rude,
these
because like I
tabs.
said, I
across
was
the
what I
top.
was doing on the internet.
You're gonna
but
save them to
I
your
do
favorites,
remember the
yes.
final
Okay.
expense thing, and I said,
So-
I would be interested in the quote, I just didn't know they were
I
gonna
don't
call me. So
see-
give driver's license.
To the right,
Oh, I'm
once I have
sorry,
this,
you know, I
hidden a little bit.
Yes, as quick
Oh,
as
it's
you
like
can,
over
that way you
here,
can
or
get some
there.
coffee, get back to sleep, get on with your day. It's always a relief to see that approval.
Well, same thing.
Have you ever thought about this?
I
never
do.
do.
Because it's gonna take you off of
First
screen
and foremost,
sharing.
and we find something that's affordable and comfortable for you right now.
Oh, no,
Because
no,
you
no. So
want
you
to
can,
offer these plans or rates
Out
every
of
month.
that, don't,
And
okay,
if you were to
do
get
a new tab
sick
for the
or
diet.
deferred or something, you know,
Yes,
you
no,
would, these premiums will never get
No.
cheaper
Because it's
than they
taking
are
off
right
the,
now. Especially with all the additional benefits included. Remember, this is permanent whole life, it's price
Oh,
locked,
there we go.
and it goes cash
Yeah.
out.
Trying to
Make
do it in
sure
the
you
same
write
screen
these
that
three
I was
options
opening.
down and we'll figure out what works best from here. I'm so glad that we were able to get you
This
approved
is
with
a
prosperity.
prosperity.
Whew.
So,
Oh, so they gave us a high, a middle, and a low. You know, I'm gonna start with
so we'll just make up a
35,000
round
high.
number.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, and it's like my
That is
numbers,
going to
right?
be $235
Hey, yeah, you put everything
a month.
in there.
Okay, and then
All
12 is
right,
the account number.
and, you know,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
could drop that down a
Where you
little
guys,
bit if you want
when
to.
you're
But how does that sound to you?
That's
See
how
what
I
it thinks
just
about
thought
that.
Yeah,
Kind
kind
There it is. I guess we weren't the first to think that up.
I don't have a water bill, all I do is
Yeah,
make
that-
my
that
bill.
was
And
Mine
this is
too.
what I
You
have.
write it down a little bit so you can get to this part of this.
Yeah, 'cause they,
You know, I
by
get
the
the
end
feeling
of
it's
the
gonna
year,
take a little bit.
this is fine. I don't have any bills.
And
That's
tomorrow.
awesome, you know what I mean? That means that, your daughter, will, receive a check.
Have you
For
been
Um,
to
you
Earth
guys
United?
see how to use the diver, but it's pretty straightforward, so tomorrow you guys.
I haven't taken Earth United, so that would just be a mixture of us for all
For
of us.
that. What's your middle
Okay,
initial?
awesome. Is it-
All right,
So,
thank you for that, you know,
so
that
we're
is
giving
the
them
average
one.
choice,
Okay.
okay?
It's now your
I'm
turn.
certain that your decision is really gonna have a positive impact, you know, on
After
your
lunch.
children and on your grandchildren,
So-
okay? And
Awesome.
you know,
Well, it has been a pleasure,
Cash-
sweetheart. Let me tell you, how long have you been a licensed agent?
Go
Recent,
ahead
or
and
I
start
think
with
you and
that
I are
one, you know,
just getting
your
there.
first one there.
You said
I
yes or no.
I did your information.
Are you licensed
Because
now, or are
we're
you
licensed,
taking
you know,
your
I'm so
test?
happy that we got approved with Prosperity, okay?
Yes.
I'm testing
you know,
tomorrow.
I'll tell you what,
Funds transfer.
I know,
I need
thanks.
to get
I'm super
further
excited.
information.
I've been doing the whole
on
capital
it, and,
thing.
uh,
I was
It's
studying
not
it
always
online, and it's been
available.
really pretty helpful. Did
Yeah.
you?
You don't need a hardship.
Yes.
We got your middle initial,
Oh.
and so we're good enough, we're going in there, you know what I mean, so, okay.
Uh-huh.
We will be taking it out.
Yeah,
What day
Kaplan
of the
was
month
really,
you want
really
it
good.
taken out.
I did
Yeah,
the,
well, I ain't got the problem.
Sunday morning, bright and early, I did the.
Okay, let's go ahead and get that,
The last
taken
one,
care
and I
of
got an
today.
80,
Yeah.
so
$30.
feeling pretty confident. But I'm still doing the testing out every morning, and just going through the chapter quizzes at the end.
That's a good change.
How do you
You
feel?
Now that you have a
I
copy,
do, I like you.
before you
got
work,
great
send it to
ministry
me, copy it as
Okay,
is.
sweetie,
Now,
well, I'll
this
let
is
you
going to
go.
show up, are
Or
we
it's
going,
in
are
your
we going to
email,
pay the first
or
premium
you're
today,
putting
are
it
we
in a text
pulling that
message,
from
you
the
just
checking or
delete
savings
the
account?
last two.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
from
on
my
this
checking account, that's where all my
Alright,
deposits are.
So are we going to switch after lunch?
And
Is
then
what
I have.
You guys do the one down too?
Oh,
Yeah,
did we
how
do the
you
warm
know I
down?
do investing? You know my grandson, he's real smart. He
So,
told me about
did we do the
something
warm
called,
down?
Where's no, you did not.
We did the,
Did you do the underwriting crap?
no, I don't, we haven't, neither her nor I have done
And I do stocks and those.
gone through
And,
underwriting, so.
So just do the underwriting prep. Do the underwriting prep, my
over
eight.
there in
Monday
Riverland
night.
or Mont
Okay.
Beach. in
So we're gonna
Daytona
go
area.
ahead with
He's
the
a
underwriting
college
part,
student.
and then,
But yeah,
oh,
he put those apps on my
okay, so
phone.
continuing on, Ms. Madison.
He told me I'm lucky
Yep.
because when
The
I
very
did
last
tell
thing
him,
we need to do
Rob
is
said
make a
when
call
they
over
gave
to
me my
the
free
underwriting
stock and I got
department for confirmation. Now,
That's
when
great.
we
Your
call over the
9-year-old
told I'm going to start by providing them with some
Oh, yeah,
verification.
boys
And some other
Boys are
data.
very good moms. That's
Underwriter
her
will
mom.
then ask to
That
speak with
boy
you.
is
They will
about
read the
as bright as
disclosure
his mom.
recording
Now,
first
you
quickly
put
and
that
get
Robert
your
and-
authorization.
Not smart.
Now, they will
No,
ask
this is
if you
going to
received a
show
blank
up on
application
your account
link
as a
form
charge,
from your agent,
fund.
and you
That's
did,
the
you
Align
sent that
USA
to me
Life
earlier.
Insurance, which is the parent company.
That's
of
what I
our
sent
series.
over.
Okay, just so
They
you know,
don't
we
need you to do anything with it, they just need to
And
verify
just
that you
use
have
slash
received
Now, I
it.
wanna pay
So
for
if you
it
say you
because
haven't
I want
received the
to
link,
get
they
it
read
after
all the
today,
disclosure to you one by
but
one.
Can I set it
Adding
up for the
10 or
first
15
month?
minutes.
How
I'm
they gonna look at it?
pretty sure you'd rather
Right.
look at
You
your
can
phone
Right.
and save those 10
Because I know
minutes
you
of,
guys in the
right?
insurance industry, you gotta
Okay,
get your
perfect.
commissions.
Then the underwriter is going to reconfirm your answers to medical questions. They're probably gonna sound very long and a little boring, just like you've been with me throughout the entire call, be honest, of course, with all the answer with us, or no, yes or no.
Oh, I have
There's
that.
no reason to supply any extra information. Yeses and nos are perfect for this last portion. No extra stories or elaboration is needed. When we went through them, you had
Yeah, oh, do a true route.
That's the non-shady routing number.
pretty quick process. It is very important that you keep your answers the same as the ones you gave me when we went. Makes sense?
What is the
Okay.
account number?
Now that one is
If they have any additional questions about medications that come up or what they have been prescribed for, a simple yes or no is fine for those responses as well.
You had that
The key
interrupt,
thing
and
is,
that's
don't
exactly what I
elaborate,
was
just
saying.
clean responses for
Zero
you.
six.
Okay?
That's awesome.
3-1.
Thank you so much.
Okay, very
good.
It does take a couple of minutes to complete, then
Everything
you're permanently
is,
covered,
as
and
it
you
should
can
be.
literally run to your friends
Coming up.
that you have the best non-expense coverage there has ever been.
If you don't mind.
Or don't, we don't want them coming after you for your policy, right? That's just for you. And do me a favor when they're done, don't hang up, okay? Please stay on the line with me, so I can make sure you have all the
Great job, but I
information
just
that is
had to
needed.
confirm it
I'll
in the
ask
second
any
one,
last
sir.
minute questions
That's
you might have,
wonderful.
okay? I just want to
And
be sure you have everything you need
now,
before you hang up,
I'm
okay?
going to need also, if you don't mind,
Okay,
full
I'm
legal
calling
name
over to
of
them now.
your beneficiary or
Well,
first beneficiary can
congratulations,
actually add
you did a
contingent
great job,
beneficiary if
and
you'd
you are
like to.
covered as of now. I know putting this coverage in
Relationship
place
to
is
you
going to
and
be a
the
huge
of the
weight
person,
off your
you know,
shoulders.
that
I'm
you are,
always here if you need anything, so keep my number handy if you ever have questions.
I do need
I'm
help
going to
now.
have a little packet sent out to you today with a little recap of everything in your policy. And you should have that information for meetings.
Last name
Policy will
Harris.
arrive in about 2
And,
weeks after the initial premium is paid.
You know,
I'll have all the contact information for validation that packet too. So if you have any questions, need anything else you need, okay?
Make the second.
Right?
Are you retired?
Well, with the insurance company, if it is. So I'll give you,
Story
if you need to make any changes in your payment, we need 72,100. Otherwise, the change your payment to go into the fax. Okay,
And
so
in
you
the
should
event that, you know, for some reason she's not there,
She was
you
very.
would want the 100%.
Now, how do you feel about the decision when it
Yes,
makes?
because I know her too.
Took her home, knew she was coming out.
Good. I'm so glad I could help you with this.
So she was always very.
You've obtained
very,
extremely
very
valuable
together.
coverage today
Yeah.
that not everyone is approved for,
Right now,
and
my
Prosperity is
person's
making a
Actually,
commitment to you.
And
A commitment to have your funds to your family when you retire. I know you're making a commitment and a sacrifice too.
You know,
I got a commitment to pay the premiums every single month. Write this down so you'll recall how to show up as a monthly charge.
And
You may
was actually getting
Account number SBLI
questions.
So she was like, she had coverage and it wasn't.
That's important information to remember.
Doctor and realized.
Yes, no.
be
completely
aware.
honest.
I don't want to send this
very
policy
good.
out to you, unless you
Alright.
commit it to me, you're
Every
committing
month.
every single month. Now,
Yes,
can
for
you
March.
make that sacrifice for your family?
You have
That would be
coverage, loss
perfect.
coverage,
Yes,
and no,
my,
she cannot do it.
Because this
level
is your
coverage.
life insurance
Number
policy,
is-
you're committing to make these payments, so your family won't have to suffer
Yes.
financially.
Okay, and that is,
I know you said you
thank you so much, and you are here.
struggle with.
Or I
financial
also
burden,
add
so this is
in-house
why this would be
premium
Karen,
that she
fantastic.
wouldn't been able
and,
to
I'm going
receive.
Medicine, you can find
While
the
she's
same.
working now, so
And
she's
I'll
too
be
much
right
to
back.
sell. It's either big
If you do
enough
receive
like
anything in the
she's
mail
doing
or
Oh,
something,
okay,
life
yes,
insurance,
instruction, just like
or
you
not
call,
have
okay,
any.
remember to
Like,
ask
doing
us
stuff,
underwriting
she's
department.
retired, now
When,
she's
when
I'm
we
so glad we got a
over
good
here,
prosperity.
I
We've
go
got
start
something that
writing
you can
some
manage.
of my cooking filter.
Fix that, change that, tune that,
No,
something
medicine,
along those
make sure
lines,
you
but
make a copy
more
of your
so just
policy.
maybe
If
we'll
you
have
can,
just one
you let
lifestyle,
them know
but
this,
we're
it has an accidental death benefit. It's price line,
Always well,
permanent
but
full
we
life,
have
with the accelerated death
at a
benefits.
time when she was
And
very.
So what I
affordable.
do right now is I'm actually
These are
getting
major benefits.
on my cell
Sure,
phone
you
is
can
off.
get coverage.
And what you're going to see.
And it's okay to have no free friend too, okay?
Okay. And you're gonna hear the ding for it, you don't even.
If they
have
want to talk to me, feel free to give them my number,
You
I
know,
would
did you
love
get
that,
that?
maybe I can help their
Did
feelings
you
too.
receive it? Because it does, contain some,
Very good.
disclaimers, you know what I mean, that insurance wants you to
Okay,
see.
if you have friends or family looking for
They don't
finance
need you to do
funds,
anything with
they
it, they
give my
just need you to
information
verify
to
that you
them, the
received
biggest
it.
compliment
And
I
if you
get
say
are
you haven't
referrals.
received
Now,
they'll
Madison, I wanna make
all
sure you
the
don't have any
disclosures
questions
you
or
want. I
concerns.
want to add it up.
Okay, I have this
Call.
on.
And I'm pretty
I
sure.
typed it in.
I need my
It's over
copy.
your
It's
own.
only just ready now.
Now,
Okay, because I need an extra
I'm
10.
fine
So
with
I
it,
don't
you're
know.
sure, maybe choose a premium that you can maintain on
You
that.
can write it on your reconfirm your.
Okay, good. I always like to double check, so like that my clients understand that set aside from power, rent, mortgage, utility bills, your life insurance. I gotta worry about this, it's just
I'll
that.
answer only
So make sure you run your payments
yes
down
or
on your
no.
account, so you're.
Alright. There is no reason to supply extra information.
Oh,
Yes
very
or no,
good, I'm just so happy, I can help you, I think we're
Yeah.
gonna enjoy the rest of your day, okay?
And when we went through them,
Thank you, sweetie.
you had all no answers to your questions. So, you know, it should be easy to remember. It's very important that you keep your answers the same as the one we gave you when we ran through them. Make sense?
Close that.
Good. If we have any additional questions about medications that might possibly come up, or what they've been prescribed for, a simple yes or no is fine for those responses as well. The key thing to remember is don't.
And if they said they wanted to leave extra coverage of,
They,
you know, I'd say.
they just need to, clean responses or reporting, okay? All righty, I appreciate
And
that
even
very
if
much.
it's not a lot, even just.
And it only takes a couple minutes to complete, and then you're permanently covered. And you could literally brag to your friends, you have the best foundation coverage for
Oh, no, I ain't
everything.
gonna tell my friends, they might push me off the boat while I'm fishing, they probably
Both of
won't.
those two.
All right then, then we'll keep it between us, all right? And do me a favor, you know, when underwriting is finished with you, okay, when you're done, please don't hang up, okay, stay on the line with me. So that I can make sure that you have all the information you need, you know. I'll answer any last questions that you may have. You may have thought of something. I just want to be there to help you, okay? I want to make sure you have everything that you need before we hang up. Okay, I'm dialing them right now. So
Social
they'll be
security.
coming on the line and I'll be introducing you, okay?
Is it?
Hi, Marge. How are you
Social
doing
security
today?
based on your birthday, right?
Good, good. Just hand
Yeah,
over
even
it.
if it's just a little
guide
something, I
you
might not be
sure.
able to do
And
my
I've
trip,
got Troy
but
on
even
the
just to
line
say
here.
that
The reference
that
number today
more
is
meaningful than really
4322.
helpful sometimes, depending on how
okay.
little
All
work
right,
it
yes,
is.
and my national
I'm very
producer
sick
number
of
is
I
blah, 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 blah,
enjoy
blah. All right, congratulations,
Right.
Troy. I'm going to turn you over to Marge.
And I don't think I would,
We're all finished. You're done. You answered. Great job, Troy. You are covered as of now. I know putting this coverage in place is going
And
to
you
be
can also add
hugely
or
on
finish
your
up with
shoulders.
that, so that's
Right?
why I'm doing this week so much.
And you know what, Troy, the next thing?
Some people like you.
I'm always here for
place for
anything
their loved
you
ones.
need, okay?
Maybe
You've got my
means
number,
a
you've
lot
got my
to me,
information.
but that says a lot about you,
I'm
something
going
just
to
to
have a
bring it back
welcome
to
packet sent out to you
certain
today
decisions.
with a little recap of everything in your policy. Now, that should be to you in the next 3 to 4 days. You want to write that down? Okay. Now the actual policy itself will arrive in about 2 weeks. after your federal premium is paid today.
We can
I have
record
all the
supplementals for
information
gas.
in that package too. And if you have any questions or need anything at all, just give me a call. Call the insurance company, you know, because it can be some time consuming. And I can usually get whatever insurance or adjustment that you need done. That's quicker, so that's why I give you my number.
That
So I don't
situation,
forget
that
about
story,
children's names and
All of your payments.
So last role play,
Immediately,
like,
72 hours,
they
that's
they
3
were-
days.
yeah,
I
I
had
just
to
did
say
stuff like
that.
that.
so expound on that,
Otherwise,
and
the
then
change might not go
don't
into
do
I would ask
effect
anything
until
that
the
in
time frame
place
we
where,
were
oh my
hoping
God,
for, right?
there
You understand, 3 days.
It wasn't much,
Um,
it was nice
How
to
do you
know
feel
that I
about
didn't
the
have to
decisions you made today?
stress about certain things, but
Protecting your
because
daughter.
that is a story that actually happened and it was
Children and
Well,
grandchildren.
it's for everybody, but I just know that she's the one who will definitely
Maybe a
make sure
family
everybody's
member,
taken
and
care of, because it's
it's
just
just a
what she
little
does.
something, or something along those lines, so it's not
Absolutely,
like,
those
oh,
sound
what?
like wonderful.
You got
people.
bills, and you don't have to go to work, if you have a little something left over, something to where
Your
you're
kid
like,
seems
We're
extremely
not the
valuable
application
coverage
reports,
today.
it's the first
That
time.
not everyone is approved for, and Prosperity is making a commitment to you.
Take a look.
A commitment to have your funds to Troy when the time.
But then eventually, when we
I
have
know
these
you're
screens, I'm
making a
thinking, if I've
commitment
already got this
sacrifice.
information, in the
A
beginning, by
commitment
the
to
time
pay
we
your
go to the
premiums
application.
every single month. Write this down so
Right.
you will use it. It will show up as a monthly charge on your name,
Right.
parent name, or
Right,
parent.
sure.
So number seven,
So
that's literally.
Now you just write that down. That's good. You know, I don't know what it's called, get out, but you're committed to pay your premium every single month. Can you make
Have
that
it down,
down for
but yes.
Well, yeah, I kind of have it.
All right, moving forward. Great, because
Cut back
this is
expenses.
your
I can
life
even say,
insurance
you can go
policy,
to it
you need to make these payments so that Toy
while I was
and the
a student.
grandkids won't have to suffer possibly financially when you're gone. I know that you said that, you know, you don't want them to have to suffer and use your funds, you know, and that you're providing all the funds that they
Of course
should,
we'll
you
cover
know.
it.
Either,
It's
and all of
not
that,
good.
yeah,
Sad time,
and
okay?
just say, you know,
And,
everything
You know, you
going
can
on.
finally say
It's
today
not
that the
correct.
shock
This
of
is
it
very
is
important.
done.
There's something
And if
for
you
the
do
power
receive
of
any
policy
email,
and
receive
policy
anything
and
on
everything.
TV that sparks your
You
interest,
never
give
know,
me a call.
and I know
Remember,
that from seeing it
I was
firsthand,
serious
so
when I
I know
told you.
that I
So
have
that's
to.
who that's for.
So now you're saying it, you're responsible, I can tell them all these things, putting it on you and making them think about it, so.
Ah, that's all right, I can handle
I'm so
it.
glad that.
I'm so glad you
understand
approved
the
your
importance of
You
getting
found
coverage
something
and how and why you're able to. They're saying, you know,
Okay,
some
go.
questions, or, you
Oh,
know, why
make
you're able
sure
to still
you
say
make
these
a
things,
copy
or
of
why
your
you can
policy.
still, well,
to
whatever
your
it is
child,
that you want to be
because,
relative
she
to.
needs to have
This is
it.
what I
Oh,
did,
she's
you're
gonna
at
have
now,
it
that's so
immediately, that gal
wonderful, we are
checks
the
off
same,
the
we
mail,
are a
she
team,
takes and
we are
does
cool,
everything,
we are
like,
smart, move into
trust me,
whatever
I won't even
next
have a
session
copy,
of mine.
she'll have my copy too.
All right, I'm counting on that, you know, because we both want to make sure that, you know, everything is where it's supposed to be for you. You can let them know that this has, you know, it's price lock, permanent whole life,
That's
or it
right.
can be accelerated, yet benefit should you ever want to use it. And this will be the first money that your family receives, because you had other policies, but this will phase out,
Depending on how the conversation
48-hour
I
payout.
think that's where
So
the
you can
word
know that there's money in your
screen
policy,
comes in, so
these are major benefits, and I want to make sure that you tell them how great this policy is. It's okay to let them know that you made a
Yeah,
good
we'll be late on that.
No,
No, I have $3 in the world to me, I want
I
somebody to be able
also
to take
would
care
like
of them. I
you to
want
give them
to
my number too.
But
you know,
even if we're,
if they ever want to call me and they have
Well, then I
questions,
wouldn't say that, I would just be
I'm also
really,
here for
but if it
them.
was a
I
maybe
don't
four.
have a policy right now, but if they have any questions or anything that can help you,
Or your guy.
Yeah, I could bring my
and if
phone
you have
down.
any friends or family, you
Oh,
know,
really?
or,
Oh, wow.
you know, looking for policies, feel free to ask my
They're not even mine, but I feel that.
That
I
really
protect
is
them
one of
and-
the
Cause my nieces are really well, and I don't want the story
I
that
love
I say
those.
is, I wait for
You
my
know,
nieces to
Leslie,
feel like
I
they
want
have
to make sure
to
that
take
you
care
know
of me.
It's
Not
just
have
safe
something
times
to
and
say,
fun.
they are
Yeah.
just because
Is there any?
Right now, the 9-year-old, she's already like, Auntie, when you get big, if you don't have no kids, I'm taking care of you. So you don't have to go to
Awesome
sister
talking to
living.
you.
Oh, I know.
And, you know,
Grandmother.
Toy is in the
you're
sister
sure
living.
that,
She
we
told
were
my
able
What's
to.
your
mom,
weather
she
like
was
up
like,
there?
"Oh, you
Main
did a good
thing,
job, so I
every
can
month,
watch you,
right?
you don't have to go into sister living."
All right, you know, I always like
But
to
she
double
was
check
like,
on
she was
that.
like,
Oh, how
"She
nice.
was like, Auntie, I'm
Yeah.
taking care of you. I don't have to do sister living either. So
You're
even
allowed
using
to
that,
know what
you
it's
don't
Excellent.
wanna leave
Just
your
like
birth
that.
order of your
Make
financial
sure
if
that
I'm
you
in
write
Christmas
down
stories,
your
I have
family
to cover
members,
kids
like
like
breakfast at 2:30.
Snow
Today,
City's
I
arms
just
are
can only imagine having kids
That was
and
me.
I'm
I'm glad
set
that
on
something's
them.
done
I
for
see
you
why for
and,
you.
besides running down to Starbucks to grab
Oh,
some
yeah.
coffee.
Oh, wow.
What else are you gonna be doing today?
Fine.
Well, you know, I was on actually, ride the motorcycle.
It's kind of
Yes.
living
Yes.
in Florida. I haven't
Take the boat
oh,
out for years since
the
fishing.
marriage thing,
And,
20 years, so.
it's hump day.
January.
And I like to spend my Wednesday on the shore, you know. Right.
If they're
Not
happy,
sure,
sure.
but
Yes, I
I
can
might
relate, I love my
actually
freedom, I don't have to, you know,
come
bow down
back,
to my, depending.
depending on what I catch, there's some stuff.
And yeah.
Awesome. Why do you use
All
so
right,
many?
I like it.
Well,
I like
So it's kind of like,
You'll find it
Yes.
very interesting. 'cause they
add
have
some
brackets
color,
right
make
there.
it paint the
So,
picture.
I can use raw chicken.
Alrighty, thank you, sweetie. I'll talk to you later after lunch,
Oh,
okay?
goodness, yes, you just go into the Walmart, you get the little cheap, you know, like
Original,
$2,
yes,
$3
coming back,
packets of
actually,
chicken tender cutlet thingies in there. Just
1:30,
serve
2
both
o'clock,
pieces,
goodness.
all on the-
Shall I leave this set up?
Okay.
Those fish, okay, sometimes you might
Come
not
back
have
at
to
2 o'clock?
take-
Um,
Is it 2?
A gator.
It's right.
I'm hungry.
It's got fresh water running into the ocean over there.
What? How big? Have you ever?
Well, the 3 houses down, my neighbor pulled a 16-footer, had to
I
call
had days,
the,
honestly, it's a
county wildlife to come
And
get it out the
I
yard.
was
It was
like,
about,
okay, so they
Yeah, it
accidentally
was
gave
just
me a
under
whole other
16 feet,
breakfast
so.
meal.
yeah,
Woo!
really.
Well,
I
did
told
get
him next
extra.
time, don't call nobody, let me know, I'm coming out with my shotgun, we're gonna have
Yeah,
eggs.
Lunch at, lunch until 2, guys,
You are so funny.
and then pick back up, swap out.
You know, I wanted to thank you again on behalf of Prosperity and on behalf of myself. You know, it's been such a pleasure speaking with you. You go ahead and have a wonderful day.
You too, Miss Hannah.
Thank you.
Don't speak on behalf of Prosperity, you build that connection, so glad we could get approved with Prosperity, wonderful company, happy for that, boom, boom, boom.
Okay.
And don't ask them if it's okay with you, can I ask? No, you're friends now, you don't ask permission for greatness.
Okay, all right. That, you know where I'm getting at? I'm picking that up from my last job. I had to be super polite in that position.
You can be polite and still authoritative.
Yes, I need a little
Lunch
more
until
authority in
2, wonderful people. We're gonna keep this rolling, but lunch until 2. Yes, you can be professional, polite, and still
it. Okay,
speak with
no problem.
authority.
Thanks for any tips you can give me. I'm open. Don't speak on behalf of Prosperity.
Yeah, they are
No,
them,
I'm so
you
glad
guys are
we could
you.
get you. I'm so glad we could get you approved through Prosperity. You never know what's gonna come back in that MIB. Even as much as we've done, we've got every answer in place here. When they're going through that MIB, they can come back with anything. And so I'm always holding my breath at this point. Until I see that approval pop up. Okay, I'll think of something to say. So, what is it? What's wrong?
Not wrong. It's one of the teammates' birthday.
Oh, okay. I thought something happened in your computer that you were upset with. And that doesn't look like one. That's something. Oh, it's not good.
Alrighty, see you in a few.
2:30?
Yeah, no, 2
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Just 2? Okay. This morning, I've been out there since 9:20 in the parking lot, you know what I mean? But what happened was, I had placed a call out to the state again, you know, because going in there is still messed up. Right, so it said, we're charging you, we've overpaid you, so on January 28th of 2021, we're taking money back from you. And I'm like, what? So I got, and they got the call out there, and guess what? Lauren started looking through it, and she said, I've corrected all that. She said, you don't owe anybody anything, you didn't do anything. And she said, but guess what, Hannah? Tomorrow morning or whenever, you know, 'cause I'm not sure. I have to go back in and click a box down on this side of it and fill out a short questionnaire. It won't take long. I can do that, all right? And
There you
I
go.
might possibly be done, but this has been going on for months and months, and they said finally they got it in place,
Mm.
all right? So,
Good.
then, no, it'll be good for me here too. That'll help me. Thank you.
I see her too.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Hanging on
When do you take your test?
tomorrow.
Okay. Let's
I'm
see.
ready.
Orange juice,
I'm ready.
peanut butter and honey sandwich.
There you go.
That's what makes the brain work really great. That's what
Oh,
they
yeah.
taught us in school before we take a test. If you
Uh-huh.
can eat it, you know.
Yeah,
Peanut butter, honey sandwich, and
Huh.
then orange juice.
yeah.
It does something inside the brain.
Huh.
Mhm.
Well,
I've done it every time I take them. Ever since I learned about it. So it does work. You were on unemployment too, right?
heck no.
Oh, you weren't? Good.
No way ever.
Well, my company was one of those that was impacted by it. They had
Yeah,
about,
well, we were too, but luckily I worked from home for a whole.
I couldn't link in for some reason. I'm like in a mobile home park, you know,
Yeah.
and something happened and it just wouldn't work.
Hmm.
We tried. We did everything we could.
What do you mean? That's weird.
Yeah, it was weird. But hey, you know. Daggone it, I was there how many years? Going on 5 years with them. And I'm getting ready to build myself a house. And what happens? Here comes the pandemic.
Yeah.
Seems awful. Yes.
Got a lot of people.
Yeah, it's affecting a lot of people, sure is. Are we going to be going back to our seats?
No.
Thanks. I thought we were.
You know, you're gonna flip and do the other.
She-
department this afternoon.
Now she does me. I'm the. Okay. She's in for it. She's in for it, something, whatever. Let's see what comes up. Pick up where you left off. Do all your months. I did every month.
Ready for round two?
Ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
What's behind door number 2?
Wednesday.
That's killing me. It's gonna be something. Let's see.
feel like I'm always out here in your way. I'll have to remember to turn when you want to get through.
Oh, that's right.
Had to have a little Basil Hayden last night. Do you know Basil?
Yeah,
He's awesome. I love him.
you said he's on something.
He's awesome. He's my new favorite person. It was so good. I'll sound like an alcoholic one of these days, like today.
Oh, you were talking booze. I didn't even know what you're talking about.
Alcoholic.
Yes. I send these things, I find these on Pinterest and I send them to my guy all the time. He's so easily entertained. So Randy, we found the refrigerator magnets.
Oh, yeah.
And he's stuck to the fridge. I thought that was great.
Well, believe me.
Thank God I'm easily entertained, because, you know.
You'll need that stuff doing insurance.
Oh, probably doing insurance my whole damn life.
You have. What kind? Like
Long-term care.
long-term care? Okay. Do you do it
Life
for
and
John
health
Hancock? Do you do it for John Hancock?
No, this was years ago. It was, Continental General was the product, or Travelers. Travelers was big, yeah.
This is too damn big.
I did a stint
Oh,
in
yes,
long-term care there too.
Probably about the same.
I didn't like the going out to homes. You know what I mean?
Oh, I worked in rural Kansas and I was never given any leads. We had to find our own. We literally went through the phone book. There was a phone book of farmers because if mom goes in, if mom goes in the nursing home, all those 4 and 5 kids mom had that are farming, all that money's gonna go to the nursing home.
Mm-hmm.
So that was my biggest seller. But that's how I got leads.
So, yeah.
Literally through the
I
phone
think
book.
that's a little bit.
But if you knew there was a farmer's guide, like 17 acres over here, Farmer Jones, and that was,
That's awesome.
it was crazy. I mean, now in the workplace where you have, MNET leads and all these and postcards, and, all those things that come in for leads, it's like, oh my gosh, what a walk in the park. I'll never forget, I had just bought a new car, reasonably a few months old, wasn't even a year old yet. And so we go to this farmer, and right away the dog comes running out, jumping on my car, and I'm like, I could have killed the dog. Oh my God, get that dog away from me.
I mean,
And
that's
you have to
awesome.
go into people's homes, and not everyone is a nice housekeeper.
Right.
Not every, it's so much more to it than just talking to somebody on the phone.
Absolutely.
So much different, so many more obstacles.
There are.
Then we would run the quotes in the office and print a hard copy, and then we'd go out and talk to them. That was your policy right there, and you wrote me the check, and then you gave them the conditional receipt and everything right there. So this is, that's why this is all, it's all basically the same, but it's all, really very different.
So
We can do more this way. You don't have to drive through the snow and something
Right,
like
but
that.
then, oh, I'm sorry, you told me your age was 72, not 67, and the whole quote's wrong. So, you drive back, you gotta go back, and,
Yes.
it's just different, it's so different, it's so easy now, as long as you've got any kind of phone skills at all, I think, you certainly got the
So,
tools to work with, I mean, look at all this, we're gonna have 3 screens.
But if I did upgrade, it would be.
I mean, what more do you need except,
Yeah.
pour your own
So
coffee,
yours
cause
is,
yeah, person on the phone.
And you know too, just like what you were doing there with long-term care, that you're actually impacting lives
Oh, yeah.
in a
Yeah,
positive
sure,
way. You know what I
absolutely.
mean? And we're holding their hand the same as,
Right.
at the worst possible
That's why
moment.
I like the particulars, like that thing that I found that said, term policy with your employer, only 2 or 3% of those ever pay out. Well, that's nothing. That's like when you're selling long-term care insurance, and now back in the day, 10 years ago, you had to have coverage because long-term care was $100 a day. It's probably $500 a day now.
Yeah.
But those are the particulars of the policies that I like to know about. That's why the thing with only 2% of term even pays out. What's that? Nothing.
Before I
So,
left,
that.
before I left my job, you know how they
I was
give you
actually thinking
insurance?
about upgrading.
We had
Nah, I like
seven
Right.
Oh,
That was the thing,
yeah.
like on
They
Samsung.
paid out then, I don't think, I think the odds were.
I haven't had insurance in 2 years.
Mhm.
Oh,
No,
like,
whatsoever.
like if I
So-
traded this one in, like.
I can relate to people on a fixed income. Last year I had 2 jobs. 2 jobs. I worked for Lyft. I get up at 4 in the morning, drive to about 7:30, go home, freshen up, go to work until 5. Right, 5:01, turn my Lyft app on, and I drive till 7, 8 o'clock at night. And for a year, a year. It's
And then I
ridiculous.
chose like,
I barely live to tell about
you
it.
know,
That's too much for
whatever
one
two
person.
accessories I
Yeah.
wanted for the credit.
16 hours every day, 7 days a week.
$250
Too much.
So if I had
Too much.
250 days off and 250 days of that, like, I probably would have did it.
But I worked 12-hour days too.
It's a
You know,
no.
because I had to count my, I drove like an hour and a half one way.
For
So by the time you put your 9 hours in,
Well,
you have to be there 9
If I
hours.
paid $250,
So it's
each
12
year, I
hours.
wouldn't have a phone payment.
all part of
It
it.
would just be.
And me, I didn't take my PTO time, I sold it all, I did 40
Hey,
hours.
this one on there, you know what I mean? But obviously it's not at helping. Or, you know, financially. Yeah, I think it's 45 through Spectrum, because I have Spectrum internet. Yeah, but I have the other data, because, you know.
I'm
we all on
with
the
the,
data.
the guy I'm gonna pay at 28 because we did it again each line. So if I go over, it takes from his line, or if he goes over, it takes from my line. We've only gone over once in 2 years.
You must be connected to the Wi-Fi, or you just don't really do much on it, internet.
Mostly Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
If I don't have Wi-Fi, then-
Because I'm mostly Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so,
And once I get my T-Mobile sync up in my car back running, that gives Wi-Fi, so even in the car, I
you
don't
can
have
make your
Wi-Fi.
car outside. I've noticed
Yeah.
some cars that do that.
It's I love the sync up, but, I forgot to give them my music information. It's the little plug and it comes to the app on your phone. It can tell you that if your truck engine light is on or something, it can tell you what it's doing. And it's $10 a month, and it also covers like all state roadside assistance. So if you need anything, that's included. I mean, other little features, but I really like it. So I
Yeah,
mean,
for $10 a sign.
$10 a month, yeah.
Oh,
I
that's
think
not
the
bad at
device
all.
is like
Wow.
$60, because you're getting the roadside assistance for one.
Yeah.
Plus, it's just nice because, you know, in the car, there's a light on, I'm like, I took screenshots to my uncle. What's this mean? Is this serious? Are we gonna take care of this today, or like, is it okay? And I was like, oh, it's okay. So next week then, next month.
This is for now, you think?
Yes, we're
Yes.
supposed to pick it back up.
Pick it back up where we left off.
Where go, everybody? Oh, where's the one?
Well, we had the script, so that's good. Just learning
Mhm.
the programs, you know what I mean, where to go in,
Right, right. Yeah, that's the biggest hurdle right now.
Probably tomorrow, you guys will get out to your stations where you have your dual monitors, and there'll be some role playing where you're calling through Pure Cloud to someone else across the room, and so you can role play and start to get that muscle memory type stuff down.
Oh,
and-
yeah, with the setup. Oh,
And there'll be a
nice.
little bit of
Yeah.
live listening too, so you can get a feel for calls coming in and how they move.
Mhm.
Just switch spots, because you're gonna pull this out.
Sounds
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Just don't click finish.
That
would be bad.
Are you the afternoon substitute teacher?
Mo had to run to do a thing real quick, so I told her I'd come in and just when it was about 2:10 or so, just if anyone needed anything,
Oh,
just check in on you guys.
Because I'm using her computer because I'm all hooked up with the
Okay.
Zoom, so Madison, whenever.
Absolutely. If you wanna
When
get
you're
in
ready,
here.
I'll.
You can zoom on, girl.
kick me out.
Zoom on in here. Well, don't go too far.
Oh, that's right.
Very good.
What, where is Toy? Who knows? She probably is not back from lunch. I'm guessing.
Oh, there she
All
is.
right, Tori.
It just means, it means the first one was scored right.
Right.
Oh, the meeting has ended after 40 minutes of idle time.
Yeah, it wasn't cooked, they had to
It
make
was
me
really
a
Madison.
Yeah, it was not cooked, I literally had to wait for them to make me another one because it's like.
I already had it pulled out, just to hit search.
Food poisoning.
Pretty much, yeah,
That's what they were serving you.
that's pretty much what they were serving me.
Put our
Fat
own-
case of food. Fat case of food.
So I guess she left off.
I never
Maybe
even
because
messed
we
around
have
with
to
it.
send them in, I'm not sure
I'm gonna
people-
see if it has Jason
Have you
on
read it?
Madison.
You don't have to start right here.
Good question.
I like to know what stuff does, not how it works.
Ah,
You send me a Zoom thing and I click it and it comes up and I can talk to you, that's what it does. I don't know how it works. Someone else.
Exactly. Somebody take care of everybody else.
You don't wanna know about the TCP/IP protocols?
Yeah, no. We're trying to reconnect the Zoom link now.
I couldn't stand it if one of my arms was up here and the other one was capitalized.
Oh.
A-N-N-Y, 10:31. That was
For the kid.
Love it. Alright, her name's Sammy, Sammy Wacko.
And the last name.
Joe.
Didn't have one.
Yeah,
Stop.
it's hard to get back into it when you start to work. You kind of out of
Actually,
it.
we're doing really good. I know there's like this congestion going on.
You got coffee. You don't drink hot coffee this time of year.
Yeah, I do, but.
Madison's gonna be
the whole
7
winter.
Zoom.
I don't like water, Floridians eat ice cream when it's cold because it doesn't melt fast. I can enjoy it more.
Should I close this then and wait for the new one to pop up?
Been long time since I had
No.
in my coffee department.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think
They take a what it
tried
is,
coffee or iced coffee. But I was like, okay, he does it.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's her.
Oh, that's what I said, yeah.
Sure, send it a second.
Yeah, they get it over here, but it's always
Yeah,
around.
always
this time.
throughout, well, I'm studying all the time.
I seem to always get a sinus infection like right now.
And everybody's bragging, oh, I've been up for 24 hours straight. I haven't slept. That's
Get
what I
me.
treat
Yeah, I wasn't that teenager.
I
want
was.
this type of filter, pull all the dust and crap
I
out.
do not want it. I have one meeting, but I was actually.
I slept for 24 hours straight without
It's worse, plus, you know, I've got a lot of animals, so that's.
I was.
And, I was thinking about
Brian,
getting one of
it
those.
should pop up here and say.
That was me. You did your homework and you read more. You should have said,
I love R.L. Stein, but we, so many years getting boots months, I actually read 2 books a day. Alright.
Breathe,
Hi
girl.
there,
Where you
Reed
did that?
Harris, I'm in the
That's
Final
nice.
Assist Department.
Fresh.
Hello there, Miss Hannah, I'm so glad to assist you with your quote today. And just to let you know, this call may be recorded for quality and training purposes.
Are we in this?
Now, to see if you're eligible
Okay.
for any of the
I was gonna say,
2021 state
sometimes
approved
over
final
talking,
expense
you can
programs.
usually feel like
I
there's a
just
spot.
need
I
to
can
ask
send
a
them
few
out.
quick medical questions to determine the
Oh, I
level of
do, I
coverage
don't
you
know.
qualify
I
for.
send them out.
Just your age
Sometimes if you're in the
as
same
58 with the date of
spot
birth
in
of
the script and your
September
words
26th,
start to
19.
think
Oh,
out
we
loud.
haven't started
Yeah.
yet, so they're ahead.
60, hold on, what did I say?
you said 68.
No, I said 58.
She had to read it.
Okay, yeah. So I show you your birthday was September 26th,
Put a lot of pressure
1959.
on me too.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Now we'll get the 2 COVID questions knocked out first and then move into the traditional medical questions. Within the last 30 days, has a medical professional administered a test coronavirus for which you tested positive or for which results are not yet known or recommended that you be tested, but testing has not yet been done? great. And within the last 30 days, have you been subject to government mandated quarantine or isolation order? Or have you been advised by a medical professional to self-quarantine due to suspected coronavirus or exposure to someone who has been exposed or diagnosed with coronavirus?
No.
Perfect. And have you currently or in the last 30 days been hospitalized, admitted to a psychiatric facility, confined to a nursing facility, received hospice or home health care, been confined to a wheelchair due to a disease, or are you awaiting an organ transplant?
No.
And do you require human assistance or supervision with eating, dressing, toileting, transferring from bed to chair, walking, maintaining continence, or bathing?
No.
And within the past 12 months, have you been advised to have a diagnostic test other than HIV test,
I'm good.
surgery, home health care, or hospitalization which has not been started, been completed, or further results are
Oh,
unknown?
Largo makes like.
Oh, it's Largo.
And within the past 12 months, have you used or been advised to use oxygen equipment or, for assistance in breathing?
No.
Okay, great. And within the last 12 months, have you had or been advised to have a kidney kidney dialysis? Okay, wonderful. So have you ever been diagnosed with treated or acquired immunodeficiency syndrome or human immunodeficiency virus?
No.
All right, and have you ever been diagnosed or received treatment for Alzheimer's disease, dementia, Leydig disease, or cirrhosis of the liver?
No.
Okay. And have you ever been diagnosed with more than one occurrence of the same or different type of cancer? Or are you receiving treatment, including taking medications, for any form of cancer, not to include basal or squamous skin cell cancer? That is so backwards. That says squamous cell cancer. All right, and let's go ahead and see how tall are you, Miss Hannah?
5'6".
All right, and how much do you weigh?
130.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. 5'7", 130.
That's good. She's good.
Okay, so.
Oh, and you have my daily checklist? I let you use it earlier, the daily checklist is nominated.
Oh,
You here?
Oh, no problem. I was just like, you know, I'm missing.
Yeah, we are.
Patients that don't know my
No, it's
computer.
because I just downloaded
But I
it.
keep
I
them
like
clear
it.
and
You should.
organized by the size as well.
You'll put them on the wall.
Can't you?
I'm so glad you could answer that, and not have questions, Miss Hannah, that's a wonderful thing.
It does let you.
Now,
Just download it.
Hannah, these final expense programs have been approved by the state of Florida to help families against the rising cost of funeral expenses and final arrangements
So
in
I
general.
show your age.
Now that I know a little bit about you,
One.
and specifically, now that I know a little bit about your health, I'll be better equipped to help you with options, eligibility, costs, and the benefits you may qualify for.
Oh, there, now I
Now,
can.
these are state approved final expense plans. I'm sorry, that is improper since your search team has corrections to stop with because her hands, so I have to do that. I apologize.
We'll recommend that you.
Okay, so these are state approved
Within the last
final
10 days,
expense
have you
plans.
been
They are set up to work directly with banks and credit unions. Ms. Hannah, I don't need your personal information as of now, of course. However, do you at least have an active savings or checking account set up at your physical bank or credit union?
Yes, I do.
Okay, wonderful. And just to make sure it's not one of those prepaid cards or the government benefit global cards like the Nets or Direct Express card, correct? Okay, wonderful. And also, Ms. Hannah, you are responsible for your own personal finances, correct? Great. Now, Ms. Hannah, do you have a pen and paper available?
I do. I'm
So
ready
you
after
require
this.
you.
Oh, perfect. Well, let me go ahead and provide you with some important information. Again, my name is Toy Harris. My national producer number is 1941-0922. Now, that number is very important to you, Ms. Hannah, because it lets you know that I am appointed and licensed by the state of Florida to talk with you about the state regulated final expense and
Oh, jeez.
life and burial protection programs. I am not a telemarketer, nor am I an architect. I don't work for any one insurance company. I'm a state licensed agent that works specifically for you. Now, Ms. Hannah, I know you're going to need my help applying for these Florida regulated final expense plans. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about them. and how you can apply. And you can just let me know what to do from there, okay?
Ever been diagnosed?
You're very welcome. Now, a lot of people aren't even aware that these types of policies exist, and they're very excited to find out how simple and affordable they are. Since I should be on this, oh my God, I gotta stop reading this script.
Have you ever been diagnosed with more than one?
Now,
of the same
Vital
condition?
expense benefits are small, affordable, permanent whole life insurance policies that are regulated by the state of Florida. And they're designed for people living on fixed or limited incomes such as social security and disability. Now, I've had the honor of even serving some of our disabled veterans. Now, just keep in mind, even if you don't fall in these categories, these policies are designed so that any income level can have something affordable for their loved one's protection. These plans are permanent, which means once you have coverage in place, they can never change. These policies do pay out within 48 hours and will probably be the first money your loved ones will see when that time comes.
These final
So
expense
Hannah,
programs have been approved
if
by
you
the
qualify
state of
today,
Florida.
I'll have a package mailed out to you within about 3 to 5 days. That way, you have everything we talk about today in black and white, okay?
I'll be better equipped to help you.
Am I obligated to do these?
Cost and level of
No, ma'am,
benefits
again,
that
this
you
is
qualify
simply to go ahead and let you know
for.
what
Because
is
these are
provided
state
by
final
your
expense
state
plans.
and
They
to
are
show
set
you
up
what
to
options you
directly
have.
relate to
That way, your loved ones are protected
so
in the
when-
event of your death.
I don't need your personal
Okay.
information.
All right,
Of
now,
course,
again, Ms.
but
Hannah,
you at
please
least
keep in
have
mind that I have been
access
doing this
to
for quite a while, and my
your
objective is to
benefits.
simply find you top tier benefits based on your
And I just want
age
to
and
clarify,
your
that's
health.
not where those prepaid
Again, I
cards
do
or
not work
government
for
benefits
any insurance company, I work specifically for you.
That's right.
My role is simply to find you the
And you are
absolute best
responsible
solution
for your
out
own
of
personal
everything that is
finances, correct?
available.
Most of
If
the
we
time.
can get you qualified,
Yeah,
your benefits will be secured for your family by applying for them over the phone
you're
today
fine.
without spending any money, okay? Wonderful. Now, as a state licensed agent, it is my responsibility and actually the best part of my job to get to learn, just to get to know a little bit more about you so that I can determine the best possible company, the best plan, and of course, the best price available in Florida. Even if you've ever been turned down before,
317.
in
Now,
fact,
the
have you
number
been
is
turned down
very
before?
important because it lets you know
insurance
that
or
I
denied
am
coverage at any point, Ms. Hannah?
State of Florida.
Oh,
To
once
talk
a
with you
long,
about
long
state
time ago in the
regulated
past, there was a mistake.
Life and burial.
No problem, no problem.
So,
Well, I just wanna make sure I keep that in mind,
operator.
because
I
again,
don't work for any
it is simply my job to make sure we can find you the best plan, the
Yes,
best
sir.
price, and the best
So
company.
Wendy,
Now,
I know you're going to
I
need
know
my
you stated
help
that you
for
were
this
denied
for
a long time ago, so how long have
So
you
I wanna
actually
tell
been
you a
looking
little
into
bit
life
about them.
insurance,
How
Ms.
to
Hannah?
apply,
I'm
and let you know what to do.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
The last 3
So Wendy,
days.
you know,
Just a month, I just.
I do.
Okay, so when you were denied previously, it was at a time when you were looking, you kind of weren't looking, and then within the last 72 hours, something resparked that curiosity and reminded you that this is something very important that you should do. Okay, I completely get that, trust me. I know just how that goes. I do it all the time. Now, I just wanted to let you know that you couldn't have fallen into better hands, Miss Hannah. I'm gonna do everything in my power to help make sure we can find you some coverage today, okay?
Okay, so,
All right, now, yes, ma'am. So give me a little bit of information about yourself. How long have you been living in the state of Florida?
Once you have coverage
Oh,
in
I've
place,
lived in
it
the
can
state
never
of
change.
Florida, for the
Policies
last 20
do
years.
pay out
Oh,
within
20
48
years,
hours.
so where are you originally from?
The first one year,
From
level
Little
C,
St. Louis.
when the time comes.
Really, I had
So,
a
Wendy,
roommate,
if
Deborah,
I
back in
get-
college.
if
She
you
was from
qualify
West
for that,
Virginia.
I'll have a package mailed out to you.
Really, really
In 5
cool.
days.
That's
That way you have
very
everything
good
that you
state.
want in that
Southern
state.
Florida. I love it here. It's still my second home.
Yeah.
I've been doing
I
this
can
for-
definitely imagine you'd like it here because I know one of her biggest problems with West Virginia was the snow. She said the snow, and she didn't like it. And she loved it here because we might get a little bit of frost, we make it a freeze warning, but we don't get snow.
Objective is to find.
Not
the top
usually.
tier
No, not
based
usually.
on your
If so, it's usually way, way, way up north of the Florida Georgia line because
I
you're
don't
close
work
to
for an
Savannah.
insurance company.
That
I work
is.
for you.
Yep, so what's your favorite thing about the lovely state of Florida?
Best
Uh,
solution.
my favorite
everything
thing
that
of
is
course
available.
would be just the
If you
the
can,
weather
which is
itself, you know,
qualified.
I moved down
Your
here for the
benefits will
weather,
be
you know,
secured
I got
for
tired by
family by applying
the
to them over the
Absolutely.
without spending any
I hear that
money
all the
today.
time from everyone who has moved here if they're not originally from
As a
here.
state licensed agent.
I couldn't say I know what you mean because again, I'm from
Probably
Florida,
best part of my job.
but I could only
And that's
imagine.
just to get to know you a little bit.
So what do you do
I can
these
determine
days? Are
the
you working, Miss
best
Hannah? Are you
possible
retired? Are you
plan.
disabled?
And of course,
Well,
that's
I'm
price
not
and
disabled,
level
you know,
in Florida.
I work full time.
Even if you've ever been turned down before.
Let's see.
Soak it up, have you
I
ever been turned down
enjoy
before, or
working
did
on
I
it and
cover
keep
the
working for it as
cost?
long as I possibly
And how long have
can
you
in
been
my
looking
life.
into life insurance?
And I just like helping people too.
Well, I'll tell you what,
and
you
I
could have
like,
fallen into
I
it.
just like being in charge of my own.
So, you know, I see you're living here in the state.
I
So,
What do you
how
do
long
for
have you
work,
been
Hannah?
here?
What do I do for work?
Oh, I know.
Let's see. Oh, I'm a mortgage
So-
broker, that's what I do.
What part of Florida are you?
How long
Less
have
than
you been
4
doing
years.
that?
I've been a mortgage broker
Miami, go Dolphins.
for 20 years now.
Oh, wow. So you were
What's your
pretty
favorite
much
thing
doing
about
that
the
the
state?
entire time you've been here.
Absolutely, that's how I got into it
Same.
when I moved
I
here.
love the beaches. I'm here in Florida as well.
okay.
I'm actually in
Well,
Tampa,
good for
Florida.
you, good for you.
Which
I
I'm
hope
sure you're familiar
business
with.
is
Oh,
very
the weather, the
good
beaches,
for you.
my family's
Oh,
here.
Clearwater
we
Beach.
took a dip there in the 2007 market crash, but now we're back up again, you know, because of all the people.
Remember, my
moving
two,
in
I wanna
California
get
and Texas
them
and Florida.
talking more than we talk, right? So my two,
Wow.
get them to tell you the thing that you're thinking.
Oh, it is,
I
yes,
hate
it's
to
nice
think
to have
Keep up with
places.
the demand right now, there's not enough of the bill going on
Yeah.
to keep up with the housing demand, so.
Well,
it's
so
just real
Wendy,
estate
what do you
or,
do for work? Or are you
It's a
retired?
good thing.
I'm retired.
mortgage.
Yeah, 16 years, enough's
From
enough.
what?
I have a 210.
Oh, wow. I used to work for a bank.
That's
For a
right,
bank?
that's
Who
right.
are you,
I
a
don't
teller?
have a license.
teller.
I do, I have a son and a daughter.
Ah, so
But you need.
Oh, goodness.
Immediately.
My son is 45. and
Where
my
the
daughter
money? I love
44.
that.
I have 6 granddaughters,
So-
2 great grandsons.
Actually, because of COVID and lesbian life insurance were
3
essential,
years,
so we
wow,
actually
what's
fell
the
into
favorite part of
that.
retirement? What are you
Years,
enjoying?
in 9 months.
The
Oh.
freedom,
I
spending
don't know,
time
nothing
with
better.
home.
That sounds great. What area?
Visiting your
are you
grandkids, anywhere safe.
I did, yes, my
There's
girls are
Anywhere.
close by,
Yeah.
my
So
son
they
just
just
moved
moved
to
there.
Arizona.
No,
Well,
So
anyway,
that's
most
gonna be a
people
anywhere,
want to do
as
it, I
long
can
as
tell
it's
you
in the
that.
city, I don't care where.
You said grandkids, how many kids do you
Oh,
have?
As long as
yeah,
it's
that's,
Florida, yeah.
wow, that's,
How many?
it's a
Five
long drive,
grandbabies?
it's kind of a long
Preferably
flight.
four, but I can
Flight,
settle for
it's
3,
just
but I would
like
prefer.
the other end of the
So
world.
yeah, Braden,
Absolutely, if not 3.
Eli,
Okay.
Hadley, and
That's
Helen
right.
and Stella.
That's right.
Wow, that's fun. So how many kids do you have that divide your time?
Are you looking for a
Four.
Everybody
Do they,
goes,
is it, are you
Actually,
only have 3 or do they all have
I'm
one?
familiar
The
with the
two oldest
program
ones
and
have
the
them.
kids,
My
and
son
I see it.
has the first grade, and my
They see it.
daughter has
That's
the
what
middle.
I actually did everything
Yeah,
with,
what's your
so
son's name?
it doesn't matter if it's a new construction,
Jordan.
multifamily, single family, it
Nice.
doesn't matter. The
And
only thing
what's
with
your
the
dad's
program is
Chelsea.
I'm not supposed to come out of pocket, of course, if you're
Are
familiar
you
with
guys
it.
close?
They live up in New York, so
The
I
seller
have to go up there to see them.
has to be willing to,
Oh, I'm sorry.
with the stipulations of the program, the sellers have to be willing to fix up the property and eat all those costs and everything until
It's supposed to be you.
we close, and then of
Yeah,
course they
so
get
that-
paid.
yeah,
but
it sounds like
I
they-
just pay that
once they say
because
they're
they
like,
are
probably
the
shouldn't say
lender and everything, they are
Oh,
all
I'm
in
sure
house
you
with
just
us
spend
about
time
that
with
program.
grandbabies. I think you mentioned them before you even mentioned your kids.
So-
I really, really love them.
I
Alright.
definitely
absolutely.
will be in touch.
Oh, that's
Really
awesome.
Because-
I know where one is that somebody actually sent it to me.
Which is good.
Here, you recently bought property
So
in the
you
area.
got
I
your
wanted to
kids,
let you
you got
know
Jordan, you got
that
Chelsea,
I
you
got
got
property.
the
It's
5
right
travel
here.
grandbabies.
That's for sale. Okay, and they want this much for it, and they
Okay.
actually presented it to me.
Trisha.
Newport Richie.
Okay, so that's what I got
Yeah.
from St. Petersburg, but I spent the last like 4 years been living in.
So you got all
Marion
these
County,
beautiful
so-
grandbabies, you
Yes,
got
I
4
Yeah,
beautiful
Spring Hill,
children.
Are
you
you
married?
Missouri
No,
Town?
divorced.
Yeah.
They're right off of 40.
Great.
Yeah, I
Now,
somebody
when
used
you
to
guys
work
want
there up
some
in
details
that,
on that, how that
restaurant
happened?
going to there, it's like,
What's the name?
Well,
Masari.
let's just say the first one.
You know, it's yellow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you meant the actual Missouri Town restaurant because that is the name of it. Okay. Well, you know that restaurant has been there since 1940s.
Years.
Okay.
All I know is there's a painting of it in
The
their
second
house.
one was.
Yeah. It's been there, it's literally,
The
it's
third one was a
like
pathological life.
a big
That's a lot,
deal.
Julie,
That one
so
little
I mean,
restaurant
nobody
because
wants to
it's
be in a relationship with
been
a
there since
pathological liar. I
pretty
mean,
much the town.
what
was
do they
named.
want? No reason?
Everything and anything.
That is
everything that
so
they like.
cool.
No.
That's so
Well,
cool.
like,
Okay, so
how
Didn't
did
wanna
that
get
work
too
out?
far off
So
beat,
how
but
long did it
that's
take
awesome.
you
I'm happy
to,
that you
say that
do
you
a
have a
mortgage broking, and
or like
I'm
men?
happy that you're also in
Say,
safe.
how long did it take
I'll
you to figure out
definitely
you
reach
was
out to
a
you, Kelsey. I
complete
feel like you
liar?
be able to point me in some good directions.
Thank you.
I will be able
No.
to.
Thanks.
There's just
From
little
the heart,
hints
I
here
will
and there.
contact some people that I know.
So did you do some
Right.
digging
Exactly.
and start figuring some
What do you
stuff
have
out
to do
on
with
your
your
own
free
to
time
make things
outside
out?
of being a
Kind of,
mortgage
yeah.
broker and enjoying the beautiful weather here in Florida? I know you gotta have something
Better
that
to
you
figure it
do
out.
for fun. Can't be
now
all work and no
later.
play, Miss Hannah.
Oh, and he's
Well,
the dad
I
of the two
spend a lot of
that-
time with family. I spend a lot of time with my grandson, and I spend a
Oh,
lot of
so
time
who's Papa
doing
Jackson and
gardening
Trisha?
He's
and,
the-
you know, I just love growing everything that there is.
Doctor.
Like right now, I have a container of pineapples that is this
See,
tall.
I mean, nobody wants to do it.
I grow
You know, they all
pineapples
like
and
see
bananas
gray
as
and
well.
that first.
I also
person,
have
but then you start
cactus
to like,
that are
all right, now you're doing
close
too
to small,
much.
small, yeah, as well. And
Alright.
papayas on the tree.
Guess we can move on. That wasn't a great report. It's hard to figure it.
They aren't coming
No.
in right now, you know, but I love it. And I'm excited to roll up. It takes 2 years for it.
Well, and
And I also have something
know,
else.
I'm
that
trying to
I
find
need
any
to
nutrition.
coconut tree.
so my
Yeah,
experience
it's
in the
big
past.
enough.
Some of
You know what I mean? But it's kind of hard because it really, I've learned it really doesn't hold.
So I just
the cold weather is that way. It's not cold at all. You know, so
Right.
I'm like fighting to try to keep it alive. So I don't know how long that's gonna last, but I'm doing it. And of course, you know, I also have animals that I take care of too as well.
Really? Wow, so
No.
your mother, a grandmother,
Female
and
that
a bit of
get
an
the horse done, their hair
horticulturist,
done.
plus you do mortgage broking.
Accessories,
And you
purses, something.
Animals,
So that's
what
what
kind of animals
So
are
there's
there?
some sort of. What are you doing?
Oh, okay, I was thinking like farm, I'm sorry.
No,
Cause I've got 3 pot-bellied pigs myself. 3 pot, yep, I've got Leonardo Theodore something, and then I also have my pit devils as well as my long-haired Dachshund, Miss Janini. And my little bag,
They actually go together to have a
Rudy.
car wash.
He's a Chihuahua,
And it was supposed to
Oh,
be-
yeah.
he gives us all a
Yeah, I
run
mean,
for
there
our
is
money.
a thing that makes sense.
Yes, he does.
You have to literally find out what that is. just to ask
Absolutely.
Wow, so how many children do you have, Miss Hannah?
I have 3.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Really, all boys, all girls?
One boy.
I guess I'll
and a
give
girl.
this one a bit.
Ah, so were you lucky enough to have your boy
Right,
as the
so-
eldest? Cool.
You
so
know, that's
I got
awesome.
3
I can
myself,
really
and they're
see
literally
that.
the
It
same
is,
age
yes,
as yours.
absolutely.
Five
I
grades,
can't help
two
but remember
girls.
every person
Awesome.
that children
Children,
to
so
get
how
their
old are you?
pictures, they have to
Had this
revisit
realized
that. Oh, I'm so sorry, your mom passed. And
But,
I thought
I
that
can
just
see,
made
I
it
can
worse.
see
Even
why.
when we talked about it over and over and over. So it was, I don't want that. to happen.
38,
That's
I
not
can see
good.
why getting my
32.
is an important.
This is my baby.
And,
You know,
I certainly love my family as well, and just making
27.
sure they're protected is
She
very
is,
important to me.
Yes, absolutely.
So, you know, you're amazing, Lindsay. I really feel like I
Oh,
know you.
really?
Which is good.
You know, Miss Hannah,
Because
before I
you
even
can
got
get
into
kind of
insurance, I
like-
actually went to school for
So
that
that's
myself.
those
I'm
parts.
actually a certified
Or not like,
psychologist in the state
no,
of
you
Florida.
cannot divorce me.
Which is Weston
Be
County
number
Analysis.
Fourth marriage and last
directly
marriage,
under Dr.
staying
Kay,
it
the
through
famous
till
medical
the
Well,
last part.
my
Okay,
son
well,
luckily,
Uh-huh.
you know,
And
has
I was the
so
been
here's
most
my standpoint about
prosperous.
these things.
However, I
I
would
don't
put
think it
myself
would
in
be
the
a
program
worse
because
because
he
no,
has
it's
had
taking
to
us
spend
to
his
the
money
on
on
that.
that.
He should be
Very
having fun, going out to dinner.
Because
That's
it's our
why
special
movies,
state
not
I
regulated
just wasn't
programs.
prepared for some, but I saw
One
it
of the
and
best parts is
to
that
kind
our
of top it all
physical
off, I also found that I was pregnant with my first
like
little
most
girl.
of the other large policies.
So there was a lot
I
of
just have a
emotions there,
few
and it was
basic
a
health
scene
questions to
that
really
involved
see if
children,
you
and
qualify.
I just couldn't do it.
You know, the first that were not got
And I found
questions,
myself going into
these ones
insurance.
will determine the
Absolutely,
cost
and
and
much,
level of benefits you may be
safer
eligible for.
choice and
To
probably a
see
lot more
if we
than.
can get you.
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
absolutely, it is
Okay.
definitely more of a work
Now, they
life
do
balance,
check
because
our
with that
answers
job,
against
it
what's called
required
the
me
medical
to be
information
on
bureau,
call
or the
I really
days,
just
7
want to
days a
cover the
week.
Not
finance.
to men in
It was
black, but
amazing,
they
that
are
was
pretty
my
serious.
but
And
not at the
NYU is
expense of
just
my
an insurance
psychological
database
and
that
mental
records
and
any health
emotional.
questions that
It
you
was
ever
worth it.
answered, your
Absolutely.
prescription
And I
history,
really
you
did
did ever
my
like
youngest
college
daughter
in the
was
past,
in
or
the
did you
internet
have
when she
jobs?
was 7 or 8 years old.
So it is
And she's
important that
going
you
around
answer
with
these
a piece
questions
of
as
tape and
openly
how
and
to
honestly as
looking
possible.
fingerprints off
Because the
them.
more information.
So I
you know
know
about
I
yourself,
should know more.
I love it, I love it. I
benefits
think
that you
eventually I'll
qualify for,
probably
okay?
go into put on
Exactly,
because
exactly. I know they
around
come up
that same
with money,
age,
but
I
don't
was
think
Oh, awesome,
catching and
that's
cutting
really
things
good.
open, and it wasn't just a
In the
torture, it
past
was
few
literally
years, I've
because
been
I wanted to know what was on the
diagnosed
inside, because we hadn't been
for
starting to
an
dissect
alcoholic,
stuff at school. I was in a
use of alcohol
Montessori,
or
so
drugs, or
we did a lot of
by
things a lot
physician,
earlier than most children did. I know
facility, or
typically,
restrict use of
you
alcohol
don't
or
start
drugs,
doing
you know?
dissections until you're in
The
about
past 2
middle
years,
school,
have
but
you had any
we were
Oh,
doing dissections
okay.
when we were in
diabetic
third grade.
complications of diabetes, such as diabetic coma, or insulin shock, or had any medication due to complications of
But
diabetes.
again, I don't wanna
In
go
the past
too
2
far
years,
in
have
there,
you
but that's
been
amazing. So
diagnosed
you've got
with
3 children, and I know you said you've got grands, so how many grands do you have?
I have a grandchild, he is,
Can get a job pack, aneurysm, or had her heart or circulatory surgery.
he was adopted.
In the past 3 years,
and,
have you been
he-
diagnosed,
his
treated,
parents
or
were
prescribed medication?
They
Or
were
internal
monitored.
cancer, including
Aw.
melanoma, to malignant
We
brain
ended
tumor,
up looking at Adams since the moment he was born.
multiple myeloma.
That's amazing.
In the
That's
past 2 years,
amazing.
have you had more
That
than
is
one
absolutely
conviction for
amazing. I commend you for that. That's a
recreational
very
influence of alcohol.
Touching thing, and it's also something that's very hard too for a lot of
Well,
people,
hopefully not ever.
especially
Right, Miss
considering
Cindy? Don't want those types of
the fact
problems
that
going
you
on.
have to worry about
Have
the
you ever
background where
been
the child
diagnosed,
comes from,
treated,
the
or prescribed
parents,
medication
and
by
you don't know if
another
there could be any
medical
mental
professional
or,
Parkinson's
yeah,
disease,
that's a
or
good thing
lupus,
that at
SLE,
least you
or
know them, so
schizophrenia?
that makes it a lot better, because sometimes adoptions
Ever
can be
been
kind of scary,
diagnosed,
people end up
or
changing their
prescribed
mind, they want the
medication
child
for
back, and you've already
cirrhosis,
Yes,
built
absolutely.
that bond.
chronic
So,
hepatitis, or
He's awesome.
severe
He's
liver
the most
disorder, or
beautiful
kidney
thing you've
failure,
ever
or
seen.
any other
That's
chronic
He
disease.
is absolutely, completely,
COPD.
Oh.
So
how old is
he?
he's very, very bright. I mean, he's
Okay.
like the most intelligent child we've probably.
Bipolar disorder or schizophrenia or bipolar
That's
disorder.
a lot.
In the past 2 years, or any mental
7 and
illness
8 months
disorder?
old, with an iPad, moving the screen.
Okay, so
Oh
lastly,
goodness, that
do you
sounds
know
like my
which
2-year-old,
medication
that's my
you're
little
taking,
Allie,
or
she
do you
knows
need
how to
guidance?
operate the iPhone, the Android, she has her own tablet.
So are there any
When she
other
was
prescriptions
1
that
year
may
old,
have been prescribed?
no
in the
one
past
showed her
5 years?
how, and she
Even if you've never
literally,
taken them,
on her
or
own,
took them for a short
self-discovery,
time, like
found
you
out how to
do
sync
it all.
her
You definitely
phone
wanna make sure
as
that
well as her
any
tablet
surprises when it comes
and
to
the
memory.
TV together, so we could be in the living room watching our own stuff, and she'd be on her
Okay,
little tablet or
then
her little phone.
what was that for?
There was no service, it was just, so, you know, entertainment.
Oh, surgery.
And
What was
next
that
thing you know,
surgery
it
about?
says
I need surgery.
Sony Xperia
Ooh.
connecting
Well,
now,
that
and all of a
must have been
sudden,
awfully painful for
we
you.
are watching Coco
Any other
Melon because
prescriptions
she's
you can
watching
think of?
Coco Melon.
This past 5 years?
And yeah, so I get what
You
you
might
mean.
spell
Children
that
are
for me.
very, very intelligent. They will shock you. I tell you one thing, if you want to learn how to work something very, very well, don't bother reading the instructions, just hand it to a child.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this
So-
little boy is a traveler. He's a world traveler.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
I know those
He's
questions
been
can be
in
kind of
different
lengthy.
countries.
I think I have all
That is
the information that I
amazing.
do
That's
want.
amazing.
I'm not gonna make
So it
any
sounds
promises,
like,
but I am.
you're
everything I can
very,
to try to be
very
approved
close
for
with
the
your
best
family, so I
programs
can
that I have.
definitely see why
I
getting
see
five
you
months
on
mental
there, but okay,
protection
Wendy.
is an important decision for
Please do
you.
not hold it against me.
And I
can't,
certainly love my
okay?
family and making sure
No
they're
problem.
protected.
Thank you.
And, you know, that's
Now,
very important
you
to me,
always
so I
say
can only
no.
imagine it's extremely
Now,
important to you,
Wendy,
Ms.
because
Hammond.
these are special
Absolutely.
things,
I
ma'am.
don't want my
your
children
total coverage is not
or
able to
grandchild,
exceed
you know,
the
should last that long.
reasonable need.
I have
You
to
can't apply for
worry
like $100,000
about,
or anything like
you
that.
know,
We're not trying to make all the
anything
grandbabies
besides
rich, okay?
just being
These
there.
plans are designed to give you, to
Absolutely.
give your family enough money so that they don't
That
have
is
to
amazing,
get
Miss
financial
Hannah. I gotta
burdens
tell
on
you,
top
you're
of
a
paying
phenomenal
for
woman.
financial
I feel like I know you
Have you
now,
ever
which
had
is a really
something
good thing
reasonable or
because
been around
if
anyone
we can
trying
get
to
you
put
approved
funds
today,
together?
you're gonna be stuck with me for life, Miss
Yeah,
Hannah,
my
so that's
boyfriend
the
was
best
quite
part.
a friend.
Well, that's
to
true.
have
I've always
somebody
got
to
plenty of
work
room.
Nothing like that, nothing like a beautiful friendship. I thank you so much for
He died
sharing
by
those
himself in
intimate
his
details
apartment,
about your
and
life with me. It
3 days
really
later,
helps
a
me
friend
be able to
found
help you much more.
I think just.
So here's what I can tell you about these senior assistance programs and programs. As you probably know, taking a medical exam is usually mandatory to get the best plans and the lowest rates. However, because these are special state regulated programs in Florida, one of the best parts is there are no physical medical exams required like with most larger policies. And I just have a few basic health questions to really see if you qualify. Now, the first set of questions were what we consider knockout questions. These pretty much just determine the cost and the level of benefits you may be eligible for.
just try
However,
to
to
come up with this
truly
money
see
to give her
if
proper.
we can get you
funeral,
covered and approved,
There wasn't
we
even
just
any
have
time to
to
grieve.
go
It was
through
more
some more questions, okay?
franticness trying to cover the funds.
All right, great. Now,
You know,
I just want to let you know in advance, they do check our answers
so
against what
that-
is called the Medical Information Bureau, or MIB,
Having-
which is
I
an
don't
insurance
know all that,
database that
but-
records any health questions you've ever answered. Now, your prescription
Being the
history
you're gonna
will
wanna
be in
make
there
it
as
or
well,
whatever.
and
She said,
also
so
if you've
in that
ever applied for
situation
coverage in
where
the
you
past, or if you've gone to the hospital. No, I know you told me earlier you applied a long
Yes,
time ago and
Social
due to
Security.
So
some
being in that
misinformation, you were
relationship with your
denied.
boyfriend, I can
So
certainly
just
see
remember,
why
you know, to keep that answer in mind and, you know, go ahead and answer the rest of these questions as openly and honestly as possible. Because the more information I have and I get to know about your health, the more benefits I may be able to get you qualified for, okay? All right,
Good, you know, it
wonderful.
says a lot
Now,
about
have you ever
your
smoked any
character.
cigarettes in the
So
past 12 months,
you
Miss
have a
Hannah?
really good card and.
Okay, great. So no
Here,
cigarettes in the past 12
yay.
months. That's wonderful. And in the past 2 years, have you been diagnosed or received treatment from a member of the medical profession or other practitioner, or been hospitalized for any of the
And I
following?
know they
Have
would
you
try to
been
figure it out if they had
Hospitalized
to.
for the use of
But
alcohol
how
or
do you think they
drugs,
would
or
actually
been
feel
advised
if
by
you
a
don't have
physician,
any kind of
practitioner, health facility, or counselor to restrict the use of alcohol or drugs? All right, and in the past
Yeah.
2 years, have you had
I
any
would
complications of
imagine.
diabetes, such as diabetic coma or insulin shock, or had an amputation due to complications of any disease? And in the past 2 years, have you had a heart attack, angina, chest
Yeah, I
pain,
agree.
congestive
Yeah,
heart
I can
failure,
imagine. That's
cardiomyopathy,
why I'm so
stroke,
glad we're getting this
transient
taken care of
ischemic
now.
attack,
So it's smart that
aneurysm,
you- so
or
that
had
they're not
heart
in
or
that situation
circulatory
you're not in.
surgery.
I love that you
All
are.
right, and in the past 3 years, Ms. Hannah, have you been diagnosed, treated, or prescribed medication by a member of the medical profession for internal cancer, including but not limited
Go
to
back up to the
malignant brain
question
tumor,
before that.
malignant
I know
melanoma,
how they would,
or
I know they
leukemia,
would try
or
to
multiple
figure out
myeloma.
if they had to,
No.
but how do you?
All
think
right,
they feel
great.
if you don't
And
have
in the
to?
past 2 years, have you had more than one conviction for reckless driving or for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs?
Realizing that, you know,
All
my
right,
father
great, Miss
had
Hannah.
his place.
Now, we're almost done, we're
He
getting
passed
there.
away.
Now, Ms. Hannah, have you ever been diagnosed,
Well, of course
treated,
I
or
know.
prescribed
And
medication by a
you-
member of the
you
medical
want them to do
profession
more
for
of a
Parkinson's
package.
disease,
So
I'll have to go with
systemic
the.
Couple
lupus,
things.
or
When
sickle
she
cell
said
anemia?
the thing about the-
All right, and have
or
you
the
ever been diagnosed, treated, or prescribed medication for cirrhosis of the liver, stage A or B, chronic hepatitis, stage B or C, or other liver disorder, or kidney failure, or any other chronic kidney disease? And have you ever been diagnosed, treated, or prescribed medication for a chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, which includes emphysema, black lung disease, or tuberculosis? All right, and last but not least, here in this category, Ms.
Unless they
Hannah,
don't have any.
have you ever been diagnosed, treated, or prescribed medication for bipolar disorder, or
Done enough, or not enough emotion or conversation around emotion.
or schizophrenia, or been hospitalized in the past 2 years for any mental or nervous
You got them
disorder?
out for feeling like they get it.
Alright.
So if you're
Now,
comfortable with
lastly,
them,
Ms. Hannah, do you
want
know
them
which
to talk more.
medications
So
you're
yes,
currently
it's important
taking, or
that
do you
wanna
need to
have
grab
them, but
those
you
real
wanna
quick?
more so get
I
pulled from
know
it.
what I'm
And use
taking.
it to maybe get them to talk a little bit more.
Don't take anything prescribed by a
So you may not need to
physician.
know full stories, you just pick your.
So
Only,
just
only
maybe
vitamins,
some-
you know, that I get over the counter, that's it.
Okay, great.
I do herbal, if I need some.
Cry is a buy.
Oh, I like you even more.
I think when you wanna
Ms.
get
Hannah,
on the
you
phone,
sound
I
like
talk
myself.
to
If it
people and I'm not
comes from
working.
the earth, I'm
Yeah.
sure it's gonna work. That's Ms.
Feel
Hannah.
more intrigued.
Now, are there any other
No,
prescriptions
yeah,
you've
it
been
is.
prescribed in the
You
past
don't know
5
how
years,
much they're
even if
really
you've
telling
never
you
taken
versus,
them?
are you just playing? I don't know if this is real, but you want
Well,
to
I
get
did go to the
used
doctor
to
once, I
telling
did
yourself
get some,
things. You wanna get,
Uh,
or switch it around. Next time you do
I
a
gotta
role play,
see that.
use the
Oh,
different sources.
Okay,
so
okay,
you have a
well, I
chance
mean,
to get
that's
used to
not really much of
verbalizing it.
anything, that's pretty
the time.
much for if you're, coming down with like a
Oh,
cold or flu during the
It's
flu
only,
season, or if they
it's
feel
only
like
expensive
you
to
need
live.
an immuno,
But it's
boost,
expensive
because as
side
far
too.
as I'm concerned,
The
I
cost of
need
living
those.
in
Because
dying
these
just
hats
keeps,
are actually
going up
more
like
of a,
everything else.
vitamins and
Have
things
you
of
ever
that nature,
given
kind of
thought
like
to whether
nature's
you
natural
should
antibiotics.
use
It's
it?
not a real, like a penicillin or
Cremated.
amoxicillin or anything. of
Yeah,
that
so
nature.
know, the average cremation
So,
is
I
about
think we're in
$3,000
the
to
business, yeah.
$7,000.
Now, have you ever used or are you currently using any inhalers or anything like that at all? All right, then just definitely want to make sure there aren't any surprises when it comes to the MIB. I know you told me you had a mistake there in the past, so I'm just trying to, you know,
covering your
comb with the fine tooth,
expenses,
comb with
With
the fine tooth comb right now. Right.
For
And
and
that
also
mistake
put the
wasn't a
script down, like how much,
mistake.
kind of put the script down.
Okay.
You wanna touch on these
Which
points?
is again
You
why
wanna
I'm
get
making
them
sure I get everything
Curation?
correct. I'm
Oh,
quite
wow,
sure
curation.
it wasn't on your end, that's why I wanna
I
make
think I
sure
wanna
we
do
do
curation
everything
too. You
correctly
wanna
today,
get them
Ms. Hannah.
thinking about
Well,
those
he was
things,
writing
you know,
down
is that what your family usually does? Cause I
And
mean,
whenever he
before,
wrote it, he
cremation was
wrote
kind of frowned upon, now
GOUT.
people are starting to do it more. So you
Gout.
wanna dig
Yes.
a little bit around
It's
that
the
and get some
government
conversation
doctor.
on it.
And
get
so what he
them
wrote
talking.
was
Gout doctor.
Absolutely.
Oh, goodness, Miss Hannah,
I
now,
thought I was dying, I'm sure. I didn't know what gout was. I was crying.
I would imagine so. I'm so sorry you had to experience something like that. But thank you so much for sharing all that information with me. I know those questions can be kind of lengthy. I think I have all the information I need. I'm not going to make any promises. However, I am going to do everything that I can to try and get you approved for one of the best programs available. Just do me one
Covering your
favor.
final expenses, your manager.
Don't hold it against me if I can't get an approval today, okay, Miss Hannah?
Okay, I know you're gonna do your best.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Now, Miss
I
Hannah,
feel very
because
good
these
about it. It's
are
a load
special
off my
events for
mind to
people
not have to
within the
worry
state of
about it.
Florida. Your total coverage is not able to exceed what they
Everything is
consider
okay.
to be a reasonable need. We can't apply for $100,000 or anything like that. Because, you know, we're not trying to make anyone rich. These are plans that are simply designed to give your family enough money so that they don't have to bear the financial burden of paying for your final arrangements. In fact, have you ever had to pay for a funeral for Miss Hannah?
Hey,
No, I
no,
have not.
Oh, well, lucky you. Like, have you ever even been around someone, you know, just trying to come up with the funds to pay for a funeral?
Yes,
What do you
I
think
have.
they have to do to cover it?
Oh, wow, what
Well,
happened?
she'd either have to,
What happened
some
was
everything she has,
a
or
surprise.
her
This
father,
what happened
or
to
they got a
that,
will.
Well, you know what, Wendy?
The
Sisters
mother
are gonna have
had
to be in
developed
that
cancer.
situation.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
She had 9
Yeah, we're gonna
children.
make sure that we take care of that, right?
They all, when she
And I really
passed
just wanna
away,
thank you for sharing
were
this.
just
You
assuming
really have such a big
that
heart,
there
and it
was
shows
no
what kind of
insurance.
person you are. That you're thinking ahead about
And guess
this,
what
but
she had
said
done?
it will never
She
be.
had been
It's a
absolutely
position
in
of how to
control
figure out
and in charge of everything to do with herself,
And when everything
right
I
up
can
until
to
the
help.
last minute.
Now,
when she
part
left
of
this
making a
earth.
script
What
live,
she had done without anyone knowing
Oh,
where she
it'll
had gotten
cover.
a
I
policy.
know you don't want
She
her to
had
have to
paid
do
for
that,
her
and,
own funeral,
I know that that's
every
something that
portion
you
of
wanna
it.
avoid at all
And
costs, so
also
she
designed
won't even have to worry about that, we're
exactly
talking
the
about
way
it
that
now,
she
we're
wanted
taking
to
care of
go.
it now, we're,
The
So,
children
just
were
those little
just
pieces,
at
so,
loss.
I-
I mean, they were floundering.
goodness, you
They
want
were
them to
fighting with
feel,
one another.
and feel like
They
you're
didn't know what they
feeling,
were going
feeling
to
for
do.
them. Does she even, I can't
Everybody
even
was
imagine, I know
really
she
so
talks to her
bad.
dad, or what terms you guys
Here's
are
steps
on,
for
or
cutting up.
that'd be something that
And
she
has
can
the
come
policy.
with, but
Reads the
she won't
policy
even have to worry
and gives
about
it
it,
to
we're
her
talking there,
oldest
so
son.
you want them to kind of
That
think
she
about
had
it,
made
feel a little bit, then you wanna say.
Oh,
Yeah,
He did
it's
not
sort of,
know.
oh, yeah, you were.
And they were
I
able to
didn't
put the
tell how
funds
my
they
baby
needed
was,
to in
my
the
mom's
care of
parents.
the children, and they were
And
able to
then
do
the
what they
time it
needed
takes
to
for
do.
that to happen, and
Say goodbye to their mother.
goodness, so you
And
want them to
remember
feel, you
her
want to give them
life.
thinking, and, yeah, then you come to
absolutely,
the rescue
so
of it.
what started out to
Yeah,
seemingly be a very serious, frantic
It's me,
situation
I'm here.
ended
Like,
up
oh,
to be
that's terrible, oh my
a
gosh.
situation
I
where
know
it's
you
so
wanna
sad
cry.
that
I
these
would wanna
families
cry,
mourn
too.
because what
I'm
they feared
not-
hasn't
don't
been
do it.
taken
This is
care
how
of.
That's how I talk,
Yeah.
that's how I talk to you, so I gotta like.
Oh,
Because
my
you know, when you're
goodness.
talking
That
to
is
them,
such a
sometimes,
near story.
yeah,
You
you
need
want
to
to
hear,
hear,
you know, kind of
Mhm.
resonates around
Because
that, but just to know that
not to
you know,
love it, you don't
she
wanna
loved
go
her
overboard, but you
children
want
Like,
to
I
get
can talk to
that
my
much
aunties, like, I feel
to
like That's
Not
not
putting
gonna
them
be
in
any
any
work.
literally have said that, like,
That is
oh,
such
you
a
probably
beautiful
don't feel
thing,
like
and you know,
I'm
I
not
just
gonna
wanna
work
tell
there.
you,
So a lot of
thank
them
you
not
so
feeling like,
much
well,
for
I'm
sharing
working
that
for
with
you
me,
now, or
because
sound like
Also,
one
you
of my
did a
I
friends.
fabulous
You
too
can be
job
my
have
mom.
experienced
really
something
great
And
so
they'll
support.
go
similar.
in.
So we
So
lost my
you
no
want to
grandfather
have
last
real
year.
We have all the
conversation.
pieces here.
With these
We
people, the
were
more you're
thinking we
genuine
were
and
in a
you're
similar
connected to it,
situation.
when you're
However,
professional,
unbeknownst to
alcohol
us,
control, but you want to
our
really
grandfather
build rapport.
literally did the
Or
same
the
thing.
same
Still, there's
mind,
still a
too.
couple
He
of
It's like
had
build rapport,
several
so they feel comfortable
insurance
with you,
policies,
and they'll
but I'll
trust
work
you
on
to
not
do
to
it.
mention
You can tell when people are
he
being
even
genuine
did
versus when
his
they're
own
trying to
casket,
sound
paying
genuine.
out
Yeah, we
his
visit,
soup.
we visit
Like
anything.
literally,
He had
like
the
the easier
entire
it is for you
funeral
to
plan
do
as
that
far
and be able
as
to
the meal.
relate to multiple people.
We
and multiple
literally
types
did
of
nothing
people,
more
it's
than
easier to talk
make
about.
sure
That's
everything
where
went
easier the
according
process
to
of
his
it
will.
literally start.
And I do that
We
in
were
person.
definitely
Oh, yeah,
able
that's
to.
it.
And I'm not
So
gonna say
it depends, like,
it's
so I think it just
Yeah, I
has
think
to
they're
be.
really
It also
I'm sure
pushed
she'll
me
be
further to where I am now
talking to
because
her.
it was in my
One
grandfather's
minute
death
I'm
that
like,
my
oh,
grandfather actually used to own an insurance
And then the
company
next
right
I'm super excited.
Yeah,
So
well,
he-
so
years
these guys
before I was
kind of
born.
set the
And he
match
was
their
the
pay, or
first black
not
man
match their
to
pay. You
actually own
wanna,
an
you set the pace, but you wanna match
in-house
their
insurance
energy.
company. He did
If they're
everything
low and
from
draggy, you don't wanna
protection
take them down, you
to
wanna bring them up, but you don't wanna bring them up, you wanna slowly bring them up so that they're.
And I
Mod
had
two.
never
Then
known
in my
until he died, and they spoke on it at his funeral.
Yeah.
And it was very beautiful because he was a military man, so
Hardware.
we were lucky and fortunate
Not grass.
because it was pre-COVID and we actually had to
Sad.
have
Really
had
sad.
two
You guys
services
done?
for my grandma. And now,
She's
it's
still like,
a
never
rest
done
of
it.
it.
On the
And
Zoom with you guys. So,
Later that same
Everything's
year,
already gone.
we lost my grandma, so they're both
Okay,
there.
true. It's easier.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So,
thank you so much for
yeah, we
sharing
should
those
have
intimate
the
details
coverage
with me,
options
Miss Hannah. I
back
truly
any second.
appreciate it. I
But
mean,
in the
you're such a
meantime,
strong
I just
person
wanna
to have
give
gotten through that.
Use the
Just to
information
bear
that
witness to, you know, your friends,
And
loved
that
ones,
company
thinking that
So,
they were going
all
to
right,
have
if you
to.
wanna pop
and
out
try
and
to
take a few minutes,
rock
we'll go
you
get
to
stuff
pay
on the
off
floor.
and she already taken care of that, so I can certainly tell why you said you need a coverage in place for you.
Oh,
and
good.
your grandma.
I have some stuff with that, but I, yeah.
And I can promise you that that's not straightforward. So, I'm just gonna give you, they haven't flagged what they think they were wrong with out there.
Yeah, because sometimes unfortunately, that can bring out some of the
I got
ugliest and some of the
So,
most
I
beautiful
truly believe
things,
this is
and
one of the
for
number
what you
one
stated, it looks like it was
products on the market
about
right
to
now.
get kind of ugly,
And I see
so
quite a
my
few-
cousin stepped up with that policy and kind of just put everybody at ease, because grief and mourning is hard enough without adding the financial burden on top of everything
There are a
else.
few amazing features that come along with this.
Yes, ma'am, so let me ask you, Ms. Hannah,
So, you know,
do you feel like it's
listen,
your
well,
responsibility to
well,
cover
we-
your final expenses?
I
really
still
feel
have
like
some
it's
example
very
of
good
myself, I certainly. All right. so-
I certainly would say so, but,
It's,
you know, I can tell that
So, you know, I did
you are a
mention
wonderful person, and it says so much
this
about
is
your
a
character.
permanent
And
whole life
I'm sure your
policy,
children and that beautiful
That's
grandbaby of
permanent
yours
whole
will feel very
which
special
means
knowing
that,
that you put
You know,
coverage in
it
place
can
for
never
them
be
ahead of
canceled
time.
due to your age or your illness.
Now, I
So,
know
once you
They
act,
would try to figure it
it's
out
covered forever.
if they
I
had
know you're
to,
married, that's a
but
pretty valuable.
how do you think they
You know,
feel
benefit, right?
if you didn't have any coverage in place? Like,
So the second major one.
how do you think that would impact your
price
son? I'm
lock.
sure as the
So
eldest,
you
you
do
definitely
coverage.
expect him to take care of
The
everything.
price
for
could
you.
never go down.
And he would.
The price
That's the
will,
thing, I would not want to have to take care of it. I
The
wouldn't
price
want
will
someone to
never
be
go
worried
down
about
or be less
money
for your
on
annual.
top of.
But
knowing
it can
that,
also
you're
never
not
be
gonna see your mother
increased.
yet.
Absolutely, Miss Hannah, and you know,
More screens.
I love
Kind of
that
remember.
because that just says so much about
So, you know,
and I
many
can
people
just
don't
tell you're
realize
such a
that a lot of
beautiful
the
person
brands
inside
that
and out.
advertise on
Because you know, it's
TV,
not only
you
expensive to
know,
live,
coming
but
from
it's
the mail
expensive
or
to die
even
too,
from
and the
they
cost of
usually have
living
what's called
and
hidden
dying,
features.
it just keeps going
And
up,
hidden
like
features
everything
are
else.
just,
I mean,
um,
when you think of the flowers, programs,
yeah.
funeral
definitely
home
features.
rental, the
Yeah,
raising and lowering of the
Yeah, no, I
casket,
see what you're
the
saying.
traveling,
I don't have this
having to take
memorized
time
yet.
off of work,
I,
and then those little things, you
And those
know,
hidden features,
family
the rates go up every
coming
year.
over, so
Or
that means
the the
to
rates
have to
might
cook
stay the
and
same,
prepare food
and the
or
policy
even
not
get, you know,
decreases.
things
Or
brought in
even
or
worse.
catered. I mean, there's just a lot, so
There's
much that
been
goes
times
into it,
where
and
you got
the fact
policy
that you've
and
given
they
thought
don't-
to, you know, as whether, you know, you're gonna
You have this
handle,
policy.
you know, how you're going
And
to handle
if
it. I
you
mean,
live
I
to-
know that we're speaking
If
today
you're
on your
just little
final
past
expense,
age
but
75,
have you actually thought of
policy
whether you'd like to be buried or
I don't
cremated
know
this
about
time?
you, but
How are you?
You know, I'm still.
Good.
I never really go to my husband. I know this much. Her husband got out my
yesterday.
That is very true. That is very true. And, you know, I just wanna know, like, I know you've got 3 children, 1 grandson, and I know you're not quite sure on whether you'd like to, you know, be buried or cremated.
Cause that's gonna be
So,
a home
while
state.
you kind of think about
Yeah.
that,
She's like,
oh
my
this is
goodness,
so
baby.
are you thinking of only covering your final expenses, like is that your main objective, or would you like to leave a little bit extra to help your loved ones out?
So I don't
You
know.
know, I'm not so much worried about,
But I know you want to, reach out to them just to make sure, but.
we have
So,
is
left
we've
it
got,
out
you know,
in
a
smaller
smaller
conversations
policies
because
so
life
that
is
I
so
can keep
intimidating.
everything.
And he was just sitting there kind of quiet, so I kind of agreed to him, and
Or so
I think
that
it
they
was
all
like,
get
like,
together
every
and
subject
Like 4
about a
contracts.
year, and
Absolutely, I completely understand that, Ms. Hammond,
most
because
uncomfortable.
Um,
We left
so
quickly after.
often,
We were
like,
pretty much
when
just
we
out
do
there.
our
You
final
can
expense
go
costs
now.
that we don't even think about
Those
the
are the
true
things
final
we
expense
don't want to
costs.
learn in real life.
Was that
So
that's
we're
where
not-
I
I was
was
gonna
You don't have a
ask
role
was
play.
the light or the water
For that to really happen. It's so uncomfortable.
I mean,
What
I
if
would
the
just be
vehicle
quiet.
is still
I know,
currently
we
Wait for the
under
right
state,
to say
so about
something,
that
but
car
what
payment,
else
like,
can you do?
I know,
that's
we were
so
just-
much
don't
to
want
think
your
of.
feelings
And
like
the
that.
fact that
I mean, by then, what do
you
you
already
say?
have a standing policy and you're
Say,
asking
Right.
something extra to leave behind to your
I'm gonna let
family.
you guys talk
Right,
about
so.
this.
you
Yeah,
know,
really.
Here's
my card. I couldn't, you know,
Yes, I gotta go.
imagine
You have my number.
how good it's gonna make your loved ones feel when that day comes, because I'm guessing your eldest will be handling your final arrangements.
Yeah, so you know, when you don't have to die for a certain
But I would
age,
prefer to
that's
have on that.
policy
Now, I know that you said you actually do
Are
have
you
other
looking at that,
coverage,
right?
like, what type of
So
policy is
the
it? Because
third
I know
major
you're still working, is it
thing
something for
is
your
that
job, or
bill
is it something that you
It usually, it shouldn't
did
take
a
that
while
long,
ago?
right?
money,
About 20
well,
minutes.
it really is, you know,
That type of policy.
I plan that like a little thing.
Oh, okay.
And
Very
Okay.
familiar with those, I write those all the
well, we
time.
can talk about
In fact,
stories.
that's one of my
That's a little
specialties,
bit
I do a lot of
which,
IULs, smart ULs
and
for
it builds
children.
In the day,
Because a lot of people
submitting
don't
it will.
as you pay your
about
premium,
when
the cash
you have
builds
a
up over
certain
time.
life policy
if you
and
ever
then
find
adding
yourself in
those
an
stocks on
emergency,
there, how it
you'll
actually
be able
builds
to
a
borrow
cash value
against
to
that
make
cash
that
value.
policy precede
Now,
its
of
face
course, I
value.
don't recommend
So
this,
Okay,
you can have
so.
$50,000
but it's always good to know.
in the event that that could actually have grown monumentally as far as $500,000.
All that have-
And I'm hoping to, teach you guys go.
You are a wonderful woman. Oh my goodness. Just so we don't get too carried away, because I can just talk to you all day. You're such a lovely person. I like to go ahead and just recap everything to make sure I have everything in order. So you have told me that at this time you do have an annuity
So,
in place.
And
And with this
stories, what do you have?
final expense that we're, looking into today, it's just going to be something extra to, just help pay for any extra expenses, or as you stated, let them take a nice family trip. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. So let me ask Ms. Hammond,
Right.
God
Probably retired
forbid
teacher
something
doesn't have
happened to
much
you
money.
today,
I mean, that was not for
do you
me.
think your son would have 10 to 15,000 to pay for your
Which is
funeral?
fine.
If you decide to
Which
stay
is
on
fine.
your
You
own?
just
So,
want to be
I
able to deliver them in a way that they feel very heartfelt and touch on
Right.
what they feel. So,
Absolutely.
writing them down, and
Yeah,
I
you
don't
still
know,
have
have you been writing them out? Have you started writing them out?
But I would let you know
That's low because.
Right, your son isn't going to have to be in that situation because
Yeah.
you're already talking to
Tell you
them,
what.
you've already got the annuity in place, so what we're going to do is just make sure that we can at least take a further burden off and help you put into play just a few
So
extra
along with
dollars
the
to
policy
leave to your family right
Prosperity
now,
will be
okay?
sending you free Awesome.
It's called all that.
Yes,
And I
ma'am.
can
And
imagine
again, I just
individual
wanna thank you
students,
so much for sharing these
clients
things with
love
me.
So you want
You
to,
have
like,
such
you're
a big
watching us
heart.
go
It
through
really
it,
shows
I
what
paint a
kind of
picture
person
of
you
what
are
happened,
and that
they
you're just
just
thinking
go
ahead
through
about those you
how does
love.
it
So
affect her
they'll
day
never
to
be
day,
in
how
a
does it affect her
position of
how
having
does
to
it
figure out how to
Open
make
them
all
up.
those expenses.
feeling words and
I
give them
promise
to
I'm
a
going
book
to do
promotion.
everything I can.
So it's easy to do bullet points to get started, but when you get on, you're gonna.
Now, I should have another options back in second, also in the meeting, I told you to give you some information on the company, I truly wanted to get
lot better
from
when
their
they're trying
charge.
to reach
The
your
name of the company is Prosperity Life, and the process is called
Prior
How
to that,
how
if at any point.
the
Now, my
benefit
professional
is
opinion
gonna
is that
make
they
them
are the best when it comes to my
Like,
business. They've been in
Um,
business for a little over
there's
100 years,
also
and
another
they
writer
also have an
that
A+
just
rating
wanna
in the
make
Right
sure
Business
you
Bureau,
like
and an excellent rating for the very success.
The
Now,
value is
maintaining
that
those ratings is not an easy thing to do, and I truly believe this is the
So,
final expense
yeah,
part
go
of
through
the
them,
market
definitely
right now. And I've seen quite a few.
and try them out too, so while you guys
I'll be
are going, I
honest,
want you guys.
It's not easy to get approval with Prosperity, but you know, my fingers
You
are
know,
crossed.
get it out.
Yeah,
Get the
The
kinks
most
out, paint
if
the
you
pictures,
get
get it
approved,
approved,
there are
real,
some
so
amazing
it's
features
not
that
just
go along
like,
with
wow,
this
so
plan that I believe that in your box out. And I just like to briefly go over them while we're waiting on the approvals to come in. So go ahead and just jot these benefits down because they're really important
They also
and
want
I'm
to
sure you'll
remind
find
you that
it
these policies
very
are
awesome as well.
48 hours.
Now, I know I've mentioned this
now
one
that you
before,
got
but it's
that
worth
little
saying
headache
it
out of
again,
the
so
way.
go ahead and write it down.
So,
Having
So
a question
Louisiana business
before the
permanent whole life insurance. This policy will stay with you for your whole life and can never
come over,
be canceled
then
on
we'll
you
see
due
what
to age
they're
or illness.
quoting us,
Now, once
okay?
you act, you're covered
In the
forever.
meantime, while we wait
And
on
I know
that,
you
what do you
agree
So,
that
but, so you
that's
have
a
a
valuable
separate
benefit,
two
valuable
things
benefit all by itself, right?
But you did do
Right,
it
so
too.
you're telling me that the
14
price
is
will
like
never
that.
go up, and I can't be.
Yeah, the extra death.
Absolutely. The price can never go up and you cannot be canceled due to age or illness. However, in the event is, you know, your policy actually non-payment, but something you wanna take advantage of, you know, and try and make sure you make sure all of the payments are made in a timely manner. But other than that, they will never cancel you due to your age or your illness. Alright, Ms.
Look at
Hannah?
that, yes.
Absolutely.
Keep your feet up, get your notebook, write your
Now, the
stories out.
second major benefit is price lock.
Get your
With
laptop.
approved Ms. Hannah, these costs on these policies will never be less than this today. And if we get you approved and take action, the price of this coverage can also never be increased on you. And that says so much right there, because many people don't even realize a lot of these plans advertised on TV
So,
that come in the mail or sometimes even offered to you through your bank or your credit union. They have hidden features where the rates go up every years or so, or the rates stay the same, or the policy amount decreases over time. In worse scenarios, you have some policies where you're blessed to have the age of 75, but the company's dropping your coverage altogether because it's going to die before 75. Absolutely, absolutely, and I don't know about you, Miss Hannah, but I definitely don't want to have to die before a certain age just to make sure my policy is good and my family actually gets paid. And I'm sure you're with me on that, right? Yes, ma'am. Now, the third major benefit of this plan is you definitely want to write this down because this is so important, and having an annuity, you're gonna understand this. Miss Hannah, this plan actually builds cash value, and this is your money. It will always be there. As you pay your premiums, the policy acts like a little savings account building up over time. So should you ever find yourself in an emergency and in any need of some cash, you'll be able to borrow against that cash value that has built up.
How long does it take to build up cash value?
Well, Miss Hannah, that's a great question, and that would be something that you definitely have to look at once you see the policy, because everything is different. However, I can tell you for certain, it's not something that you'd be able to do immediately. We can take the policy out to you, and the next month you want to go ahead and borrow against it. It doesn't work like that, and quite frankly,
looks like we got.
I don't even
qualified for the
recommend
top
doing
10
this, of
programs
course,
on both
because
programs.
it's just a little extra piece of mind to know that the money's
Always
going to be there if you
Okay.
absolutely need it.
Good job,
And
Toy.
the customer, at first and foremost, wanted to make
No,
sure we.
She's talking to you. I'll say, good job, Toy.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Great job, Tiffany. She filled it in with things that she didn't know the exact answer on it, but she was good.
Right now.
Put something
Because you
in
may
there,
not
fill
qualify
that space in, that
or
made
rates
it in
again
trouble.
if you were
And then
gonna get sick
pivoted
or
Brought
get
it right.
hurt. And you know, when you
All
these
right,
premiums, they're
now-
never getting cheaper than they are right now.
So,
Sisters, you want to
again,
come?
I don't recommend doing this, of course,
And
but
if this is
it's
a
just a little extra piece of mind, you know, just to know in case you absolutely need to make sense, Ms. Hannah.
And we'll figure out what works best for you.
All right, wonderful.
You know, I really
Now,
just.
along with your
so
policy
relieved that we were able
information,
to
Ms.
make
Hannah,
improvements.
Prosperity will also be sending you a free final wishes
I
free planning
I
guide
realized
that
when
can
I'm
act
going
as
through
your
my
little
notes,
person
that I don't really
estimate.
have a feel.
Now, my
So
clients
let's
actually
give us
put
a
the
high,
one
a
I
middle,
do
and a
because it
low.
allows
is,
them to itemize exactly what their final
So
wishes
the
are.
first
So
amount
kind
was
of like your friend Maria had their planned out. Yeah, you're gonna be able to have that power as well. That's gonna eliminate a lot of potential confusion and frustration at that time when your loved ones
But
are
the best
mourning.
part about it is that the
Not to mention, Prosperity also provides at no additional monthly charge an accelerated death rider.
part of the story.
Now,
is
with this, 50% of the policy is paid out to you prior to death. If at any point after this policy is in place, you're medically diagnosed with a terminal or medical condition.
They went to Iraq together 3 times. They deployed 3 times. And was killed on his motorcycle by a woman who ran away.
Well, it doesn't mean you have to have an actual expiration date because no one but God will give you that. However, if for any reason you are diagnosed with something terminal, whether it be cancer, AIDS, HIV, anything that causes a hardship on life, they're gonna be able to, you know, go ahead and send out that accelerated death benefit, which would be 50% of the face value of your premium. So that's something that's definitely worth keeping in mind.
That's
Right,
why
so
I
you
want to
She like, don't even get to the
Oh,
hospital.
absolutely require, you know, medical diagnosis from a medical professional. However, if that's, you know, something that does happen, God forbid, and if it did, you simply just send that documentation over with us that direct no additional cost.
Right.
Okay,
Now,
That's an excellent.
all right, perfect. Now, there is also an accidental death rider, which may have a few dollars a month to your premium, but the value in it is that it doubles the face value of your policy if your death happens due to an accident. So this is a
You never know.
really
still get children.
So, however, Ms.
It's been
Hannah,
6 years.
this is the most important feature. Last but not least,
So,
I
no, that is
personally
good.
believe this is
Around that, the
more valuable than
phone,
anything itself. And
that
that's
was
that you're gonna
perfect.
get me, Ms.
And,
Hannah. I will be your agent for life, and I take pride and put a lot of passion into serving my clients. And you'll have my direct contact information. I'm here for anything you ever need at any time you may ever need it. And again, Ms. Hannah, these policies are paid out within 48 hours, and will probably be the first money
So
you're
I
going
just
to
want to
receive.
confirm your
She
information.
did paid out within
It's
48
like,
hours and
trying
passing away.
No, ma'am, I mean, it's paid out within 48 hours of the insurance company receiving the documentation.
WNDY?
Because
Last name.
we don't want, you know,
Still
still
awful.
lover.
Yeah, it's not.
Just
You
because
just
they found out about that policy, God forbid, they give the insurance company's information, they call and say, Hannah died and I'm the beneficiary. We're not gonna do that, we're gonna require,
Right.
whether it be,
I sent you this
the
earlier, you should have
So,
it.
okay, all of that, what we just said,
Yeah.
nothing to comfort you, water, all of those things,
you
put it
know,
down.
Oh, that's
you're
what
dead.
it
Other than that,
Yeah.
you could also send in the death certificate from the Office of Vital Statistics.
So you
but
said
as
you
long
were
as the
born in
insurance company
Florida,
receives
right?
that, your loved ones
And
will
you
receive
are a
payout
US
within 48
citizen.
hours after.
Good,
the
so
And what
you
is that
would
not
say the
social?
military,
I
pays
think
for
I
everything,
do.
because I don't know that they do.
Perfect,
So
perfect.
they probably they did.
Other than that, Ms. Hannah, do you have any other questions for me before we get to your decision?
Coverage in place.
So that's
That
one,
was
how much
the
longer?
dream.
001.
Well, you know, that's a great question, and I'm gonna try and be as fast as possible to get in. You know, I'm simply just waiting on these approvals to come over. However, while we're waiting, what would you find the biggest value out of all of the things that we've gone over?
Security things or whatever.
The fact that as I age, the price doesn't go up. It doesn't go down.
We've got you.
I like
5'5", 130 pounds.
So that if I had to
You set your address at 1-5.
you know, toward the end, that that's the place. I also like the fact that, you know,
Which is
double
in
above my debt
And
should
that's
be
equivalent
I'm passing away from the tax.
690.
Also, you know, I also think that I
Okay, so
like the
that gives
planner a
me-
little bit as well.
And some slow computers, you know,
where to
how
get
to
them,
Go
but
along.
that would also be very nice.
Oh, well, you know what, let's not push get you approved
Like
because,
when I started with the one with.
you know, if we can get this, that would just ease your family so much. And is there anything at all that I haven't covered that would stop you from locking in your policy today, Ms. Hannah? Like, are you currently traveling with the surface?
Driver's license, a one-time treatment, like annually, once a year.
Well, I mean, you definitely have that decision, it's completely up to you. However, I don't, you know, personally recommend it. What I like to do is make sure you receive all your documentation. You can go ahead and review the
I wanna get a
policy because you
visual.
do have a review period. That way, before you go ahead and lock everything in stone and say, I wanna pay for this outright, at least you have it in your hands, in black and white. You're able to review it and see if whether or not this meets your needs, and more importantly, if there's something you may want to add to or take away from.
Oh my God.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that the
All
company
day long,
communicated.
I've been making sure
Work,
some of that
somebody
is
car,
still-
all up on the
But
side.
yeah, you're right, oh my goodness, you're so right, Lee.
Yeah, they do it for me.
Yes.
Same as,
Yes,
So,
very true.
Yeah, they were in the grocery
So,
store.
for the premium,
And they
do you receive your benefits on the first, the third, or the second day of the day?
So there's.
The first.
And then this one I thought I might kind of go in a different direction. But my grandmother passed away, she moved in with us when I was 2 years old.
Oh.
She lived the last 6 years of her life.
Like
in
that.
her
Anyway,
family. She wouldn't have
Please
lived
don't
on
hold
her
on to that money.
So that's a lot of years
Yes.
to be living with
Yes,
myself.
exactly.
I mean, if it's
All right, so really quick, Ms. Hannah, I do wanna go ahead and give you my personal
So-
contact number
So your
so
initial
that you can
premium,
reach
I'll
me
get
at
my
any
numbers,
time.
how I did.
You still got your pen and paper handy, right?
so your initial premium?
Great, Ms. Hannah, now my number is toll free,
It was the
1-888
They know.
515
They just
12.
I don't know how they were learning
And
things,
this
but
will show
Now,
that
for some reason, you give me a call, and I'm currently on the phone with another client, it'll just go straight through to our account manager, and I'll get that message, and I will call you at the first time that I
what do you
come
want
available,
it, it
right?
was even.
All right,
I
you're
think
very
very
kind. Now, my fingers are crossed here because I usually get an answer back on Drupal by now, so it should come any moment
So I'm
now.
thinking,
Just keep that pen and paper close, all right?
he can't be the only one who's getting that number.
Well, we're waiting on the approval with Prosperity because, like I said,
I wouldn't even.
well, not just with Prosperity, but with all the companies. However, I'm specifically looking for this one because, as I told you earlier, in my personal and professional opinion, I really think they are the best. Like, they have the best final expense plan that I've seen in quite a while. And if I can get you in with them, that would be the bee's knees. They typically give me 3 coverage amounts with the approval. And I just want to have you write those down so we can review them together when they come in. And that way we see which one's best for you. Now, no one comes out and we do your monthly knocking on your your door to collect premiums like they did
Right.
in the old days, Miss Hannah. You don't have to worry about me popping up on you there. I will make an Avon call. And there's also no credit checks like there
Yes,
used to
'cause
be
that's
for
my
immediate
This
issue
is me,
programs
this really
like
is my
this.
story.
Now, I know that you said you are still working full-time, so you are able to select any day between now and 2 days from now. Your premium will be paid each month on the date that you specify.
Or maybe not.
Now,
for
typically,
10.
I suggest like the 1st or the 15th, like those are typically the easy dates to remember. So just kind of keep that in mind as we're waiting on those approvals.
And I think to have as much as you can
What's going on?
some type of a basic
Oh my goodness,
is
Miss
going to be
Hannah,
helpful.
congratulations.
At that time, at that point in time, you
Approvals are
only
now
have to
hitting my
tweak it a
screen
little.
and it
Well, no, I
looks
think I'll
like
get better.
you
Okay.
have
That's
absolutely
not
been
so bad. That's
qualified
not as
for
much as an
prosperity, Miss
Mm-hmm.
Hannah. Oh my
So not
goodness,
even
and
know-
it
not
looks
know
like you
what
got
to
your
do, but
qualification for the
not know
top
what
tier
to do.
program.
In the
Yes, oh
movement
my
part of
goodness,
it,
okay,
and
I'm
then
sorry, I
figuring
kinda
out
had a little,
how to pay
How to
for
pay
it.
for it.
hit in the stomach there, because I really, really wanted that to come through, and I'm glad that it did,
On
don't
top
get me
of all
wrong,
of
but
that,
as I
now
told
we
you,
still have to figure out.
I usually would have had them a few minutes ago, so. As a new customer, Miss Hannah, first and foremost, I wanna make sure we find something that is affordable and comfortable for you right now. Because you may not qualify for these plans or rates again. So, if you were to get sick or get hurt, Miss Hannah, these premiums will never get any cheaper than they are right now, especially with all the additional benefits included. And also remember, this is permanent whole life insurance. It's price locked and it builds cash value. So make sure you write those things
My father
down
never had a
because
sandwich, he
the
never
three
got a
options we're
check,
gonna have here
nothing.
will just kind of help figure out what
If
works
he had ever
best
signed
for
a check,
you,
you got
and
to make him
then
in.
we're
That's
gonna keep
forgery.
it moving, all right, Miss Hannah?
My mother did every.
Yes, ma'am, I'm so glad you were able to get approved with prosperity today.
Yes.
So, then we have given
And
us
he was
three
just frankly thinking it's
our options here. We have a high, a middle, and a low. So I'll start with the high and go from there. Now, the first approval amount we have is for $35,000 of coverage, which will double to $70,000 in the event of an accidental death. Now, for $35,000 of coverage, Miss Hannah, it's only $117.22 a month. We've also got the second amount here, which is approved for $20,000 of coverage, which doubles to $40,000 in the event of an accidental death. And this one is only $87.56 per month. Now, our third option here, last but not least, we are approved for $15,000 of coverage, which doubles to $30,000 in the event of an accidental death, which would only run you $49.82 a month.
So you did say you wanted to
So tell me
They
which amount would you like for your son to receive when that time comes? A check for $5,000, a check for $25,000,
And you have a phone number?
or a check for $50,000.
And they don't care if you want to let them know your income increases, your life insurance premium increases.
Oh, Miss Hannah, that's an excellent
They
choice.
know that, and
Oh
so
my
I'm so glad
goodness,
that you
and
do
you know, I know for
You always
certain
come back to it.
that your decision
That's
today
why
is really going to have a positive impact on your son when that time comes and you need to the most. So just go ahead and circle the
Do you want to add anything
$35,000
to
for $117.22. And I'm just gonna go ahead and confirm your information, just lock this approval in
They
place.
are.
And I'm so happy we got approved with
Oh,
prosperity,
because
Miss
it's not,
Hannah.
because they really.
Oh, good stuff, good stuff. So what's your middle initial, Miss Hannah? What do we have between Hannah and Bryce?
And then I try to take notes too, like. I didn't
All
know
right,
this,
okay.
this, this,
I'm tempted to ask, but I don't want to get
Mine
too far deep in the rabbit hole there.
Just
But
transporting.
we'll get to that later, maybe like I said, you're stuck with
I'm
me for
writing
life
down
now.
things
Yeah.
because I certainly.
All right,
How long it's gonna take me.
You're welcome.
I don't know this.
I was gonna say that would be really
I don't know
cool.
these. Start sharing information with you to help you make.
Oh, so yeah, like my cousin is seal model, and it starts off with X, but it's her first name, XIOM. Yeah, seal model, XIOMARA.
To the pre-planning guide, because I know, was it something?
Alright, so
something-
we're not gonna.
I might have some stuff that,
Do we bring that up
We'll
with them?
play with the
Or-
name. So,
this is probably
I have your
the
name
same.
as Hannah X Robertson. And, I know you said you're originally from West
Why
Virginia,
you got, I don't know
correct?
what you're asking.
So that means you're definitely a US citizen. Yes,
But they could not.
perfect, and go ahead with your 9-digit
And
social.
I know what she did was, it was.
1, 2, 5.
They just had a meeting with.
All right, that's 175,
4611.
All right, great.
You know,
Now
okay.
for your premium, remember that is only going to be $117.22 a month. And have you decided on whether or not, you want
You know, my whole
to
life now.
Oh,
your
right.
premium on the first or the
They-
second of each month?
They,
I think why do the payment.
because it was this month, there, I can't.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine with me, yes, ma'am. So we're gonna go ahead and take your initial premium for February 5th of 2021. And then it will fall on the 5th of each month from that point on, okay, Ms. Hannah? Now, this will show up on your account as a charge from SBLI, USA Life Insurance, which is the parent company of Prosperity Life. Now, what is the name of your bank or credit union that your premium will be out of?
We don't want to read all of these questions to you. She's gonna have about an
And
insurance
let's
policy.
see here.
I'm pretty sure you guys are
Nine, rounded number, Ms. Hannah?
right?
So, I just.
So, the underwriter is gonna be one.
No, right, that's
So
zero.
now how is it gonna
Very
happen? But
formal
even that
and
has a
very
story about the urgency and how to
Purchase
how
that
to-
family.
you don't
And
remember
you
how
see
to-
here,
like
go
all
ahead
of
with the
this.
account number.
No,
And
no,
then
no,
you're
no,
going
no,
to-
no,
You have
story.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Alright, that's fine.
And I.
000547889.
That's why I feel so strong.
Okay,
There's nobody
perfect.
there. Oh, my
Now
goodness.
lastly,
You know,
we're just gonna go ahead and verify if this is a checking or savings account, Ms. Hannah.
That is a checking.
Okay, great. Here now, let's go ahead and get the information for your
You know,
beneficiary. I know it's your son, and would
secret.
you like him to receive
So-
100% of the proceeds? Or did you want to kind of let that up to your three children? I know you said you have a son and 2 daughters.
And my first one was
it very
How's it right here?
I just did it really nice.
So, you don't want anything like that.
It's not necessary, even if your family doesn't help you.
Did you answer no to all of the questions?
And
I
I put it out.
All right, sounds good to me. So the very last thing you need to do is go ahead and make a call over to the underwriting department for confirmation. Once all is done, I'm going to start providing them with the additional verification and some more information. Now, the underwriter will then ask us to speak with you. They will read a disclosure reporting for us to receive and get a verbal authorization from you. Now, they will ask if you receive a link application form from your agent, and you did. That's what I sent to her. I'm not sure if you just noticed that little to your phone, but go ahead and look at it if you feel the need to, but they don't need you to do anything with it, they just need to verify that you have received that link, okay, Ms. Hannah?
It only takes a couple of minutes.
Great, so please be sure to let them know that you have received the link, because otherwise, they're going to read all
Or you might not want to.
disclosures to you one by one, adding about an additional 10 minutes to the call. And I'm pretty sure you'd rather look it over on your own and save those 10 minutes of your life, right? Yes, ma'am. Now, once the underwriter is on the line, they're also going to reconfirm your answers to the medical questions. And they're probably going to sound very
You don't
formal.
want that to
and a little bit boring,
We don't want to
so
see that.
just bear with us, okay? Now, just like you've been with me throughout this entire call, Miss Hannah,
So.
continue to be honest, of course, but only answer with a simple yes or no. There is absolutely no reason to provide extra information at this point. Yes or no's are perfect for the last portion. No extra stories or elaborations needed, okay? Now, I know when we went through the questions earlier, you did tell me that you were denied coverage a very, very long time ago due to the agent not properly writing government and it appeared to be gout. If for some reason that does show up, they generally only look about into the last 5 or 7 years, but if for some reason that does show up, and they ask you if you've ever been denied coverage, just like you answered yes for me, please let them, have that answer yes again, okay? But that's it, just a simple yes. Now, it's very important that you keep your answers the same as the ones you gave me when we ran through them. Makes sense, right? Okay, perfect, Ms. Hannah. Now, if you have any additional questions about medications that come up or what they have been prescribed for, a simple yes or no is fine for those responses as well. The key thing is, don't elaborate, okay? All right. Now, they just need to clean responses for the recording. So,
I love that you are such.
like,
I'm really glad.
I just want to make sure this is as easy as possible because I actually had a client once before because we had built up a nice little rapport and we had gone into underwriting and I kind of forgot to tell him don't elaborate and unfortunately he went into detail about one of his answers for medical whatnot and he immediately went from having a level plan to a graded plan, and don't get me wrong, he was still able to get insurance, but he ended up getting the same level of coverage or a little more than what I quoted him just because of his answers. So we want to stick with simple yes and no, okay?
I love simple classic spelling. I said my grandmother.
Write this down.
Thank
So
you.
it only takes a couple sentences to do the writing, then you're permanently covered and you can literally brag to your friends that you have the best final expense coverage ever. And of course, you can let them know that you also made a friend in the process. Now, I'll be getting the underwriting agent on here shortly. Just do me a favor, when they're all done, don't hang up. Stay on the line with me so I can make sure you have all the information you need. And of course, I'll answer any last questions you may have, okay? All right, so I want to just make sure you have everything you need before we
So we
hang
might
up.
have the lead generator.
And let's go ahead and call it now.
I know you said
writing. Okay, we're done with that. Oh my goodness, congratulations, Hannah. You did a wonderful job and you are covered as of now. I know potential companies is going to be a huge weight off your shoulders.
One more thing I'm doing.
Absolutely.
I typed that in.
So
I
we
need
need
to
to
Oh,
say
I'm
I'm
so
so happy I was able to get in contact with you today. And don't forget, I'm always here for anything you may need, Miss Hannah. So I'm going to have that welcome packet sent out to you today with a little recap of everything in your policy. And don't forget, it should arrive to you within about 3 to 4 business days. Your policy will arrive in about 2 weeks after your initial premium is paid. So don't forget to write down that you selected for the 5th of the month. So your initial premium will go out on February 5th, and I would say probably just after Valentine's Day. I believe that falls on a Sunday this year, so sometime on that Monday, February 15th, or probably no later than that Wednesday, February 17th, you should receive your actual policy in hand, okay, Miss Hannah? All right, perfectly. Now, I'll have all the contact information you wrote down today in that packet as well. That way, if you have any questions or need anything at all, you can always give me a call. Now, calling the insurance company can be a tedious and time-consuming process. And I can usually get whatever answers or adjustments you need done much quicker. So again, just be sure to give me a call because remember, I am here for you, okay?
You are sure that we're moving.
Now, if you need to make any changes that involve your payment, please give me a call at least 72 hours in advance. Otherwise, the payment might not go into effect in time, okay? I'm sorry, did you hear me?
You did write down the
Okay.
days on your calendar. Alright, well, I was really happy to read more for you. Do you have any appointments for today?
Absolutely, absolutely. Just want to make sure you were following me.
Oh.
And let's
Sandy,
see, how you feel about the decision you
The
think
video,
today
she
to
knows that
protect
you
your
emailed
son?
you, or just to read the script out loud, I thought it was pretty good.
Wanna take Sandy for a walk? You guys go to the park or?
I'm so glad I could help make this happen. Just make sure you're not going out taking lines over it, okay? Well, you obtained extremely valuable coverage today, Ms. Anna. And that is not, that everyone is not even approved for. And Prosperity is making a commitment to you. I am making a commitment to you. A commitment to have your funds for your son when that time comes. I know you're making a commitment and the sacrifice as well. Your commitment to pay your premiums every single month. So please write it down so that you remember it will show up as a monthly charge.
I think
You
I
have
did
one
take
for
Your handcrafted
I didn't, I don't have one for every.
SELI USA life insurance for $170.22.
And I.
That's important information to remember. You did write it down, correct?
I just say one, because I don't have it down.
Oh,
That's
okay.
easy.
Oh, yeah.
Say the same thing.
Because when you.
I have that understand that that's very code 727.
Yeah, like, I don't wanna be
Section 76.
Pretty.
1319. And so you just send me a text message or call over. That's all right. I don't mind it at all. I don't want to send this policy out to you unless you're committed to pay your premium every single month. Can you make that sacrifice for your son?
Of
course.
So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So great. Now, because this is your life insurance policy and you're committing to make these payments so that your son won't have to suffer financially
Tell
when you're
15,
gone.
and if you wanna
I
call me
know you said that
afterwards,
you
we can
don't
kind of
want,
touch on any of the
your
stories that
family to have
some
to use their own money
questions about or need
to
a
cover
little bit
your final expenses. And that's
Yeah.
why you're doing it, and I completely get it, Miss Hannah.
And there's a
We
couple I
can
just
finally say that the
Blank.
shopping around is done
And
today.
just say what's going on.
Yeah,
If
like
you do
I
not
said,
receive
we're gonna
anything in the mail or see anything on TV that sparks, if you do
Oh, yeah.
receive
sent
anything
me- she
in
sent
the
me
mail or
anything.
see anything on TV that sparks your interest, please give me a call, remember.
Yeah, and this
Okay.
is because
That's fine.
it's not not relatable, it's
No,
actually
I'm so glad we
experience,
got a
and I
pretty
really
good
don't
prosperity
know
and
anything
found
else,
something you
so
can
it's like-
manage monthly. Oh, and Hannah, make sure you make a
So
copy of
say,
the policy and give it
think
to
about
your
it,
son,
use
that
what
way
you
you
heard,
can let
start
him know
doing a couple
that
little
this
things, you
has an
can always
accidental death rider, it's price
paint
locked,
it
permanent
bigger,
whole
but you
life
have to,
with
just
the
some kind of thing,
accelerated
so
death
even,
benefit.
I not heard of
and
this
the
happening.
48-hour payout. Because these are major benefits, I wanna make sure you tell them how great this policy is. And of course, don't forget to let them know you've got a best friend now too.
Well, she said
No,
it
I
could
like
use
to
Tony,
thank
but I
you
felt
very
funny
much.
doing
No, I
that,
don't
so
think that wasn't easy. It's taken a long time.
Girl,
I guess that's you.
Absolutely,
Yes, we were all
absolutely.
friends,
So,
I was there the
thank you
day
so much
that
for
all that
your
went
time, I
down.
truly appreciate it, and remember, you can
It's
feel free
real?
to give my name and number to
Okay,
your
but
friends
we
and
want
family
to-
members
It's
that
not
know,
that
you
real,
know,
it was just, it was.
if they kind of feel they have any
Just the
questions, I'm
whole
here to answer any questions that they may have, as well as to help them out should they, you know, need any assistance as well. Now,
But
if you have any friends or families who are specifically looking for final expense, feel free to give
If
them
she
my
gave it to
information
you
as
and
well,
you want
because
to
the
use
biggest
stuff that you
compliment I
have
can
some
get are
feeling
definitely
around. So
referrals.
it's easier to do
So
that
lastly,
when
Ms. Hannah, I just
they
want to make
have
sure you don't have any
some
questions or
or it's
concerns
based
before
on
we
something
hang
that
up.
you directly
Is there anything
experience.
else
So
you can think
it's not
of?
hijacking it. You can change the name, change the relation or whatever, just make it yours, especially because you have some kind of direct relation or had a direct impact.
Awesome. Well, I'm so happy
Those
that I was the
firsthand
one
ones
who
are
could
a lot
actually
easier to
get this
convey
all
to other
together
people
for you, so.
because you know
Oh,
firsthand. So
goodness,
if you can
last
even
time,
take
Ms.
different
Hannah,
stances
you're sure that
as
we're going to be
the
able to,
friend seeing
choose
or
a premium
as
that you
the
maintain month after
spouse
month,
or
right?
you know the
All
partner
right,
of.
great. I
You
just always
know
want to
enough
double
about her
check.
to kind of
I like
give
that my
some
clients
insight on what
understand
it
that
feels
aside
like
from your
being in
rent
that
or
position
mortgage,
and make a
utility bills, your
story
life
around
insurance
that.
is absolutely the next in line
Could you
because
send
it's
us
just
audio?
as
It was like,
important. So just make
Because I
sure
feel
you
like we
write
didn't
down
hear
your
a lot of
payment
module
and
four.
of course, mark it on your
I
calendar.
would
so
just
you
like to
remember
hear
when
more,
it's
just
gonna
like
come
you-
out and-
I
Heck,
have
I'm
more
just
here.
happy
and
I
I
could
can kind of
help.
not pick up off
Do
of
you have
like
any
what
exciting
the
plans for
stories
the
are,
rest
but
of the
just
day, Miss
go
Hannah?
And we're gonna be out on the
There
floor
you go.
tomorrow.
Okay,
We'll
kids,
be
I'm
out
gonna
on
go
the
next time you
floor
see me
tomorrow.
after your license.
I'm going to, I have my haircut.
You
got this, girl.
Got
Got
this.
this.
Being out on the floor is gonna help with that too, and we will be,
Well, I
I
definitely will
will
not hold you up because I know it
pieces of
takes
card.
time to get you.
So.
Angela said she had a really good
So
one
you
yesterday.
know
Yes.
it's happy.
Kelly,
That's what I mean. Oh, gosh.
She told me.
Tell me about it. I'm
like,
gonna
literally the whole family, all
I was
died in
considering
December.
doing some the micro needling, and then when I found out how they do it,
So
I
this
said,
was
nah, I
the
think I
email
can just
that
draw
got
my
back.
eyebrows on for the rest of my life. Oh God, forbid I have to. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, that's
Now
right.
that, I've gone that far.
Exactly.
Don't want you.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much again, and you have a
Been
wonderful
charged with.
You too, thank you so much.
Figured it out. So I guess should I just say yes,
You
I'm
did
charged
it.
as attachment?
We're doing
And I even knew that I could throw you a few curveballs and you still handled this beautifully.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
What I should say.
Please say help or please advise.
I can tell you've done insurance before.
Oh,
Okay,
goodness,
should I
yes.
say that I have court documents or?
Yeah.
Cause I don't really know exactly how to
Word it.
Yeah, and I don't wanna overdo it or
Right.
underdo it.
And I don't wanna set you up for failure, so I don't pretend.
Oh, that's nice of you.
I
I don't want you to fall out there, girl.
Right, and then be like, well, most said that this.
She didn't say nothing.
3.
Oh, no.
3:45-ish.
I didn't even see it.
Be careful, Miss Hannah.
Thank you. I don't want to hurt something. I'm not gonna hurt me, I don't think, but I don't want to hurt something else.
I feel old.
Oh, stop it.
What is
You
wrong
don't
with you
even know what
today?
old is.
She looks great, but she's saying, oh.
Trying to play old. Please.
It's not working. She's been into this role playing thing too much. Right?
All right.
You know what we're doing here? It just dawned on me. It's taken me my whole life to get here. You know how people go and they do these war games and stuff? And they are doing these role-playing games? This is what they're doing. What they're doing is they're creating a virtual reality. And they're really getting into it. Like it's real. That's basically what we're doing too when we're doing this role-playing. The same thing. I'm a long way from what's that called, Dragon Con, but I think I understand now why they do it. I don't have that many rooms to do it. If you ever know anyone that's been into that, it's really. I never actually gone to it. Yeah. How many minutes do we have?
3:45. 45.
We have 45 minutes?
No, 3:45.
Oh, 3:45.
Very important that you and I have the same picture. true reflection of who I am and how I was. And, I can hear that voice as well.
Miss Andrea, Miss Crystal, reach out. Let me know how you guys are, if you are currently still on. Thank you. Um, come back. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna touch base with them and get a little insight, and then at 4 o'clock, we're gonna do Pure Cloud. I'm gonna send a Zoom link for 4 o'clock Pure Cloud walkthrough. That's the dialer. So they're coming back at 3:45. We're gonna just go over some stuff. So if you guys can at least have the volume on just to hear the discussion. I don't know what they may ask, but it's gonna be just talking about the role playing. And then at 4, we're gonna start the Zoom for Pure Cloud, the dialer. All right, see you guys in a few. Medicine.
So, those policies obviously at your age. Don't get me wrong.
Dang it, I did it.
What?
my car. Done that before.
I said come up with it before too.
I'm so intelligent.
Aren't you?
I am. I'm smarter than I know what to do with myself. Some days. I got my phone in my hand looking for it.
Mhm.
Oh, it's gotta be 3 years. This is still in.
She looks like she's ready for her next crew to come in.
Yeah.
Wow.
The next training
class.
COVID made it worse.
Go ahead. Are you
I was gonna say somebody else come in here after us.
Not
Oh,
for me.
Oh,
I'm done.
okay. I'm like, wait a minute. You have another class when we leave? Like, what is wrong with you, Mom?
That
When
wasn't
do you
the plan.
sleep?
That wasn't the plan until y'all got here.
That's it, I'm done. Y'all did me in.
she's like,
When
Never,
COVID,
never,
$331
never.
round
Come
trip.
by here.
is that round? Oh, that is really good. Assuming you make it, you know. I mean, it's
When we
rough
get
down there right now.
I was like, I'm gonna go to, but then I realized I'm like, oh, I'm broke right now. I'm gonna talk about going to Mexico. In a month, I've been
I went there, I was there for a
I've been
while.
to Mexico, but I wanted Puerto Vallarta, and I wanted to go to Tulum because but you have to fly to Cancun and drive back to Cancun.
Guess what?
Because they have the room with that. I wanted to go.
That's
They
where I
couldn't
went.
Go there right now without any COVID headache. And then I was like, wait, my birthday's in a month. Good hell, I'm going to Mexico, many.
I'll
I
bring
need
you
to
some
humble
pictures.
myself.
I have got so many pictures of those rooms that
That's
I
what
was
I wanna
studying
see.
them, I took them home. I learned some stuff too. It's amazing.
557.
3:45 on the Zoom app. Oh. So you want us to get into the Zoom?
At 4, we're gonna do the Zoom, but we're gonna talk about
Zoom.
what you guys came across during the app role play.
People are not just going to lay down. You know, they're not gonna be lay downs for you like we are doing role play, right?
Absolutely not.
They're not.
Um,
They're gonna say, listen, I didn't think you guys were
Our
gonna.
job is to sell them without them being sold.
There you go. Oh, and that was sweet. Somebody found my marker kit. Thank you.
Yeah, it was right under your chair.
Really? I
Really?
couldn't find it. I looked all over the floor. I could not find it. I got up out of my chair and looked. I still didn't see it. I didn't think of it flying behind me. Thank you. Because I didn't know what else to do but put this on it. Oh, I was worried. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be different, you know. And you're probably gonna get a few that are just like, until you get that hit. This is
I hope I get so much beginner's luck. I'll make my first sale on my first call.
You know what? That'd be sweet.
I mean, that would pump me up too. It made me feel more confident just because, like, all right, well,
It can be done.
yeah, do it. We'll see.
It's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it, okay?
Right.
It's not easy.
It's not.
Oh,
It's not
Ah,
easy.
I can't. Did they really just go there?
Did my son post that? No, a friend of mine posted that.
Oh,
My son posts stuff like that too.
oh my gosh, that is too funny. That is too funny. I can't.
Okay.
It's the last lap, guys. It's the last lap. Woo-hoo. Okay.
Where do we go?
That looks good.
All right, so feedback. How was it going through the application while on the phone?
Well,
Really
I
confusing.
think her and I decided it'd be way easier with the other monitors because we had to flip back and forth.
Oh, yeah.
Because
We
not
don't have it
knowing that
memorized
part of
yet,
the script
too.
yet by heart. And she did better at it than I did, but still, I mean, still having to flip back and forth
It's still
between the
hard.
two pieces. It's like, okay, pause,
Oh, yeah.
then go back.
Yes.
So, doing the dual monitors like you're saying.
I started off with 2, and because I was like, nope, I'm locking in a, hey, we need another one, help, 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 we need another one, I need some real estate. And the 3 monitors is huge, so yes, it will make it easier. As of tomorrow, you guys will be at your station so that you can see how you want to organize your desktops. Typically, I'll have my prescription provider up on its own, and then I'll also have a Excel spreadsheet with my policies, which you guys will, even though agency block exists, I'm gonna send you guys a spreadsheet so that you can track your own money. And you can keep it up, and you can double check against what's there, because having your own record and keeping up with your own money is the only thing that makes sense. You cannot use it, but I love Andrew. Trust him, he's always on top of it. But even just know, because he's a human, he makes mistakes. There's a lot more of us than there is of him. So just to be able to be sure that, okay, this is right. If you have something that is missed or that needs to be looked at, he's not going to know to go back and think to look at it. This is 7 weeks ago. I don't remember. I thought that I paid you for everything that you needed, but you need to be just checking to make sure that everything is correct. Checks and balances, whether you, again, it is available in agency block, but I always would prefer to have my own running report of my business. You good, Ms. Toy? Question? The lady? Okay.
Can I go talk to Andrew real quick?
He is not here.
Okay.
You wanna forward it to him? Cause he'll be
Oh,
able
I
to see
already
it.
did.
Okay. We'll make something work. That's why we exist. So,
But can I talk to you real quick, please? Because this is really eating at me, and like I can't be positive in here with this lady because I really feel like she is really just pressing my buttons on
so
purpose.
close it out.
No, I did.
Oh, okay. So take a breather.
What lady?
It's okay. Take a breather. Take 10. We'll be back at 4 o'clock. Well, 4 o'clock we're going live. Right now
Into
we're
the
talking about
Zoom.
yep.
Okay.
Try Toy.
Yes, ma'am.
Reach out to Andrew. If it's about that specifically.
Yeah, it is.
Call him. You should have his number.
It's on the front of my folder.
All right.
It's none of us.
So having the landscape, being able to move around and get everything that you need to have up is good. So on my right screen, I will have my Pure Cloud up. No, not Pure Cloud. I'm thinking Pure Cloud. That's not what I have up. Right screen is my prescription list and my spreadsheet. Spreadsheet's usually in the background. Prescription list is there just because it's easy. You always want to make sure you check it. On my center screen, I typically have a Word document up or email. Sometimes I'll take notes in an email just because I don't know why I got used to doing that. But that's where I live tap and type whatever, my
So
notes,
that makes sense.
while I'm talking to the client. And then on my left screen, I'll typically have agency block and my script side by side. So I'll minimize it so that they could share that same screen. And I'll scroll through my script and have agency block there, whatever web browser, because you do have multiple web pages that you'll be toggling through. But I'll usually have my script as half the screen and my internet open to be it agency block or usually once I open an application and I'm doing the the quotes tool, I'll bring that to the middle because that's where I'm doing most of my live action. So I'll bring it to the middle, get the quotes, and then drop it inside of my notes. Get the quotes, drop it to my notes. And once you get your quote and they select their option, in that live screen there is also where I'm doing the application because now I don't really need my notes. I already know for the most part all the information, so I'm going through the application. Agency block is here, my script is on the other half, and I'm typing the information in.
That sounds very confusing at the moment.
You'll see. So, but my middle screen is typically where I'm typing and doing stuff. Both sides are where I see stuff. So
That's what you mean by still throw that one over there. Okay.
So yeah, the script is always to my left and an internet browser. To the right is always my prescription provider. And in the middle is anything I'm typing live for the most part. But again, you guys will organize it how you see fit. That's what makes the most sense to me, and I'll show you guys when we go out there how to do that and how to set up your layout. But if you end up moving it around to make it more comfortable for you, it's all personal preference. It's all about making it the easiest so you can maximize and be effective, be organized, and have yourself set for success. And it's hard because I've tried to figure out how to show you guys all three of my screens, but without turning a table right in front of the webcam, and we'll just go out there and I'll show you guys individually, or you can come to my desk. I don't know. It's personal preference when it comes to that part. Before you guys finish role playing, before you take your first call, you'll know how you want your screen set up. Okay, what else did you guys see, come up with, think of question-wise when it comes to?
Nothing besides what we already talked about.
Well, actually, somebody is going to ask you, how does that builds a little cash value work?
Well, when you present it as it's something that's there, but I don't recommend you using it. It depends on, each policy is different. Depending on your premium, depends on how quickly the cash value will build up. It's nothing that's immediately available. And it's nothing you want to bank on, but you can let them know you'll receive your specifics when you get your policy in the mail.
You'll receive a statement that will explain it all to you. It'll be in writing for you.
In your policy. Once you receive your policy, you'll get that with you to kind of give you a breakdown of how to expect to earn that.
If we can get you
That's it.
good.
Ain't no
So hopefully
guarantees.
we'll get you approved, right? Good
No
job. Good job, Miss Crystal with the C.
It's for me, I think it's gonna be just trial and error doing it, because I feel like I know, but it's pretty all
Together.
together that I really don't know.
So what you're doing now too, which is good, is you're asking the questions because you're in your mind, you're connecting the dots and seeing how it's gonna work and how it's gonna work together. So you're in your mind, you're right. It's just the muscle memory of moving through it, bless you, and applying what you've learned. And the more you do it, the better you'll be. You're very welcome. So don't stress. You know the process. That's the part that you really need to understand. Everything else you'll learn as you go. It's understanding the why in the process so that you can deliver it. Once you know that, it doesn't matter if you have to hold your hands up and say, I'm just gonna talk, Mo, come help me. I'd rather you do that and get that part done, and the hand movement parts and the clicking around parts you'll figure out. But that's what you've done the least of, because we've just been talking about the process. So now that you have your stuff, you'll have your station set up, then you can start really getting that part down.
And like, once we come to the application part, is that where like we can, all right, just come through this application, like.
So I never even mentioned, okay, now we're gonna start the application, because you don't want it to sound like, oh, there's a whole new part to this process. We've been on the phone for an hour and a half. Okay, so I just need to confirm this information, lock your approval in place, and you move into the application. But you can let them know, bear with me, this is your life insurance policy. I'm very thorough when it comes to making sure this information is correct. The last thing I would want is for Bobby, Sally, Ricky, and Mike to not be able to collect on this policy because I did something wrong, and then they're looking for me. So I'm very, I'm going to take my time, make sure everything's correct and accurate. So bear with me so we can make sure that all of this is done correctly. This is your life insurance. This isn't an Amazon order, so we're going to make sure we take our time to get everything in here right. I say that all the time, but this is your life insurance. We're not ordering
It's
curtains
not
from
eBay.
Walmart. This is
Because I
your
mean, I
life
know when I'm
insurance.
like trying to, until I kind of just know the questions off the top of my head,
Yeah.
like reading it.
And
I don't want that
I'm
to
just want to
awkward
make sure, you can
silence,
say,
you know?
this system is so slow, but I'm taking my time because I want to make sure I have all this right. So bear with me. Let's get it going. All right. And yes, you are this. And okay, Miss ANNE, got it here. That looks good. All of that is correct. All right. Perfect. And no, you are not a smoker. It'll be stuff that's not on the screen. Sometimes you go like, okay. In all honesty, sometimes I'll even just list off prescriptions just so it sounds like I'm doing something. If something's slow or I messed up, and I have to go back. And I know you said you were on that amlodipine, because now that has them thinking, oh, she's been listening, she got it, oh, she's doing some stuff on this end. So it's, again, a performance,
Yeah, 'cause
so,
I don't want no awkward silence.
Yeah.
'Cause that's,
and you can, again, prescriptions
even
is
for
a
myself,
good
even though I know I'm
thing.
doing something, it still seems awkward
Or
to
you can
me.
even say that, so I'm making sure everything's right, bear with me, this is your life insurance policy, I just wanna make sure everything's correct, and then you can talk them through it, like I said, you're not gonna wait for them to give you the yes answers if you already know it. Okay, you said this, right, and moving forward, you can be asking them about their address, well, you don't wanna move past the address if it's not right, but you can already have it in there and be like, and that address was boom, 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 yep, and then you're on the next page, and then and your email address. You don't need the email address now, but what's your email address? I want to confirm that it is the but you're on your 2 pages past the email. You just keep the conversation going. You don't want to just fluff and make small talk. You can occasionally drop that in there, but you want them to know this is a serious part of the process. We're getting your application done. The report bill should already be done. So maybe after you get the app done and you're waiting for underwriting to pick up, you can do a little report. But you'll drop little stuff in there. You just don't want to have random small talk because you want them to know that, okay, we're in the application. Again, setting the tone for where you are in the process is huge.
Does it take a while for underwriting to pick up?
No,
sometimes?
on Fridays sometimes, I guess everyone wants to buy life insurance on Fridays. So on Friday, I don't know, Fridays, or maybe they have less staffing on Fridays. But that's probably the only time that it really is kind of slow, but for the most part, it's pretty quick and easy to get through to underwriting.
So when it comes to addresses, does it have to be an actual physical residence or can they use a PO?
They can use a PO box. They just,
Because I was just wondering about that, because I remember reading something about that again in class, and it said something about PO boxes.
PO boxes are fine. They can move out of state. Well, I'm in Maryland now. But I really, I'll be moving to Tennessee well, this is for this is for the state that you are submitting your application in, or wherever you live at the time that we're doing this. It's not a huge deal. They can move to Timbuk 7 after they get their policy. It's theirs. They can move to Cuba. The beneficiary can be elsewhere. It doesn't matter. Yeah, once it's theirs, it's theirs. And yeah, PO box is fine.
Could you just
It's
say,
4:00.
I'm sorry, could you just say, we're a national company
In reference to what?
in reference to them moving out of the state after they have policy? If they're worried.
It's theirs.
Yeah.
It's
Sure,
theirs. So
you
you
own the
don't,
policy.
yeah, this is yours.
You own the policy.
And there's enough truth in the information and good truth in the information. If something's not true, don't say it. Don't say it to make Prosperity. No one ever gets approved with Prosperity. This is the hardest company. Some of the things that I've heard people that are no longer here say, but this is the hardest company to get approved
People
with.
that are no longer here.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't have to make it prettier than it is. The facts themselves are good enough to where you can make the facts sound real good and deliver it in a beautiful way, but you don't have to add to, because the product itself is great. Us as a company, we've been around forever. We are not. We are all over. We are not.
100
So
years.
right, you focus on the truth stuff, make the truth sound beautiful, but there's no reason to exaggerate, add to, lie, just blatantly. You don't have to do it.
Is this the only call center?
Yeah.
I'm in the right
That my
place.
guy's
Doing
doing
right
short
at
form.
1 o'clock, that email she sent us. Thought that, wait.
Okay.
But Prosperity uses other call centers.
Yeah, we're not
That's what I'm saying.
Prosperity. Yeah, Prosperity is one of the carriers that we use, but Prosperity does their own thing. We just like them a lot and we use them. But you guys will have access to other carriers soon. This is just the one that you're learning off of. The product is really good, but we are not Prosperity.
Right, no, I understand.
Yeah.
But I was just wondering if it's like
You're setting
Prosperity
up one,
uses
right?
us, or they have other
Oh,
call
mhm.
centers that they
People
go
love
through.
other insurance providers or agents love Prosperity because it is a really good company. So no, they have a lot of people
From
that
what I've
write
seen
through
so
them.
far, it looks like it.
Mhm.
The rates ain't too bad, depending on where you
There
are.
has been clients that have been like, oh no, I need to call you back. But my sister does this and call back. My sister said, you guys are great. I need to. But it is, if they look it up, it is a really good company. So
Okay.
I see some of you guys are logging into Zoom, but not everyone. So we're missing a lot.
I'm in.
I'm in.
Zoom link. Are the two of you guys into?
I have a Travis
I
and
just
Amelia.
opened it.
Yeah, I'm Travis.
She has
And
been
you're
locked.
in, right?
No, I'm
There
in.
goes, oh, okay.
No,
There
maybe
goes
she is
Miss
in.
Madison.
Yeah, it says 5.
It says 4. I have 1, 2, 3,
It says 6 on mine.
5.
Okay, Miss Andrea, welcome,
There's
welcome,
Madison.
welcome.
Amelia.
Amelia looked a lot like Hannah.
I'm in.
Wait, who is Travis? For real, you're Travis?
Yes.
Why?
That's his old
You see this?
computer.
I'm
Oh,
Travis.
because you were, oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Miss Crystal, where you at?
I'm final expense agent.
You are. I think that was answers.
That's what it says.
You
Final
are.
expense agent.
Oh, I'm a Mar.
And Mar.
Oh. Oh, they're above my screen.
Yeah, I don't
She hasn't
know.
opened mine yet.
There you go. Jump on Zoom. You should have you don't get your Outlook email. Claude, have mercy. Send me your email so I can send you the Zoom or forward it for her, Miss Andrea, if you could. Right here, right here, right here. If you could forward it to her, we're gonna go through Pure Cloud. All right, thank you, thank you. Me plus 3. Oh, the Celsius. Guys, I was on my last leg.
I'm
So,
really gonna have
I
to
will
start trying those then
I was about to
because
send you guys home.
I went to Wawa and I got the frozen cappuccino.
Yeah.
And I just did because I'd be kind of scared to be playing with the flavor, so I just did the regular, but I did the double shot.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you yet, Miss Crystal? No. Did we lose someone? How did we lose someone?
Me.
What is you doing?
I'm sure they're just a clicking away.
There you go.
Okay. I'm trying to sign in my
Oh,
own
you
room.
changed. Good job. Look at you. You so smart. Okay. I thought it was the other Crystal. Miss K, where you at?
Can you find them Celsius in like Publix and West
Mhm.
I actually
you
just
can't do it?
ordered me, and so they're always, and I'm not,
No.
there's no profit off of these. I just want to always have them
That's
available, but I always have, well, not right now, because I drank them all. But there's always a couple of them in the fridge just for $2 to keep the stack or the stock up. But I usually have at least a couple of them here. So I just reordered.
Are they
some.
cheaper when you order them online than buying them in Publix? Because I know they sell them in Publix.
They do. I know it's about $2 a piece when you buy them off Amazon, which is probably more expensive than Publix, but it's
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
cheaper than Miss Crystal. Where you at?
No, I did.
She there. It
I
says
usually get them at 7-Eleven for like $2.79.
Right. So
Yeah.
they're more expensive
Yes.
single, but if you buy them in
Where's my Amazon?
as a group, there you go. There you go, Miss Crystal. Okay. So, welcome everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are going to look at, huh?
I said, I'm gonna try that Celsius.
Yes, if you guys want to try one, then they are available. They'll be here tomorrow if you guys want to. There's a tea one and a sparkler one that we just ordered. But they're good. They give you life. Okay, so can you guys see my Google screen?
yes,
We can.
I can 388 or 12.
Oh, it's the inauguration.
Oh, you can get a whole fortnight.
Is that what
$6 in Publix?
No, I just see on the bottom it says live.
Yeah,
Watch
a little bit definitely cheaper than Amazon. So Pure Cloud. Share Pure Cloud. PureCloud is the dollar system that we use to make, receive, do all of the calling. You guys can all see my PureCloud screen?
Yes.
All right. So pretty straightforward. When you guys go to set up at your stations, when you set up at your stations, you're gonna be calling each other through the dialer. So this is the basic, your profile screen. When you're available, you're available. If you step away, you're gonna go into busy, or if you're at your desk and you're doing stuff but not receiving calls, you'll click on busy. Away is if you step away. Break is just that. Meal is just that. Meeting is just that as well. Training is obviously that also. So all of those are straightforward.
So when you hit any of those buttons besides the variable, you will be off cue.
Right.
So yes. Now, speaking of queue, going on queue, I will not do it because I'll probably get a call. But this is off queue, and you'll click it and it'll go blue. We'll do it fast, and then so it'll light up in a tealish bluish color when you are on queue, and then when you are off queue. Yes. When you are on queue, you are ready to receive calls. When you are on queue, you are ready to go. You are on stage. You are not on queue and not aware, alert. You should be ready to receive calls if you are on queue.
Okay.
Again, we want to get 6 hours talk time. You do not get 6 hours talk time by not being on queue. You want to try to be most effective and efficient and do what you need to do. So, of course, your first week or two, you're going to be getting used to figuring out how things work, getting acclimated. But the more you are available, the more you're on calls, the more calls I can listen to help you guys get better, the better it's going to be for you to really hit the ground running. So you want to start setting good habits right off bat and get used to getting your stamina up and trying to hit your 6, because it is blatantly obvious the difference in money and people maxing out and being at the top of the board is how much are you talking. If you're not talking, then it shows. It definitely shows. So that's being on cue. These are favorites. You can, and I'll have you guys all on here as favorites, but this will allow you to just kind of click on and reach out to people on the floor. It's typically GTI, and you can add your favorites to your tab. And that way you can just go to it and make quick calls. Charlie's no longer here. I'm not a favorite.
Wow. Heavy.
So
How you really feel? I didn't catch that.
but you can easily go in, and that way, let's say if I wanted to call Jason, I can call him directly from PureCloud. I have no headset plugged in, so I don't know what's going to happen besides him getting annoyed with me. I don't know if you guys can hear.
Oh, I have one.
But no, that's how you make the internal
Oh, I
dials.
heard it.
But you guys will all have a 800 number, a direct line that I'm going to email to you so that you can call each other through the PureCloud dialer tomorrow. But you can easily also just save each other as favorites. It's there. Video chat, you will not use that. The phone is what you are going to use. So once you click on the phone icon, this is the dialer, and you can, the keypad, dial right from there. You can also dial from your keyboard on your laptop, but that's how you get your call, place your calls. You can hit enter twice and it'll dial out, or you can hit the phone button. All right, so I was calling myself. I don't know why it's not ringing through, but not a problem. It's probably because Sprint does what it wants to do when it wants to do it. So this is the inbox. This is gonna show your call history. Breakdown of the phone details, you really don't do anything there. Settings is just that, but for the most part, what is this? This is the mailbox. Goodness, I'm like, why does that not look right? This is your mailbox. So if a client calls and Jason sends over a voicemail to you, it will show up here, and it'll also have a red star on top of the inbox, so that you can know to go check your voicemail. So that is your voicemail setting.
Oh, so they don't actually have to have somebody in, or somebody answers and they forward it to like our voicemail box, so they do an audio.
Yes.
Oh.
So
okay.
the 888 number, 888-515-1266 rings to Jason every time, because you should be on the phone all the time. So them calling through to you, if you're on, them calling through to you won't help. So we just give them the 888 number and it rings through to Jason. He'll pick up and either assign an activity to you, which you will see an agency block, because you guys will be in agency block. He'll assign an activity to you with whatever happened on the call. May shoot you an email or let you know, hey, check your agency block. That means that there's an activity because the client called in and wanted you to call back. If the client calls and leaves a voicemail, he will forward the voicemail to you and you will be able to access it from here. Or from here and then select inbox.
What's the person, the last thing in the line?
I'm gonna show you that. That's the live call that you are on. So this is your call history. This is your dialer. This is your mailbox. Also your mailbox. And this is whatever call you are currently on, your current interaction. So if for whatever reason you're doing stuff and you get lost in PureCloud and you can't get back to the person that you are speaking to, go to the man down there. It'll take you to the interaction, the current conversation that you are on. Yes?
Is that where it shows like your timing on the call?
Yes, that will give you a running view of the current call. But you also, in your call history, it'll let you see what's going on as well. If you go to performances, that's another thing that you're going to want to be comfortable with. You can check to see how much, there we go. You can check to see how much call talk time you have in performances. So my performances, mine looks different than yours, but in PureCloud, do you guys, oh, you don't have PureCloud up because you're looking at mine. In PureCloud, you can click on performances, scoot that over to the side so it goes away. And you can look at your current status. So it'll be the day, it'll have all of your stats across the board. Total talk time, total. Oh, I was just testing stuff, but you're off, you're available? Okay. Jay. So you will have all your stats here and it'll show you your total time talking. If you want to pop in and just get a check for yourself to see how long you've been on the call. Oh, it seemed like I was on the phone for hours, but oh goodness, I only have 2 hours talk time. It's already 12 o'clock. Let me focus, lock in, get going. So this is where you can see all your stats. You can go back and see previous days, but this is where you would do all of that. Other than that, you're really not going to do much else in here. Interactions, again, mine is a little different than you guys's, but when we go into call monitoring, you can listen to calls. You can go in and listen to calls, and we'll walk through this. I want you guys to live monitor, but I also want you guys to get a little bit more comfortable doing some other stuff first. If I show you now, you will not.
To the city.
You will not. You won't remember. If I go through how to monitor calls now, you will not recall. But you go to filters, and you can scroll down to queues. And then you type in whoever you want to listen to. So you select the person that you want to listen to. and you can see the calls that are currently going on or the calls that have happened throughout the day. So if it says call completed, that call is done, and you can go in and actually listen to that call. Usually, I was gonna say, usually has a date on here, so both of these calls are completed, so you can go in and listen to those calls, but you can also do the same thing with live calls. So she's not on a live call currently, but you can pop in and listen to Live Monitor. I believe on Friday we may do a little bit of this where I show you guys how to live monitor. So you can listen in, because it's a lot of you, it's one of me, so I may have you guys doing some live monitoring while I work with a couple offline. So, but this is where you go, performances, interactions, and then you scroll over to the filters. You come down to queue and you will input whomever it is that you are wanting to monitor.
What is like the wrap up? So one says call completed, but the other one says like in wrap up timeout. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's some Jason stuff. Either way, if it's blank, it is a live call. If not, it depends on, there's a couple of things that changes that. I don't know. Either way, you can just really go, right.
Okay.
That's some call jargon that doesn't matter. That's for them to kind of see how calls ended, why they ended, and who ended it. But that's outside of our realm of
It's not
care.
our pay grade.
Right, that's above our pay grade, literally. So, but this is it. This is Pure Cloud. I don't know what more you guys really need to see in here, but that's really it. This side is where you're going. Oh, this is what you guys might want to be familiar with as well. This side is where you'll see everything that you'll really be using on a daily basis. Performances, my performances is where you'll be able to check your stats. Documents. So there is a document center where you can go in and search for like the quick bids. We're gonna find a better way to have these up, but in the documents, it does have the different videos and access to information to look through. So it is a resource center. I've been on Andrew about kind of, I don't know, there's stuff here. So you'll have access to go in here. And we will have you use it more, but you guys pretty much have all of the videos and everything that's in here already. And I can't even say Andrew. I will get in here and clean it up so that we can use it a little more efficiently, but there is information in here that you can search to get access to some documents, useful documents, trainings, things along those lines. Other than that, this is Pure Cloud. Welcome to Pure Cloud. Be comfortable with Pure Cloud. Once you answer your call through Pure Cloud, typically you can minimize it because once you're on the call, you don't really need to do anything else until you get to transferring. Oh, goodness. Until you get to transferring the call from or to underwriting. So I probably should have did this earlier in the day because I apologize, guys. I'm not serving you guys well right now. So I do want to show you guys how to receive calls in or how the calls pop in during with agency block. Because every time a call comes in, it's going to populate a new tab in agency block. So the call will come in through Pure Cloud, but your window for the internet is where the new tab is going to populate. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So you'll have basically when a call comes in, two things are going to happen. It's going to call through Pure Cloud and it's going to pop a new window in agency block. These are two separate systems that are going to be, you're going to need to have access to when the call first comes in. So to bring through,
pull up.
Yeah,
It's like
integrated
integrated.
together.
So, okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, because I was like, wait a minute.
so you'll answer
So
in
the
Pure
screen
Cloud.
pops for agency
and it'll
Our
pop in
agency block.
agency block. So
Okay.
that is one of the biggest reasons why you wanna have the multiple screens, cause those first couple seconds are, until you get used to it, cause now it's almost second nature. Pops, you know that it's gonna pop in agency block, you have to get back to Pure Cloud to answer. So that's why I have Pure Cloud on one screen and agency block on another, so that they don't, regardless, agency block will pop and you can just click on Pure Cloud to answer the actual call.
So agency block is pretty
Yeah.
much like our account manager, that's where we're gonna have all that detailed information, and Pure Cloud is literally just.
The dialer, yep. Pure Cloud is the
Okay.
dialer, agency block is the CRM. So they do speak, whatever call comes through Pure Cloud, that individual will pop up as an individual tab in agency block. Yes?
We're going to need you for a while, aren't we? And so we don't get frustrated.
I'm out.
No, you guys will figure it out. You guys will be more comfortable. I promise you'll be more comfortable with it when you are actually in it. So the first call or two will be figuring it out, but the first day is just going to be you learning. Once you can answer the phone, jump into the process. So tomorrow you guys will go out and we will give you, I'm going to have your station set up. We'll do this, I'm not doing good for you guys right now, so we're not going to keep going with Pure Cloud. We're going to pick up with Pure Cloud and agency block when you guys are at your stations tomorrow, so you can really see how it works. So I'll show you, I'll actually call Jason and have him transfer a call to me so you can see real time how it's going to pop up. And yeah, that's what we'll do. So, any questions?
No.
Okay, you guys have this is Pure Cloud, so that's not gonna change, but tomorrow morning I'll show you how they interact and how the calls will come through, and then you guys will start doing it, your role plays at your desk, calling each other so that you can start moving the pieces and putting it all together.
Makes sense.
All right, ladies afar, do you guys have any questions for me before we wrap?
How, on a scale of 1 to 5, how difficult did you find it doing this system? Well, 1 to 10.
Did I lose someone?
Those cute ones.
No questions. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 5, how difficult was navigating the systems? Depending on your level of technical savvy. Depending on how savvy you are with technology, and I know it's an easier way to say that, but technologically savvy.
There you go.
That's-
Techno
yeah.
savvy.
You got it.
That's
Or
what you
some
think
people
it.
just say tech savvy.
Right, thank you.
There you go.
But even that, that's what I was looking for, just didn't.
Just learning it.
Mhm.
All right. I'll try not to, I won't give up on myself, okay? I mean, I've learned systems this difficult too, you know what I mean? And more difficult.
Yeah,
It's just a learning curve, you know, you gotta learn how to do it.
this isn't hard. It's not difficult. It's just getting used to it, just like everything else. But if you are finding it more difficult, then come in a little early, stay a little later, get used to it, because that's your money. So you want to be as
Yes.
comfortable with it as you can, so that it's streamlined. You want to make it easy for yourself. So if that means you have to spend a little more time, you just have to be willing to do that. Because the more comfortable you are, just like with the script, the more comfortable you are, the easier it'll be, the less you'll sound like this the first time you're taking a call. Again, blame that on the system. You don't have to tell them, hey, I'm new, but bear with me. Again, we're just blaming it on the system. Technology acts up all the time. You guys are salespeople, so sell it.
All right.
I was looking for her calling me a salesperson.
Don't you sell drinks out right now?
When I supply alcoholics with what they want.
You selling something, conversation.
Yeah, but the drunker they get, the easier it is.
All
It's
right,
very easy to
wonderful
do
people. It's
alcohol
been
now.
real. I will see you guys in the morning. Have a wonderful night.
Toodles.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Get some rest. Beef up on yourself, so you have to drink coffee.
It'll be
Good old
good.
coffee works for
Just
us. She doesn't look like she drinks coffee.
I used to. I don't anymore. Okay, you want to try out that canceling that YouTube, Miss Hannah? You want to see how you do today? We're
Council-
stopping
oh,
the
yeah, yeah.
YouTube.
Hang on.
What?
All right, good night, all. See y'all tomorrow.
Get out.
End stream.
Mhm.
And end it one more time. Are you sure? Okay. Woo.